Welcome to HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Hello is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, hello. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Hello, shampoo, hello.
Hope is here for Pepsodent. Hope is here for Pepsodent.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
We bid you all hello, bid welcome to our show. May we present for Pepsodent a guy you ought to know.
Thank you so much. Tonight is the night, and I hope you will tune in on us every Tuesday. Let's make it your Chase Away Blues Day by listening in when we begin. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope. No, not yet, Charlie. But don't leave. Got our signals mixed. Well, here we are with a brand new sponsor, a brand new program, a brand new cast, and ready to tell some jokes. I'm very happy to be back on the air again. I've been very busy all summer working on a few projects. What do they want all those ditches for anyway? But I'm happy. My sponsor's really a very nice fellow. We get along swell. All afternoon here at rehearsal, we were riding piggyback. Playing piggyback. He was riding me. And to show you that I'm up to date this year, I'm starting a pension plan for old jokes. So if you hear me using a lot of old gags on the show, remember there's a reason. It means $30 every Tuesday. That's all right. We have a nice cast on the show, ladies and gentlemen, that consists of...
The topper of the feminine stars of Hollywood, Miss Constance Bennett, Skinny Ennis and his band, Jerry Colonna, our 7 swingsters, 6 hits and a miss, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin.
Oh, thank you, Bill. That's our announcer, ladies and gentlemen, known to his intimates as Bill Teeth Goodwin. Show me your teeth, Bill. That's enough. 2 more payments and they're his. Hey, he's full of pep, isn't he? I'm a little tired myself. My uncle just left town. He was here with the American Legion Convention. He was in the Army. He was really one of the first men to go over the top. Somebody pushed him. But he's from Florida, and he spent most of his time while he was here dropping ice cubes out of the hotel window to make the people think it was hailing here in California. It was a nice, quiet convention. The second night, the boys at the hotel gave the house detective 24 hours to get out of town. Oh, but really, I want to thank the American Legion for getting me a half day off last week at Paramount. They came over to the set I was working on and took the camera with them as a souvenir. Paramount didn't mind that so much, but they'd be very thankful if the fellow from Texas would please bring back Dorothy Lamour. And the parades were wonderful last week with the convention. The women looked beautiful. One thing I noticed, the women look different this year. You know, the way they're wearing their hair up on top like, gee, I never knew they had ears. My girl had her hair up so high she had to have the perfume sprayed on by a tree surgeon. I worked on that gag all summer. Too bad I didn't get it finished. You know, I saw a sign, by the way, talking about the new hairdresser. I saw a sign in a beauty parlor today coming down here. Marcel and your ears pinned back for $1. Really, my girl had her ears pinned back so far that when she's on the telephone, she can listen with both ears at the same time. She's sort of a Dracula with freckles. You'd like her. And I hear the girls are going to wear those hoop skirts again. You know what a hoop skirt is? That's a parachute with legs. I don't like to wait for anything. You know, my girlfriend brought one yesterday and took it home with her. She has a canary going crazy. He doesn't know where he lives anymore. I don't know where she got the hoops for her skirt, but every time I take her out, her skirt wraps itself around a barrel of beer. My kid brother told me that joke. Just said I'm going to buy him a brain tomorrow. But you know, these hoop skirts are going to save a lot of taxi fare for the men. All they have to do is get a stick and roll their girlfriend home. Good, eh, fellas? No, eh? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet our band. Really a swell band. Skinny Ennis and the boys. You ready, Skinny? Okay, 1, 2. No, boys, not the laughs. I mean your sideline. You know the music. Take it, Skinny.
Must you dance every dance with the same fortunate man? You have danced with him since the music began. Won't you change partners and dance with me? Must you dance quite so close, with your lips touching his face? Can't you see I'm longing to be in his place? Won't you change partners and dance with me? Ask him to sit this one out, and while you're alone, I'll tell the waiter to tell him he's wanted on the telephone. You've been locked in his arms ever since, heaven knows when. So won't you change partners, and then you may never want to change partners again. You've been locked in his arms ever since, heaven knows when. So won't you change partners, and then you may never want to change partners again. So won't you change partners, and then you may never want to change partners again.
Friends, here's a bargain with the capital B. Listen, 1 cent now buys a full-size 50-cent bottle of nationally famous Pepsodent antiseptic. That's right, I said 1 cent. In order to introduce Pepsodent antiseptic to new users and to comply with the flood of requests from regular Pepsodent users who missed out on last year's 1 cent sale, Pepsodent has decided to hold another Pepsodent antiseptic 1 cent sale. And this means that now, for a limited time only, you can get 2 full-size bottles of extra effective Pepsodent antiseptic for just 1 penny more than the regular price of 1 bottle. So if you've never tried effective, pleasant-tasting Pepsodent antiseptic, do so now and save. And as for you regular users, here's your chance to get Pepsodent antiseptic at a rock-bottom price. So stock up for the winter now at about half the regular cost. Use Pepsodent to help fight colds and sweeten the breath. But you'll have to hurry, for this offer holds good only so long as a limited supply lasts. Remember that, all of you who were disappointed last year, and call your nearest drug dealer now, tonight.
And now may I present one of your favorite personalities, feminine star of such pictures as Merrily We Live, Service Deluxe, and currently working on Hal Roach's Topper Takes a Trip, Miss Constance Bennett.
Thank you, Bob, for that introduction. Now what can I say about you?
Well, there's some stuff written there, I think.
Oh, yes, so there is. Bob, you're a swell guy and a very funny comedian.
Yeah? Well, I must have written more than that. Say, Connie, you get around quite a bit on the air, don't you? I heard you Sunday with Charlie McCarthy.
Did you? I had a lot of fun.
Yeah?
Charlie sat on my knee and taught me how to talk without moving my lips.
Connie, if you sit on my knee, I'll keep my mouth shut, too. Charlie McCarthy, what's he got that I wish I had? Woods are full of guys like him.
Bob, one more crack like that and you'll go back to the sticks.
Yeah. I'm through.
Give up.
I like Charlie McCarthy's mouthpiece, too. What's his name, that fellow, the kid with the...
Edgar Bergen.
Yeah, that's it.
Tongue-tied a little bit. Yes, he's very nice. We went over to his house for dinner after the show.
Oh, really? I had dinner over there myself one night, Connie. There were so many people there, they had to put an extra leaf in the table. All during dinner, the leaf kept yelling, "I'll mow you down."
I'd like to stay here and banter with you, Bob, but I must get away early. I'm going to a girls' baseball game.
A girls' baseball game, Connie? Did they play that, too?
Yes, Bob. Girls play baseball all over the country. I may sponsor a team for Constance Bennett Cosmetics.
This script has so many plugs in it, it reads like a racing form.
Say, Miss Bennett, I don't like to butt in, but if you mention your cosmetics once more on this program, I hope your lips stick.
Remember, folks, I hired him for his teeth.
Well, I want to keep my mascara in the public eye.
Well, I want to keep Pepsodent in the public mouth.
Yeah, well, I just want to keep my public. Let's go over to that girls' baseball game, Connie. Let's go right over there.
All right. Just to show you there are no hard feelings, you can bring Bill Goodwin along.
Yeah, he can help us over the fence. Let's go, huh?
Well, here we are at the box office, Bob.
Yeah, well, I'll buy the tickets. I got it right here.
No, Bob. I'll get them. I've got some money.
Oh, no, don't go to the trouble of taking your shoe off right here, Bill. I'll get it. I had some money in my left-hand pocket. If I could only get my mittens off, I have it here.
Hurry, Bob. It's the fifth inning already.
Oh, really? How much are your tickets, madam?
All seats, 50 cents and $1.
Yeah, what have you got for 20 cents?
2 hot dogs.
Are they comfortable?
Well, you can pay me, boys, because I've got 3 passes.
Oh, you have?
Say something funny, Hope.
I can't think of a thing. Let's go in. Say, what a crowd here tonight. Who's playing tonight, Connie?
The Brooklyn Debutantes versus the Dead End Girlies. Listen to the cheers.
We are the Brooklyn Debbies, a roaring fighting team. And if we do not win this game,
I think we'll simply scream.
Say! Isn't that wonderful, Connie?
Yeah, let's sit here next to the Hairdressers Union.
No, I don't like the bleachers.
Oh.
Oh, you died with that. Say, there's something wrong with the looks of that baseball diamond.
Yeah, the girls changed it to a square cut. It's more stylish, you know.
Say, Connie, why are there 3 girls playing third base?
Oh, that's the hot corner. Robert Taylor's sitting over there.
Oh, is that Robert Taylor? I didn't recognize him without his boxing gloves on. Listen to the crowd roar. Say, Connie, who's that blonde playing first base?
Oh, that's the brunette who played second yesterday.
Say, she looks familiar. I think I went out with her about 4 checkbooks ago.
strike 3, you're out.
Sally Rand Fend again.
Popcorn, Potter Puffs, and assorted dresses.
Say, that umpire's a thief. I'm going to throw a bottle down there. Madam, may I borrow your bottle?
Okay, but leave the nipple with the baby.
Slide, Beatrice, slide!
Connie, why did that girl slide into the plate on her face?
Oh, it rained on the field yesterday, Bob. She's trying to get a free mud pack.
Say, isn't it silly to put a totem pole right there at the shortstop? What is that?
That's not a totem pole. That is the shortstop.
Really?
She had her face lifted too often.
Wait, something's wrong over there. It looks like a fight. Oh, they're carrying a man off the field. He tried to sneak over the fence into the 50-cent seats.
Half-buck Benny rides again. He'll be back on the air this Sunday, folks. I like to give these newcomers a break, you know.
Say, Bob, look at that woman going around and around without stopping at home. Who is that?
Oh, that's Mrs. Roosevelt.
Look, Bob.
What?
There's a woman on second, 1 out, and that's Snow White McGillicuddy at bat.
Well, here's the pitch. She takes a swing at it.
Say, what's the matter, Bill?
Why, Connie's fainted. All the players are running off the field. The umpire is waving her arms. What's she saying?
Game called off on account of a mouse. Oh, thank you, Connie, thank you. And now our seventh swingster, 6 hits and a miss. Swing Out with My Walking Stick from Alexander's Ragtime Band.
Without my
Walking stick, I'd go insane. Can't look my best, I'd feel undressed without my cane.
must have my
Walking stick, 'cause it may rain. And when it pours, can't be outdoors without my cane.
If I ever left my house without my walking stick,
What a shame.
It would be just something we could never explain.
Oh, my, the thing that makes me click on Lover's Lane would go for naught if I were caught without my cane. Without my walking stick, I'd go insane. I'd really blow my top. Look my best, I'd feel undressed without my cane. Look out, it's gonna rain, it's bound to rain without my walking stick. When it pours, it really pours without my cane. If I left my house, left without my walking stick,
it'd be something.
that'd be hard to explain. The thing that makes me click, the thing that turns the trick, would go for naught if I were caught
Without my cane.
without my cane.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the lovers of classical music, there I go, I want to present at this time Senor Jerry Colonna, through the courtesy of Warner Brothers. I need say little about his talents. His voice speaks for itself. Senor Colonna.
At last I found thee.
Wait, just a second. I know I have a lot of enemies, but who sent you up here?
Silence, rogue. Do you realize that you've interrupted the great Colonna when the mood for song was beginning to creep upon him? Creep. Creep. Creep.
I wish you'd creep out of the studio.
But I am not finished.
Yeah, what's your opinion against millions of others? Look, I know you call yourself the Great Colonna, but really, who are you?
Oh, yes. You want to know who I am? Here is my card.
Well, so you're the ace of clubs. I could have used you last night.
But last night I was the two of diamonds.
When you were born, the stork must have been dealing off the bottom. Who told you you could sing?
I wish I knew. The stool pigeon. But I have had my happy moments. I was once a gondolier in Venice. Well do I remember. There I was in the middle of the street. People came to hear me from miles around. It was the most extraordinary thing they ever saw.
What, you're singing?
No, knave. I forgot the gondola.
Well, tell me, senor, were you resuscitated?
I was... Check.
Is there anything else you can do, senor, while we're waiting for the wagon?
Oh, yes. A dash of drama.
Drama.
Never will I forget the time I played Romeo and Juliet. In the first act, Juliet tossed me a rose tenderly from between her teeth.
Yeah, what happened in the second act?
Very tenderly, I tossed back her teeth.
Well, senor, tell me, have you ever emptied any theaters in this country?
Yes. My first concert What glorious memories. 30 years ago at the Trocadero.
Wait a minute. 30 years ago, there was no Trocadero. The place was all desert.
Ah, no wonder there were 2 camels applauding.
Check.
Silence, Gate. The great Colonna is about to lift his melodious voice in song.
Over my dead body.
Goody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that at this time that any similarity between Senor Colonna and a human being, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Check.
On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play, you can hear the paddles a-jacking off to Gianna across the bay. On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes play, and the dawn comes up like thunder out of the Gianna cross the bay.
Pepsodent Antiseptic lasts a mighty long time. In fact, 3 times as long as ordinary kinds, because it may be diluted with 2 parts water and still kill germs in seconds. Therefore, those of you who have purchased Pepsodent fairly recently haven't had reason to buy mouth antiseptic in many, many weeks. But if your stock is now getting low, then you're really in luck. For now, for a limited time only, you can actually buy 2 50-cent bottles of Pepsodent Antiseptic by paying just 1 penny more than the regular price of 1 bottle. So if you've never tried this finer, more effective mouth antiseptic, do so now. Of course, you regular users of Pepsodent will want to stock up at this record low price. But don't delay. Order your special 1-cent sale combination package now while a limited supply lasts. Yes, act tonight, for this money-saving 1-cent sale may never be repeated. Well, that song's here again. We can't keep it out. But this time we get Bob Hope's own version of it.
Tisket a tasket, a yellow basket. Send a letter to my mommy.
On the way I dropped it, I dropped it.
Hello? Hope Detective Agency. Manager Hope speaking. Oh, yes, we find anything. I even found a sponsor. Yes? Well, I don't know. Who are you? You don't know? Well, where'd you start for? Oh, listen, I can't find you every 5 minutes, Corrigan. I'm busy. Say, Miss Fitz, where's my assistant, Philo Pants Goodwin?
He's in the back room listening to gangbusters.
Isn't that silly? A detective listening to gangbusters. Call me when the Lone Ranger goes on. All right, Miss Fitz, let's get down to business. Get over in the other knee and take a letter.
Who's it to?
It's to one of our satisfied customers, Mr. Thomas J. McStippet, Alcatraz Finishing School. Dear Butch, I've been looking through my files, but I've been unable to find one that will fit into a pie. Understand you are having your annual water carnival next week. Good luck in the 100-yard dash. Yours for life.
Hey, Chief, I just got an important telephone call from a lady.
Yeah, what'd she say?
Well, I don't know, but it was awful important.
Philo Pants, you're a genius in a moronic sort of way. Get that, Philo Pants.
Hello. Pants on the line. What's that? You say this woman shot her husband at close range?
At close range, eh? Were there any powder marks in the suit?
Yes, that's why she shot him.
Come in.
Tasket.
Why, that's the lady who called me. That's just what she said on the phone.
What's wrong, lady?
It's my basket.
Your basket?
My brown and yellow basket.
What happened to the basket?
I wrote a letter to my mommy, and on the way I dropped it.
She dropped it.
I heard her.
I dropped my yellow basket, and if I do not get it back, I think that I shall die.
She thinks that she shall die.
Oh, my.
Don't worry, madam. We'll find your basket. Philo Pants, call the posse.
Okay, boss. Here, posse. Here, posse.
Tell me, young lady. Tell me, why do you carry letters in a basket anyway?
I don't know. I just read the lines. I don't understand them. We are being watched.
I hope somebody's listening, too. Tell me, have you got any clues?
Yeah, we can't work without clues. After all, clues make the man.
Down, Philo.
Hey, boss, I don't see what all this fuss is about just for a letter in a basket.
The letter contained a sample of a new explosive, so powerful that one drop could blow us all sky high.
What was that?
That's killer fetal bomb. We're saving him as a suspect for our next case. Come on, killer, tell us what you know about this case.
You ain't got nothing on me. I didn't see her drop no brown and yellow basket at Hollywood and Vine. I don't know nothing about no formula for no explosive, and besides, I won't talk.
Took you some time to make up your mind, didn't it, huh?
Say, boss, a little torture ought to loosen his lips.
Yeah, sing him the torture song I torture, Philo.
A tisk, a task.
Oh, stop. Boy, that ain't torture. That's murder.
Give him the works, boss. Tell him those jokes you heard on the Bob Hope program.
Oh, me? Okay. On the way to the studio.
Oh, no, anything but that. I'll tell you all that I know. I'll talk.
Who stole the basket and the envelope with the explosive?
It was the Baron.
I knew it.
He's hiding at the Gargoyle Castle.
Did you say Gargoyle Castle?
Yes, gargoyle, like with Pepsodent antiseptic.
Now that you've given us a plug, let's all get on it. We're off to Gargoyle Castle.
Hi-ho, gargoyle! Gee, this Gargoyle Castle is a mysterious place.
Yeah, take it easy. They may be armed. I want you to all stand behind me, and if you hear a shot,
Yes.
Get in front of me. Okay, ring the bell, Philo.
Okay, boss. Here goes.
Oh, yes! I've been expecting you, but I fooled you. I'm not home.
Wait a minute. If you're not home, how come you're talking to us?
Ah, so you're wondering too?
Wait a minute, Baron. Do you know who I am?
I know you. That clean shirt isn't enough to fool me. You're detectives. Seize him, men.
Oh, yes! Wait a minute. Take your hands off me.
Shut up. What dungeon shall we throw them into, Baron?
Throw them into 77B.
I've been there before. Who laid that egg?
Boss, how are we going to get out of this dungeon?
Don't worry, Philo. You'll forget I'm a master of disguise. I'm going to make myself look exactly like the Baron. Hand me that mustache.
Okay.
Now, do I look like him?
Well, that's perfect, boss. That's perfect. I couldn't tell you from the Baron.
Quiet, Philo. Here comes the Baron now. He's opening the dungeon door.
The Baron! What am I doing in this dungeon?
Oh, so you're wondering, too.
If you're the Baron, then who am I?
You're Detective Hope.
Oh, then I'll have to frisk me. Here's the letter I've been looking for.
Don't open it, Baron. It'll blow you to pieces.
I should worry. I'm Detective Hope, and I hate that guy.
Look, boss. Look, he's still breathing. He still thinks he's Detective Hope.
Quiet, Philo. He's about to speak.
Strange. I always thought Detective Hope led a good life.
Why, what's so strange about that?
It's getting awfully warm where I'm going.
It's in a basket. She took my yellow basket. If she doesn't bring it back, I think that I shall die.
Thanks for the memory of this our opening spot. Say, I practically forgot. You'll love the show next Tuesday. There's a scene where I get shot. You like that so much. And now we are sorry to leave you. It's just for a week we'll be missing to show Pepsodent that you listen. Mail in the doors from 4 drugstores. Say, Bill,
Yes,
what's on
Bob?
tap for next week?
Our special guest is Miss Olivia de Havilland. Skinny Ennis and the band will be back. Jerry Colonna. Our swingsters, 6 hits and a miss. And, of course, you.
And you. And thank you so much.
The tune Change Partners is from the RKO picture Carefree. Until next the same time, the Pepsodent Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sweet is so good to eat, yes, we have it every day. We'll sing this song, it will make us strong, and it takes us out, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups too to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a new comedy.
My Friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane with John Brown as Al.
Friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot, theirs will still be hot. Love, love, love.
Sure, it's something to sing about. And they can sing about it maybe because they haven't any friends. But I'm singing the blues about it because I've got a friend. My friend Irma. Now, don't get me wrong. I love that girl. Most people do. It's just that Mother Nature gave some girls brains, intelligence, cleverness. But with Irma, well, Mother Nature slipped her a Mickey. I will never forget the first time I met her. I was walking along looking for a place to live in New York, and by a strange coincidence, I am having a very tough time. And I keep bumping into people, and I keep saying, I beg your pardon. Excuse me, until...
Oh, excuse me. I just never look where I'm going. I just keep walking with my head high, just like the doctor told me, and taking deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling like this. And I keep counting to myself, 1, 2, 3...
Look, miss, will you stop counting long enough to help me up?
Oh, of course, you must be uncomfortable on your knees.
Oh, no, not at all, honey. I'd love it down here if I was Al Jolson.
Did you see that picture, the Jolson story? I just loved it. I cried and cried.
Fine. Now, would you please help me up?
Oh, certainly. Here, give me your hand. Oh, my, what a beautiful ring. You know, my boyfriend, Al, he was going to get me one just like that. We had it all picked out, only you know what happened?
It wouldn't fit your nose.
Well, it wasn't for my nose, it was for my finger. It wouldn't fit my nose.
I wish it had. I could have pulled myself up.
Oh, you want to get up, don't you?
Yes, if you please. I can't make much time crawling.
I can't either. I always walk. Well, here we go. Up the daisy. Oh, careful, your dress. Oh, we ripped it, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
But you know something? They're wearing split skirts in New York this year.
Yeah, I know, but not all the way up to the neck.
Hey, we haven't been introduced yet. My name's Irma. What's yours?
Goodbye.
Oh, what an unusual name. What's your last name?
Forever.
That's a pretty name, Miss. Goodbye forever.
Oh, Irma. That's when I should have run, but I didn't. Apartments are too hard to find these days, and Irma, bless her heart, is really a sweet kid. So I moved in with her in that one-room furnished freight elevator she called home.
Jane, the telephone's ringing. Jane, the telephone's ringing.
Aren't you going to answer it?
I don't know if it's for me.
Well, take a chance. Take a chance. It's not your nickel.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, she's here. Jane, it's for me.
Irma? You know, if Marconi knew that you were going to use the telephone, he never would have invented it.
Oh, Jane, I'm surprised at you. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, not Marconi.
You see, I'm beginning to think like you.
Everybody knows that Marconi invented spaghetti.
Irma, the telephone.
Oh, hello? Al? Jane, it's Al.
Well, what are you waiting for? Run down to the police station with the bail.
Oh, don't be silly. He's not in jail. Hello, Al? Eh? I. Oh, you?
That's enough for the vowels, Irma. Now try the consonants.
Okay, Al. Goodbye. Jane, Al's coming over.
Oh, honey. Why do you have to spoil our Sunday by having that jobless, phony windbag of an Al over?
Jane.
Yes?
What's your opinion of Al?
I like him. I think he's a live wire, and it's just a matter of time before they hook him up and put a chair under him.
Oh, Jane, I wish you wouldn't pick on Al, because someday I hope to be Mrs. Al.
Oh, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, look, I didn't mean it. Now stop sniffling. You'll ruin your pretty face with your mascara. Come on.
But I love Al.
Yeah, I know you do, Irma. That's the reason I'm hard on him. I want to be sure that the guy who gets my little Irma's heart's got a big enough heart to match it.
Gee, thanks, Jane. Gee, wouldn't it be wonderful if I married Al and we could have a double wedding?
A double wedding? How do you figure that?
It would be if you married Richard Rhinelander III.
That was my blood pressure rising. She would mention his name. You see, Richard Rhinelander III is my boss, and I'm his private secretary. I'm in love with him, but I have no chance to marry him because he's Richard Rhinelander III, and I'm Jane Stacy I. Oh, I tried everything to impress him. I even told him I lived in a very intellectual atmosphere and that my roommate is a promising young novelist. Oh, Stacy, you fool, you. If he ever finds out how you live and what a mental midget Irma really is, you must end up right between the 8, 9, and 10 ball. Gee, I'd love to marry him. Irma, wouldn't it be wonderful if I wound up being Mrs. Richard Rhinelander III?
The third? What good is that if he has 2 other wives?
You know, I won't even stop to answer that one.
Gee, I couldn't marry a wealthy man and have to go to the opera. I don't know a thing about Shakespeare.
Honey, with $5 million, all you got to know about Shakespeare is that he's dead and you're alive. Well, let's forget Mr. Rhinelander. I'll never marry him because there's a difference in family. His ancestors were Mayflower people.
Gee, they made all that money out of donuts?
Irma, if you say another word to me, I'll scream.
Well, if you do, you'll wake up Professor Kropotkin, the violinist downstairs, and he needs sleep.
Irma, I'm going to take a bath.
Well, Jane, don't use all the hot water. This is the day we wash the dishes. Hello? Who did you want to talk to? Jane? Who's this? Oh, Mr. Richard Rhinelander. Well, Jane's busy. You want to hang on for about 20 minutes? Yes, this is Irma, her roommate. How's my book? Oh, I finished it and I'm starting another. Hard on me. No, you know those giant comics are mostly pictures. Oh, I'd like to meet you too, Mr. Rhinelander. Say, I've got an idea. Why don't you dash over for dinner tonight? Huh? Oh, it's no bother. Oh, we'd love to have you. And by the way, if it's not inconvenient, ask your mother to bake us some donuts. Remember, see you at 7:30, and don't bother to dress. It's strictly au gratin. Now, who could that be? Come in.
Hiya, chicken. How are you?
Hello, Al, honey. Gee, I'm glad you came over.
I didn't think I could make it. Took time off from 3 deals that were just simmering, dying to burst into flame. Stuff like stucco bathtubs, scratch while you bathe. Tremendous project.
Oh, Al, you're always talking business.
Gotta be on my toes, honey, if you and I ever expect to settle down in that cozy little 30-room cottage.
Oh, gee, Al, I'd just love to hear you talk like that. Come over here a minute, honey, and look in my eyes. What do you see?
Murine. Now, there's another great moneymaker. Wish I'd thought of that.
Al, I know how ambitious you are, but can't you forget business and be a little more romantic?
Well, I'd love to, kid, but in order to give you the good things in life, I got to start thinking about this big deal I got brewing.
Oh, gee, Al, if your deal comes through, maybe you and I could settle down on a little ranch.
I can see it now, the Egg and Irma.
Hiya, Janie. What's the good word?
Jane, Al's got a big deal on it.
And what a deal. I just happened to line up no less than $100,000 worth of surplus Army goods.
Gee, Al, what kind of surplus are you going to sell?
Ripcords.
Ripcord?
This is a big deal. I got a pajama manufacturer lined up to take the whole lot of it. I even got an advertising gimmick with these ripcords. Listen to this. You get up in the morning and bail out of your pajamas. You like it, Jane?
I don't know how I ever lived this long without it.
And that ain't all. This is a big promotion. You take a 2-page ad in Life showing a picture of a beautiful girl ready to retire. And underneath, the caption...
Hit the silk.
Yeah. How'd you know?
It figures.
I think it's wonderful. What do you think, Jane?
You know, the whole thing has tired me out. I'm going back and take another shower.
You see, chicken, I'm a beaten man. Jane doesn't believe in me.
Well, that's not true. Jane likes you, Al. She always takes 2 showers on Sunday.
I see. One for herself and one for those dirty looks she gives me.
And besides, Al, once you get to know Jane, you'll realize that her bark is worse than her trees.
You know, honey, I wouldn't say this to anybody else. But things are going so badly for me lately that I may be forced to do something desperate.
Al, you're going to get a job?
Irma, watch your language.
I'm sorry, Al. I only...
A job? Irma, supposing a man like me would consent to go to work, say, for a bank, at a small starting salary of $500 a week. Naturally, somebody like me moves fast. At the end of a year, I'm making $1,000 a week as a second vice president. In 2 years, I'm making $2,000 a week as a first vice president. In 10 years' time, I'm president of the bank and I got $100,000. Where do I go from there? I'm in a rut.
But, Al...
Well, Irma, I'm in a rut now, and it didn't take me 10 years to get there. So you see how foolish it'd be for me to get a job. You understand, kid?
It's clear to me, Al.
It is? Well, I'm glad. You're a great girl and you deserve the best.
But I don't want the best. I want you, Al.
You know, the brakes have always been against me. It'd be different if I wasn't a practical man, but my deals are so sound. It's all a question of the brakes.
Gee, Al, I wish there was something I could do to help you.
Thanks, chicken. But a guy like me with my ideas has got to mix with the right people. If I could only meet a man who's a millionaire.
Well, Al, suppose you met a millionaire who's got money besides.
Irma, what do you mean?
Well, Al, I'm throwing a dinner party tonight.
Dinner party?
Uh-huh. Yes, I've invited Jane's boss over. You know, the millionaire Richard Rhinelander III.
Richard Rhinelander III?
Yeah, she's crazy about him, and I thought an intimate gathering would bring them together socially, and financially it would bring the two of you together. So why don't you just surprise us and drop over casually after dinner and bring your ideas?
The millionaire Richard Rhinelander III. You know, Irma, if a guy like me with my ideas could meet a millionaire like Jane's boss, it'd be a natural combination.
Oh, wonderful, Al. It'll be perfect. I can kill you and Jane with one stone.
But won't Jane mind my coming?
No, it's a surprise party. She doesn't even know Richard Rhinelander's coming.
Thanks, baby. You're a genius. I'll be there.
Oh, before you go, Al, haven't you forgotten something?
Huh? Oh, yeah. What time does Rhinelander get here?
Irma's Al left...
Oh.
Just leaving now. So long, ladies. See you later.
Honey, be careful going home. There's a crime wave on.
Yeah, Al, keep your hat turned down. You don't want to get picked up.
You fracture me. So long, chicken. See you later.
Jane, isn't Al wonderful?
You asked me, so I'll tell you. For me, he'd be obnoxious.
Well, for me, he's perfect. Because I wear low-heeled shoes, so we're both the same size.
Irma, please don't make me feel any worse than I feel now.
Well, don't feel low, Jane. I've got a surprise for you. You know who's coming for dinner tonight? Richard Rhinelander III.
Oh, wonderful. And I'm Margaret O'Brien by former marriage to Eddie Cantor. Irma?
Yeah?
Let's go out for dinner, huh? See a movie tonight?
Well, we can't make it tonight, Jane, because we're having a dinner party.
We're having a dinner party?
Yes, I told you. I've invited your boss, Richard Rhinelander III, to dinner tonight.
You invited my boss to dinner tonight? Here? Irma, how could you?
Well, it was simple. He called up and asked to talk to you, and you were busy, so I invited him.
Oh, no. This is all a dream.
Oh, and after dinner, Al's going to drop over, and if Professor Kropotkin comes up, it'll be a wonderful party.
Oh, no, this is a nightmare. Give me that phone. Maybe it's not too late to stop him. Oh, dear. Oh. Hello? Hello, is Mr. Rhinelander there? He's not? Well, could you please tell me where he went? Oh, he left to go to a dinner party at a Miss Jane Stacy's. Thank you.
Jane, what are you doing?
Nothing. Just writing a suicide note.
And now the Sportsman with Lev Gluskin and his orchestra and their own special arrangement of...
Good night, ladies, good night, ladies, good night, ladies, we're gonna leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along, merrily we roll along, o'er the deep blue sea, o'er the deep blue sea. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night. Toodaloo.
Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night. Toodaloo.
Farewell, ladies, or we're gonna leave you now. Merrily, merrily we roll along, merrily, merrily we roll along, merrily, merrily we roll along, o'er the deep blue sea. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along, merrily we roll along, o'er the deep blue. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along, merrily we roll along, o'er the deep. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along, merrily we roll along, o'er the. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along, merrily we roll along, o'er the deep, deep blue sea.
Richard Rhinelander III is coming to dinner. Now I'm really trapped because I told him that I lived in an artistic neighborhood and that my roommate was a budding novelist. How could I justify having him sit around with that scintillating duo of conversationalists Irma and Al? Mr. Rhinelander is expecting an evening based on table talk a la Information, Please. What he's going to get is People Are Funny or It Pays to Be Ignorant. Well, finally, 7:30 rolled around. The bottle of martinis was catching a chill in the icebox, and I was running a fever in the living room. Richard would be arriving at any minute, and Irma wasn't ready. Irma, sweetie, it's 7:30.
I know, Jane. I'm just getting into my dress. How do you like it?
Don't you think you ought to get a little further into it?
Al likes this dress.
Al would, but Mr. Rhinelander wouldn't. Now, come on, huh? You've got just time to waltz this broom around a few times.
Okay.
Irma, huh? No, don't sweep the dirt under the rug. Man downstairs has been complaining.
Complaining?
Yeah, you know, that hole in the floor.
Jane, I have a wonderful idea. Why don't we take the rug off, and then with a hole in the ceiling, we'll have cross ventilation.
Oh. Irma, I'm so nervous.
Well, don't worry. I'll handle everything. Haven't you confidence in me?
Well, certainly I have.
Well, then why are you shaking?
I always shake like this before I have a nervous breakdown. Now, Irma, let's not be nervous, huh? Let's just take it easy. Now, let's see. First, we serve the martinis, and then...
I don't have to drink a martini, do I, Jane?
What's that got to do with it?
I'd rather have milk.
Well, how can you drink milk when we're drinking martinis?
Oh, I know. I'll drink milk, but I'll put an olive in it.
Oh, Irma. He's here. Oh, he's here. Now listen to me, Irma. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I've got confidence in you, and I know you'll do everything right, because if you don't, I think I'll kill myself and then you. Now, you ready? Okay. Irma, put the broom away. Come in.
I beg your pardon, but does Jane Stacy live... Oh, of course. Good evening, Jane. I didn't recognize you for a moment.
That's because she didn't take the curlers out of her hair.
How silly of me. Come in, Mr. Rhinelander. May I present my roommate, Irma?
How do you do?
Hello.
Irma, would you mind taking Mr. Rhinelander's hat?
I can't.
Why not?
His head is still in it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here it is.
Irma, now that you have Mr. Rhinelander's hat, would you mind taking the broom away from him?
Oh.
Irma, now that you have the broom, would you mind taking Mr. Rhinelander's hat away from him? Oh. Won't you sit down, Mr. Rhinelander?
Oh, thank you, Jane, but you don't have to be so formal. My friends always call me Richard.
Thank you. Cigarette, Richard?
Thank you.
Match, Richard?
Thank you.
Ashtray, Richard?
Thank you. Cigarette, Irma?
Thank you.
Match, Irma?
Thank you.
Ashtray, Irma?
No, thank you. I don't smoke.
You writers, you're all alike. Witty and eccentric.
Yes, I knew you'd like Irma's wit. It's so natural.
Yes, so I noticed. My, what a charming apartment you have here. When will the remodeling be finished?
Remodeling? Remodeling? This is it.
Yes, it's small, but our neighbors are so interesting. Artists, writers, musicians, you know. For instance, there's a very famous violinist who lives downstairs. He's Professor Kropotkin.
Kropotkin? Kropotkin?
Yeah, he plays in the Paradise Burlesque. Have you ever been there?
Well, I don't think so.
Well, it doesn't matter. You wouldn't have seen him anyway because he plays the violin under the runway.
Yes, a lot of our neighbors are eccentric, but they're all artistic.
Oh, I know what you mean. A charming environment.
Yeah.
You know, it's hot in here. I think I'll open the window.
Hey, Mrs. Flanagan! Did you hear the news about Johnny O'Toole downstairs? Last night he come home roaring drunk and staggering up the stairs.
Shall we go in to dinner? If I live to be the oldest woman in the United States and Canada, I'll never forget that dinner. It started off with Irma taking from the right and serving from the left. She also did a little dropping in the middle. And Mr. Rhinelander looked very fetching wearing a hamburger over his right eye. Then we got to the dessert. And it seems that Irma had put the dessert in the wrong tray in the icebox. It was the first time I'd ever tasted cauliflower sherbet. So much for the food. The conversation was a monster in its own right. Richard said,
Fortunately, I've been able to travel considerably. Irma, do you like to travel?
And Irma said,
oh, yes, it's really the only way to get any place.
Well, finally it was over, and we decided to have our coffee in the living room.
Well, Jane, that was an excellent dinner.
Thank you.
Wonderful food.
That's nothing unusual. We always have food for dinner.
Oh, Irma, you have a priceless wit. Hasn't she, Jane?
She has? Oh, yes, she has.
You know, Mr. Rhinelander, I envy Jane working for you.
Yes, the investment business can be exciting, but, you know, I wish I had more time for sports.
Oh, you do love sports, don't you, Richard?
Yes, I don't like to brag or appear stuffy, but at college I won my letter in 6 different sports.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? And weren't you voted the best-looking man on the campus?
Oh, well, Jane, that was only kid stuff. But getting back to sports, since going into business with Dad, he sort of kept me hopping. You know how the office is, but, Jane, with you being the capable secretary you are, I've been able to find some time for squash and badminton at the athletic club.
Oh, well, personally, I love golf. It's such an exciting game, and yet it's so simple.
Yes, but you know, tennis has a dash of that same excitement.
I swim, ride horseback, play tennis, bowl, and shoot pool.
Irma, do you really do all those things?
No, but I have to keep up my end of the conversation.
More coffee, Richard?
No, thank you.
I think you're wise. Coffee does keep one awake.
Yes, coffee does have that effect on me. How about you, Irma?
They've got an awful lot of coffee in Brazil.
Irma, we know you're in the conversation, dear. Just take it easy.
Well, okay, I think I'll open the window.
No, don't. No, Irma, the window. No.
And the next night, Johnny O'Toole comes home again, roaring drunk, staggering up the stairs, hanging an arm like that.
Chilly out tonight, isn't it, Richard?
Well, now let's get down to business. When are you two going to get married?
Irma! Oh, Richard, I really don't know what to say.
Well, Irma, really, I'm very fond of Jane, but of course you know there's my father.
Your father, let him get his own girl.
Oh, Irma. Oh, come in.
Hiya, folks.
What a surprise. Look, Jane, it's Al.
The next sound you hear is Jane Stacy blowing her brains out.
Al, I'd like you to meet Richard Rhinelander III. Richard, this is my boyfriend, Al.
How do you do?
Well, hiya, Richard. Heard a lot about you.
Richard, wouldn't you care to go to a movie or something?
Oh, no sense in breaking up the party. Let's sit around and chew the fat.
Richard's not hungry, Al. We just finished dinner.
Well, Rich, what's new on the street?
The street?
Yeah, you know, the exchange.
Oh, well, cotton was a little slow this past week.
Uh-huh. Knew it. What about steel?
It's a little off.
I knew it. Richard, you can see for yourself the handwriting's on the wall.
Really?
You gotta get out of Wall Street.
I do?
Oh, absolutely. Sure, you could plug along, making $1 million here and $1 million there, but have you got security?
Well, Al, I'm pretty satisfied with the investment business, and I think there's a great future in it for me. Granddad was president, and then Father became president, and soon I'll be president.
You see what I mean, Irma?
Yeah, the whole family's in a rut.
But it's not too late, Rich. There's a place for you in my organization.
Richard, let's go to a movie.
No, Jane, let him talk. This whole thing may develop into a merger.
Merger? You're right, Irma. Richard, I'm going to make a big man out of you. How would you like to team up with me?
Well,
Now listen to me, Richard.
Well-
Here's the plan. We've a chance to corner the market on surplus ripcords. We'll go out into the open market, buy short, sell long.
Jane, the evening's going just like I planned. The boys are in there getting along beautifully.
Beautifully. If Richard reaches for his wallet, he'll shake hands with Al.
Now, Jane.
Now, listen to me, Irma. You've ruined me. I should never have moved in with you.
But, Jane...
Don't but Jane me.
But I thought...
I don't care what you thought. You've ruined everything. Imagine his coming from his mansion on Park Avenue to this dump. Now, to top it off, your boyfriend Al is trying to sell him ripcord.
But, Jane, Al's only trying to fix it so he has security.
Irma, I've got news for you. Richard Rhinelander III has $5 million he hasn't even counted yet.
But after he counts it, what then? He'll be in a rut.
By inviting him to dinner tonight, you've just ruined me. Now, I'm going back in there, apologize, quit my job, and spend the night at the YWCA.
But, Jane, are you a member?
No, but I'll join. And another thing. The next time we meet on the street, I only want you to say one thing. Goodbye.
Will General Motors go for it? Richard, their tongues are hanging out for ripcord.
Well, Al,
Richard,
I really don't...
I mean, Mr. Rhinelander, I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Sorry? About what?
Oh, you know, bringing you down here and having you meet people like Al and Irma.
Why,
and...
Jane, you've nothing to be sorry about. I'm delighted to have met two such real people as Al and Irma.
And we're delighted to have met a millionaire with money.
Oh, Irma, how could you?
Now, leave her alone, Jane. That's what I like about Irma now. They're so natural and honest.
Oh, Dickie, thank you for that vote of confidence.
I'm so happy for you, Mr. Rhinelander. Now you can have security.
You see, Jane...
You see, Richard, you were so wealthy and you live on Park Avenue and everything, and I thought your coming here, well, I tried to impress you, and I guess I've just been a fool. Well, I don't know what to say.
Well, I'd like to say thank you, Jane, for a splendid evening. I like your apartment, and I think Al and Irma are swell. And Al, if you've got time, I want you to drop into the office, and maybe we can go into your ripcord proposition at length. Well, I've got to run along now. Goodbye, Jane, and please invite me again real soon.
Oh, goodbye, Richard.
Well, gotta run now.
Where are you going, honey?
Where am I going? Now I gotta see where I can get hold of some ripcord.
That's my friend Al.
And that's my friend Irma.
My Friend Irma was written and directed by Cy Howard. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Chicago, we invite you to enjoy Life. Life with Luigi, a new comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring J. Carrol Naish. A year ago, when Luigi Basco left Italy to start his new life in America, he promised his mother that he would write her and tell her about his adventures. So now we look over Luigi's shoulder as he writes another letter to Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma Mia, Chicago is a very fine city and full of very fine people. It's very interesting for me to stand in front of my store and watch people walk by and guess what they are by the way they walk. Yesterday I watched a man. He walked very fast. He's a banker. Then I see a man walking not so fast, not slow. I think he's a clerk. Then I see a man. He walks very slow and look very sad. He's a Republican. Because, you see, Mamma Mia, was a big election in America last week. Was a very close race between the two fellas. Mr. Truman win, Dr. Gallup lose. But now, American people forget all about the politics. Now they're interested in football. But it's a wonderful country when one day people fight about politics, next day football, and I'm very happy to be here. Only our countryman, Pasquale, who bring me to this country and who has Pasquale's Spaghetti Palace next door, he is unhappy. For him, only important campaign is for me to marry his daughter Rosa. Oh, Mamma Mia. If you see her, you know what means the word inflation. She weighs more than she's worth. If a fella marry her, and must carry bride into house after the wedding, he can't make it in one trip, or must make it 2 trips. But I have my antique business, and I try to forget the Pasquale. This morning, just before my general manager, the 12-year-old bambino Jimmy O'Connor, go to school, I show him a sign that I paint myself. All right, Jimmy, we put the sign in the window. Then you go to school. How you like it?
Special fire sale. But, boss, you haven't had a fire.
I know, but tomorrow I must pay insurance, so today I have fire sale. How you like my printing, Jimmy?
Well, for a man who's only been here a little while, it's pretty good.
Sure. I don't write with the broken handwriting anymore. You tell my teacher, Miss Spaulding, huh?
Hey, boss, look who's coming.
Customer?
No, it's Mr. Pasquale. What does he want so early in the morning?
Same thing he wants later tonight. I should marry Rosa.
What are you going to say?
Same thing. No.
Maybe I ought to stay.
Don't worry, Jimmy. You go to school.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
Hello, Jimmy.
Goodbye, Mr. Pasquale. Goodbye, boss.
Study harder, Jimmy. Maybe one day you go to electoral college.
Ah, he's a fighter, boy. And you look a fighter, too.
The answer is no.
I didn't even ask you anything. You know the answer.
You're going to ask me to marry Rosa. The answer is no.
You think a rose is the only thing out of my mind?
See.
No, you out of my mind. Today, I'm just full of love for everybody, even you. No hard feelings, only sweet. And I'm going to prove it to you. Tonight, I'm going to give you a vacation.
Where I go?
First, I ask you, if somebody say to you, Luigi Basco, you choose any place you like to go in Chicago tonight, what do you say?
Who asked me?
Well, suppose. It's like in a storybook when you was a little bambino. Good fairies ask you.
Then I go to beautiful palace downtown. Buy popcorn, and while I eat the popcorn, I see a movie.
It's even better. How would you like to go to the opera tonight?
Opera? Oh, Pasquale, I don't hear opera since I leave Italy.
You like opera, eh?
It's a foolish question. It's like asking you if you like money.
All right. Here's your 2 tickets for the opera.
Free?
Free.
How much?
That's the matter for you. Why are you so suspicious? Here, you hold the ticket.
Okay, Pasquale.
Fine. Now you find a nice girl and you take her to the opera.
Okay, I call up Mrs. Spaulding. She's a nice girl.
If I give you 2 tickets and I say find a nicer girl, I'm no mean a Spaulding. I'm a mean a Rosa.
Then no more talk about a marriage.
Okay, no more talk about a marriage. We talk about opera. Okay?
See, what opera is it?
Marriage of Figaro.
There you go again.
That's the name of the opera. That's the matter for you. Go to opera here. Take a Rosa. Here's the 2 tickets.
If I take a Rosa, then I need 3 tickets.
Okay. So Rosa, she's a little fat. What else you got against her?
Nothing.
Then why don't you marry my baby?
I'm in no position to marry.
So you change your position.
You don't understand. First place, I owe you $800.
Forget it.
It's very easy for me to forget. Trouble is, you always remind me.
Not today.
Then I have a little store. Is it just big enough for me and Jimmy?
I build you a new store. I even buy you new antiques.
Isn't that right? I don't want your money.
Please, Sir Luigi, don't let my money stand in the way.
Even if I love a Rosa, I don't marry her. I can't even afford to buy girl a little present.
You marry Rosa, she give you a little present.
Look, Pasquale, all over the world is a custom. If fella gonna marry girl, he give her engagement ring.
I don't believe in engagement. With me, get right down at the business. Put on a wedding ring.
I don't have a money even for a wedding ring.
I buy you one.
No.
I ask my wife, Teresa, she lend you hers. She's to wear it long enough.
I'm much obliged. No, Pasquale, I don't marry Rosa unless I have to.
Is this your final statement, my
Yes.
son? Absolute positive final statement?
Yes.
And give me back my tickets. No marriage to Rosa, no marriage to Figaro.
That Pasquale, he's so angry he don't even close the door. Well, it's a nice day. Maybe I catch a little bit of air.
Out of my way, bud!
Well, excuse me, mister. You don't see me, huh? He must have been in a big hurry. Hey, mister, you dropped something. Hey! Mamma mia, you dropped a diamond ring. Excuse me, lady. I find the ring, so I like to advertise in your newspaper here.
Yes?
Please, I like to see the boss, Mr. Greeley.
Who?
Mr. Greeley.
We don't have any Mr. Greeley.
But it say up there, Horace Greeley, founder.
Oh, that Mr. Greeley. He's not connected with us anymore. What is it you want?
See this ring?
It's a honey.
It's a diamond. I find it in front of my store. And my teacher, Miss Spaulding, she say advertise, and so now I come...
Well, advertising department to your right.
Right.
What can I do for you, sir?
I like to put an ad in your paper.
Oh, good. How much space would you like?
I think 1 page is plenty.
A page? Yes. Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
May I have your name?
Basco. Luigi Basco.
Well, mine is Randall.
Hello.
What is the nature of your business, Mr. Basco?
Old and new antiques, also statues of colonial furniture.
And where are you located?
Next door to Pasquale Spaghetti Palace.
Where's that?
Next door to me.
Any credit or banking references?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, do you want to be billed for this, or will you pay cash?
Oh, I pay cash.
A page, that will be $3,000.
$3,000? I don't know. It costs us so much. I don't think I'd take a page.
Well, how much would you like to spend? $1,500 or $1,000?
A little less.
Well, then how much would you like to spend?
$2.
What'd you say?
$2.
Yes, that's what I thought you said.
Oh, what's the matter? You angry?
No. I never lose my temper, no.
Well, it's all right. If you lose temper, all you have to do is put an ad and you find it again.
Thanks.
How big is this ad?
1 inch. Now, what do you want to advertise?
I find the ring today and I want to give it back.
A lost and found ad.
Just found. Other fella lost.
Might happen to you sometime. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
This is first place I come to.
All right. Now, what kind of a ring is it?
Here.
An engagement ring.
See.
I see, all right.
You don't understand. When I say see, this means yes.
Yes, I understand.
But when I say see, this means look.
Whichever it is, what do you want to say in this ad?
Ladies and gentlemen. If somebody lose engagement ring, please come see Luigi Basco, old and new antiques at 21 North Halstead Street. Open night and day, no appointment necessary. Only 2 blocks from Elevated Station. Walk to corner.
You want to say all that for $2?
No.
But how can we fit all that in a 1-inch ad?
Use small letters.
Well, 1-inch ad wouldn't hold more than about a dozen words.
Then what I say?
Well, let me see. Ring found in front of 21 North Halstead Street. Call Luigi Basco.
This is first time I have name in American newspaper. Maybe I spend more money. Take more space.
Well, for $4, Mr. Basco, I can give you a 2-inch ad.
On the front page?
And I suppose you'd like us to run your picture for the same price.
Good. That's a good idea, Mr. Randall. Never so much I expect in America.
Look, Mr. Basco. For 2 inches, you get 25 words in the classified ad section. Now, will you please dictate it to me?
Then say, Luigi Basco, 21 North Halstead Street, the dealer in new and used antiques.
You can drop that.
Drop a what?
The antique stuff.
If I drop antique stuff, it'll break.
No, I mean omit.
Omit?
Yes, leave out.
Why?
Well, the antique stuff takes up too much room.
Oh, no, I got a bigger store.
Mr. Basco, please finish that ad. Remember now, 25 words.
All right. Luigi Basco.
Okay, that's 2 words.
21 North Halstead Street.
That's 6 words.
Who owns antique store?
10 words.
Found the diamond ring.
13. Remember, 25 words.
If owner tell me inside says John to marry Winnetka. 1946, I return the ring.
26 words. Mr. Basco, 1 too many.
Then make it 1945.
Mr. Basco! No, never mind. I'll do it myself. I'll just do it. Here we go. There we are. 25 words.
What word do you take out?
Winnetka.
Oh, no, it's my favorite word.
But you must lose some word.
Okay. I show you how to get it. Take out my name.
Look, Mr. Basco. There's a fine newspaper across the street. There are competitors. We hate them. There's $2 of my own. It's my lunch money. You go over there and give them the ad.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Randall. But I give you my business. And here's my $2.
Yes, well, thank you. And if you ever find anything again, keep it.
No. Oh, no. Honesty is the best policy.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
Where you been?
Newspaper office.
What for? Never see a fella like you. Always going to some new place.
It's like this, Pasquale. I explain to you. I find a ring.
You find a ring?
This morning, a fella bumped into me. He dropped a ring, he run away.
So you gave it to a newspaper?
No. My teacher, Miss Spaulding, she say, if you find the ring, you advertise in the paper. Same time also advertise in my business. Free.
What kind of ring?
This one.
Hey, that's a beautiful engagement ring.
Sure.
Where you find it?
In the front of my store.
I bet you get a bigger reward.
Oh, I don't care.
I care. Who's your landlord?
You.
Well, if you find in front of my property, then we go 50-50, eh?
I don't argue. If fella give me money, I give you half.
I'm only fooling, Luigi. Who's interested in the money?
You.
No, Luigi. There's come a time when the happiness is more important than the money.
Pasquale, you feel all right?
No.
That's what I think.
I'm an old man, Luigi. I'm already living my life. Pretty soon, I say goodbye to you.
Goodbye, Pasquale.
Don't be in such a hurry.
Then I wait.
How would you like to do one little favor for poor Pasquale before he's a kick in the bucket, eh?
Please, Pasquale. You make me very sad.
Luigi, you my countryman. I do you a favor, I bring you over. Now maybe you do me one favor before I say bye-bye.
I try, Pasquale.
For one little second, put that ring on a Rose's finger.
You just plain dead, Pasquale. You try to fool me.
I no fool you, Luigi. I just want to see with my own eyes how Rose's look when she's wearing an engagement ring. Then I die happy.
Is this a promise?
I give you my word. What do you say?
But, Pasquale, girl's name on the ring is Mary.
That's no problem. Mary! Rosa! Come out to here and bring your finger with you.
You called me, Papa!
Look who's here, Rosa.
Hello, Luigi.
Hello, Rosa.
Go ahead, Luigi. Put on the ring.
Okay, Pasquale, but you promise Rosa take it right off.
Listen, Luigi, I'm a dying.
So am I.
Put on a third finger, left hand.
Can't tell the difference. It's too bad, Pasquale. The ring don't fit.
Stop breathing, Rosa. Now both of us are together. Push. Okay. Now you can breathe again.
Oh. I do your papa a favor. I make old man happy, Rosa.
I feel 20 years younger already, my son.
Mamma mia.
Now you two is engaged.
Engaged? Is there no time to laugh, Rosa?
Is it your ring, Luigi, no?
No.
You find it, it's yours, that's the law.
I find the real owner.
You the real owner, my son.
Rosa, give me back the ring.
I see you put a ring on a Rosa's fingers with my own eyes. That's enough for me.
Please, Rosa, stop breathing. I pull off the ring.
What's the difficulty?
The ring, she's stuck.
So are you, my son.
For the second act of Luigi Basco's adventures in Chicago, we turn to page 2 of his letter to his mother in Italy.
So, Mamma Mia, I'm in a big trouble. Pasquale talked me into putting ring on a Rosa's finger. Now ring won't come off. It's like trying to pull a cow out of a milk bottle. So Pasquale is very happy. Like they say in America, He got to me over barrel. If ring don't come off Rosa's finger, then I must marry barrel. Now, with the Rosa attached, owner no have to give me reward. I give owner reward.
Hello, Luigi. Hello. Well, pretty soon now you're going to lead my Rosa down the bridle path.
Pasquale, I'm not going to marry Rosa.
You give a Rosa a ring, you engage.
But it was not my ring, Pasquale.
If nobody shows up, it's your ring.
So what?
Put the two and the two together, what do you got?
Rosa.
Look, don't worry, Luigi. Maybe now you don't love Rosa, but when you marry her, she's a grow out of you.
I'm not a flower pot, Pasquale. I put the ring on a Rosa only to do you a favor.
That's right. That's what I tell everybody. Luigi Basco, do me a big favor. He's a marrying my Rosa.
You no right to tell people lie.
Okay, you don't want to marry Rosa? Take her back of the ring.
I can't.
So you see, it's the truth. And don't worry, my son. Pretty soon you believe it, too. And I already make plans for the wedding. It's going to be the biggest wedding anybody's having in this neighborhood. People are going to talk about it for years.
That's because I'm not going to be there.
You're going to be there. You'll be there, all right. All dressed up like a dummy in a window. Black coat, the stripes of pants, and a Rosa, she's going to be dressed in white. And listen, Luigi, my wife, Teresa, she's been out cooking up a smaller family dinner for tonight. I'll be back in a half an hour.
I'm not going.
Then Rosa's a comer for you. Instead of you carry her over the threshold, and she's a carry you.
Mamma mia, I'm in a big trouble. Oh, here come a customer.
Is this 21 North Halstead Street?
See?
You Luigi Basco?
See.
Okay, cough up that ring.
Please, mister. I'm not the swallow ring.
And hand it over.
You see my ad in the paper?
Yeah. Come on, quit gabbing.
How I know is your ring?
I'm the guy you bumped into.
Excuse me, you bump into me, then I holler.
Okay. Come on, let's have that ring.
First, you identify. What it say inside the ring?
John to marry Winnetka 1946.
Oh, you John?
No, I'm Mary. Come on, get going, Buster. We'll have trouble.
Got plenty of trouble already.
If you're smart, you'll get rid of that hunk of ice fast. It's hot.
Hot ice?
Yes. Now, come on, stop stalling. You're talking to little Louie.
I don't have a ring. Rosa, she's got it.
Rosa? Who's she, the fence?
She's the whole backyard.
Come on now, cut that double talk.
Please, you're choking me. It's like this, Mr. Little Louis. I show Pasquale the ring, and he said to me
now, look, cut the conversation. I want that ring or you'll wind up in cement.
Mamma mia, you're a sculptor.
No wisecracks. Come on, where's the ring?
I don't have. It's on a girl's finger.
And get it off her.
Please, give me a little time.
I'll give you 15 minutes. If that ring ain't here then, Bud, you're dead.
Thank you. Pasquale.
Luigi, what's the matter? You shaking it like a spaghetti in a hot water.
Luigi, I'm in a plenty hot water. Pasquale, owner of a ring was just in my store.
I don't believe this. So what does he want?
Ring. Please, Pasquale, must take ring off Rosa's finger.
Oh, no. I don't trust you, Luigi. Once you take off, you never put them on again.
He's a very mean fellow, Pasquale. If I don't have a ring in 15 minutes, I'm dead. And then Rosa be widow even before she's married.
That's pretty bad for you.
Please, Pasquale, I don't want to die before I get a citizen of papers.
That's a foolish talk. Is it not illegal for a dead man to vote?
Pasquale, you must pull a ring from Rosa's finger.
It's easier to pull a Lake of Michigan from a Chicago. But I help you, Luigi.
How?
When a man is coming for the ring, if he don't find the ring, maybe he's a take money.
But I don't got the money.
Luigi, I lend you the money. I don't want a condition.
Okay. I'm Mariosha.
Here you are, my son. Give a man $100. That's a plenty for a ringer like that. What do you say, my son?
Thank you, Papa.
Hey, look, there's a Jimmy coming home from school.
Hello, Mr. Pasquale. Hello, boss.
Hello, Jimmy. Soon are you going to be a flower girl?
What did Pasquale mean by that?
It means sooner you're going to be flower boy.
Huh?
Yes, sir, Jimmy. I'm going to marry Rosa.
Oh, no, boss.
Oh, yes, sir, Jimmy.
How did Pasquale hook you?
Here's a long story, Jimmy. I find the ring today, and...
Ring?
You know about it?
Well, not about the one you found. But here's something in this afternoon's paper. Listen to this. Hendricks home robbed. Bandits escape with famous jewelry collection. Diamond ring stolen valued at $20,000.
What else to say, Jimmy?
Inside the ring, there's an inscription. Married to John, Winnetka.
1946. Mamma mia.
Hey, boss, how did you know that?
Quicker, Jimmy, call up the police.
Give me the police.
Put that phone down.
Who are you?
Detective Aran.
You got a wonderful police department. Very good service.
Now, never mind the wisecracks. Search a joint, Tom.
Right, Harry.
So you're Luigi Basco.
Yes, sir, Mr. Policeman.
You packing a rod?
I'm not in a rod packing a business.
Now, where's that ring, Mr. Basco?
I know God.
Look, we just picked up little Louie, so you might as well come clean.
Nothing in there except some old furniture.
You look in the backyard?
Yeah.
Find anything?
About 30 Dewey statues.
Say, I sell them to you cheap.
Who helped you pull that big job?
Big job?
Stop stalling.
Only big job I know is the Rosa.
Rosa. Who's Rosa, the brains of the mob?
She looked like the whole mob.
Yeah, what'd you do with the ring?
Please, I tell you a whole story.
Take this down, Tom. Shoot, Luigi.
You shoot a Luigi and I can't tell him my story. This morning, I find a ring out the side of my store.
Look, little Louie told us all about it.
Hey, Luigi, is the fella coming for the money?
Not yet.
Oh, at the ring, it's looking so beautiful out of Rosa's a finger.
Oh, yeah? Who's this guy?
That's the Pasquale.
Who'd you say was wearing the ring?
My little girl, Rosa.
Oh, so you're in on this, too.
Hey, why are you asking so many questions?
We're from the police department.
Well, I'm no buy no tickets to the policeman's ball.
Pasquale, please, you're talking too much.
You'll talk more downtown. Tom, get the girl Rosa. Maybe the gang will talk to the chief.
The chief?
Mamma mia, they still got Indians in Chicago.
Here they are, Mr. District Attorney.
Now, you, Mr. Basco, and you too, Mr. Pasquale, you'd better listen to me carefully.
See.
Now, I've read the statements you two men gave the police, and I don't believe a word of it.
That's the truth to Mr. D.A., I swear. If I'm a lying, I hope for Luigi's to drop dead.
But it's all your fault, Pasquale. I tell you, no, try the ring on Rosa's finger. You say try.
If you married my Rosa a long time ago, this don't happen.
Stop that private argument. You're going to talk yourselves into a long prison sentence.
Please, Mr. Attorney. I'm an honest citizen.
He's no citizen.
But when I get to my papers, I'm honest citizen. Now I'm just honest Luigi. I do everything like the law says. Law says don't step on the grass. Luigi don't step on the grass. Sign says don't feed animals. Luigi don't feed animals. Sign says one-way street. I walk one way. Sign says don't cross the street. So I'm in this country 1 year and I never been on the other side of the street yet. All of my life, I only want to be in this country.
I understand, Mr. Basco. But this whole thing is incredible. I don't understand how a man like Mr. Pasquale
speaker, Mrs. Milan's very own. That is, when our young son Daniel hasn't picked it up and carried it off to his room.
Oh, there you have it, Ray. Even a mere youngster can play it.
Jimmy, you can hardly miss getting those 7-inch records onto the big center spindle correctly. And what's there to do after that?
Nothing but press one button once and enjoy up to 50 minutes of music.
And what music, Jimmy? Such rich tone.
And there's the second great feature of the RCA Victor 45, quality. The third is its low cost. 45 automatic players begin at $12.95, and 45 records as low as 46 cents. Those 15 dance albums you mentioned, Ray, cost $12.45 less when purchased on 45. And that's only 50 cents short of the price of a completely automatic 45 attachment. With record savings like this, it's no wonder all America is swinging to 45.
Best swing I've ever seen, Jimmy.
None better, Ray. Friends, join the swing to 45 when you buy your next record.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Hello? Yeah, this is Ratty. No, we can't come all the way over to your house to count if I'm saving gasoline. I'll tell you what you do. You walk over here and visit with us a while, and then later I'll drive you home. Goodbye now.
The Life of Riley, a half hour with radio's newest and friendliest family, and starring William Bendix as Riley. Happy to have with us tonight as we meet the Riley family, and hope that listening to their problems may help you to forget some of your own. One problem that the Riley family have solved, in common with millions of other American families, is how to best serve in the national war effort. Every week, the Rileys buy war bonds, and they're going to keep on buying war bonds and more war bonds until Johnny comes marching home. Well, the Rileys are on the move again. Or, rather, they will be as soon as they can find another place to live. The apartment they've been renting in Los Angeles must be vacated by the end of the week. And while breadwinning father has been hard at work in his defense job, Mom has been out house hunting all day, unsuccessfully. It's 6 o'clock and just about time for dinner.
Oh, Junior, I wish you wouldn't do your homework on the dining room table.
Did you have homework when you were a little girl?
Of course.
I bet your teacher didn't pile it on the way mine does.
Seems like all I ever did was homework.
Were you good at arithmetic?
Oh, pretty good.
Then how much would it cost to ship a carload of soft coal 900 miles if the freight rate is 15 cents a cubic yard, 2% for cash?
Junior, your hands clean. Your father will be home any minute now.
I'm sure they're clean. But what's the answer, Mom?
Now, Sonny, homework's your problem. Having dinner ready when your father comes home is my problem. You'll notice that my problem's been solved.
Well, that's because you haven't got my teacher. If one fork was out of place, she'd make you set the table 100 times. Oh, Mom, I'm sick of school. Can I quit no more?
What? Quit school at 11 years of age?
I wish they'd draft me.
Now hurry and get your books off the table. Your pop's coming now.
Oh, sure was hot in the plant today.
Well, this stove I've got here isn't any cooling system.
Hello, Ma. How's my little kiss?
I don't mind, Riley.
There. Now you don't have to pin up Charlie Boyer's picture on the wall.
Hiya, Pop.
Hello, Junior. Go wash your hands. How can any boy's hands get so black doing homework?
I was trying to figure out how much it cost to ship a carload of soft coal.
Oh, no wonder your hands are so black. Next time, try the same lesson with soap.
All right.
Riley, what have you got in that long package?
This? Oh, this is a surprise.
Is it for me, Pop? A baseball bat, huh?
To me, baseball is a gruesome subject. The Dodgers lost today.
Well, what is it, huh, Pop?
This package contains what is probably one of the most great ideas your old man ever had. And that's saying plenty.
Oh, thank goodness they haven't ration conceit, or you'd be speechless.
I give you facts and you call it conceit. A prophet is without profit in his own home. And it's even worse when he's renting. Junior, I'll show you what's in the package later.
Oh, you look tired, Riley. How did things go today?
Well, I had a very tough...
Well, that's fine. I had an awful day. I went from real estate agency to real estate agency. There's just no place to live in the whole state.
Now, don't you worry, Mom. We ain't going to be homeless.
What? Did you get wind of an empty flat?
We are going to live in style.
Where, Pop?
I'll tell you all about it at the grub.
Dinner. Riley, the last time you had that look in your eyes was in St. Louis. We ended up living in a trailer right behind a brewery.
Well, of course, maybe the view wasn't so good, but the air was intoxicating.
Riley, what have you got up your sleeve?
I am not at liberty to divulge details until after we grub at dinner.
Well, I'm not in the mood to coax you. Dinner's ready, so wash up.
Where's Ellie?
Eloise won't be home to dinner.
She's rehearsing with that corny dramatic class.
So I suppose it's going to be late again. A girl of 16 has got no right being out after dark alone.
Your daughter's not alone. She's with that nice boy who lives down the street.
Oh, that nice boy. I've talked with that boy. I'd rather she was alone. Some boy. 20 years old and smokes.
Why, Pop, I heard you say you smoked when you were 12.
Yes, but I didn't inhale. I did not smoke. Well, maybe once. My old man gave me a good licking, and I deserved it. And that's what you'll get if I catch you smoking.
Don't worry, Pop. You won't catch me.
That's fine. Well, what's about dinner? What's holding it up?
You, Riley. At least when you're making a speech on the evil of smoking, take the cigar out of your mouth. As soon as you wash your hands, you can sit down.
My hands are clean, but I'll wash them just to set you an example. Boy, we're sure turning out planes now. We rolled all 6 today. You know, I never seen the bus so crowded like it was tonight.
What'd you say, Riley?
I said the bus was certainly crowded tonight. 2 old ladies had to stand up all the way home.
Why didn't you get up and give them your seat?
Well, there was only one seat and 2 ladies. I didn't want to create any ill feeling between them.
Junior, in spite of what your father says, you should always give your seat to a lady.
Okay, but if she's a whack, she's got to race me for it.
I'm so hungry, my stomach thinks there's a bottleneck in my throat. What's on the bill of fare, Mom? Not that it matters. I love anything you fix.
Oh, that's fine.
Except veal loaf.
Well, that's what we're having, and a salad.
But we had veal last night.
I know, but there was so much left, I thought we'd have it again tonight.
Hey, Pop, tell a guy, what's in that package?
Never mind, Junior. It'll keep, like the veal. Pass that stuff, will you?
Oh, stop growling. Working in an airplane plant's no harder than trying to feed this house. I only get so many ration points, you know.
Hey, Pop, did they transfer you to the land and gear department like you said they would?
Nope. The guys that are running that plant finally gave the bomb site division a new lease on life. They put me in it.
No kidding, Pop. Bomb sites. Gosh, where do I tell a gang?
Bomb site, isn't that lovely?
Just between us, they've got a new site that's a beaut. From 30,000 feet, they can part Mussolini's hair with a bomb. So I gave it a nickname. It's a blockhead buster. Say, I just found some veal in this. What'd you do, run short of cereal? Hey, Junior, pass me another slab of that veal loaf, will you?
Here you are, Pop.
Thought you didn't like veal.
Well, I don't, but if I eat it all tonight, I won't be here tomorrow. Well, Mom, I can see you're just dying to know what's in that package, ain't you?
You know I am, but I'm not going to ask you.
Well, now here's what I've been thinking. Ever since we left Brooklyn, we've been moving from one place to another. I mean, a family shouldn't get kicked around like this if they was a football.
Hey, Pop, each of the fellas at school has 10 tickets to sell for tomorrow's game.
Junior, I'm buying no football tickets. You can put that in your pipe and smoke it. And don't let me catch you smoking. Football tickets. Our money's going to be used for a better purpose.
Riley, will you please get to the point?
Well, in view of since we got to move out of here Saturday...
If you buy these tickets, Pop, you'll be sitting right on the 50-yard line.
That's all I need is to get whitewash on my good pants. Mom, I'm sick of paying rent. I'd rather have one room of our own than 10 that belong to a landlord. As the poet once said, breathe there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself has said, this is my home, my native house. You know what that's from, Junior?
Yeah, Pop. It's from hunger.
Well, I could certainly write.
Riley, what is in the package?
Plans. Plans for our new house.
Our new house?
Our home.
You want to build a new house?
Well, certainly you can't build an old one.
Gee, a new house. Can I have a ping pong table in my bedroom?
No. I got enough trouble falling asleep now without counting ping pong balls jumping over a net.
Riley, a house, it's an awfully big undertaking. How much do the plans cost?
Nothing. With the way prices have gone up, that's pretty reasonable. One of the boys in the drafting department used to be an architect. He gave them to me. Here, let me show you.
Oh, but Riley, I just remembered. The government won't allow building till the war's over.
They'll give you a priority if you're a defense worker, and you are looking at a man who falls right into that category. Now, you see, the way I figure it, we get a builder who works fast. We live in a hotel until the house is finished.
Well, it's all very exciting, but I don't know.
Well, ain't these plans neat? This fellow's built some of the finest homes in Los Angeles. He built the city hall, and it's beautiful.
City Hall? I've never seen it.
Oh. Well, he built the city jail. Your uncle has seen that.
Now, don't start picking on Uncle Baxter.
Well, I don't want that leech to know we're planning a house. Maybe he'll decide to go back east before we move in.
Why, you ought to be ashamed. You never heard me plot against your uncle.
My uncle being dead causes us very little trouble.
Hey, Pop, show me where the banister is.
Banister? Oh, well, here, see? This is the staircase leading to the second floor. And from this window, you can practically see Catalina.
Catalina? Where are you thinking of building?
On that lot we own down at the beach. I guess I was a pretty smart guy to snap up that property just before the city condemned it.
Riley, you know you can't build on condemned land.
But I saw in the paper that the land's been okayed again. You know, uncondemned. It's all politics anyway. Here, look at this living room. The fireplace is over here. It's a real fireplace.
Oh, boy, we can roast weenies.
Sure. I'm going to build a grill in it. Then Mr. and Mrs. Riley and their son and daughter will have a barbecue. If we can get steak.
Well, what about Uncle Baxter?
Well, we could barbecue him, but I like steak better.
Riley, how much will this house cost?
The house can cost a fortune, or very little if you know the right angles and get good discounts.
How much will it cost?
Huh? $6,000.
$6,000? Hi, Uncle Baxter.
Hello, Junior. Did I hear someone say $6,000? I must be in the wrong house.
Yeah, and you've been in the wrong house for the last 2 years.
Riley, there's a fine innuendo to make about your own flesh and blood.
You're not my flesh and blood.
Did I not give you a transfusion 2 years ago that saved your life? Ingratitude is the besetting sin of mankind.
Well, maybe you did give me a pint of blood once. But last week I gave a pint to the Red Cross.
I do not see the connection.
I gave him the pint you gave me. So now you're a big man with the Red Cross, and I don't owe you nothing.
My dear nephew, I never implied that you did. But since my presence here is apparently resented by the head of the house, I shall leave. In a month or so.
Uncle Baxter, you can stay as long as you like. Of course, if it'll make you feel better, you can pay us a little for your board. When you're able to.
Well, that is my fondest intention. And I expect to make a desirable connection any day now. Well, I turned down the position of doorman today at Grauman's Chinese.
Why?
I couldn't see the screen from the sidewalk.
All you do is turn down jobs and come back here to eat and sleep.
Are you insinuating that I don't bathe?
Pop, these plans are no good. I don't see any cellar.
Oh, don't you worry, son. There'll be a cellar when the house is finished. We can't disappoint the mice.
Aha! Somebody's building a house.
And somebody's not going to live in it.
Please, Riley.
Oh, all right. Now, look. Right here is the dining room. 10 by 8. Very nice size, not too big.
That's right. You keep the dining room small. Makes the portions look bigger.
This door leads to the kitchen.
Now, take it easy before we go any farther.
We? What do you mean, we?
What do you figure it's going to cost us to build this house?
Us?
Pop says $6,000.
If your pop says 6, it'll run 10, but I'll keep it down to 8.
Now, you listen here.
8? Why, we can't afford to spend anything like that. Now, after all, Riley, we've got nothing in the bank, and we don't know if your job's secure yet.
Oh, I admit I've only been at the plant for 3 months, but I can stay there for life. Didn't they switch me to a new department today? Well, I don't want to seem conceited, but I might be a partner in that plant one of these days.
Very amusing, Riley. Douglas Aircraft taking you in as a partner.
Is that so? Well, yesterday, Mr. Douglas passed by my bench, and I heard him say very clearly to his assistant, if that fella keeps working that way, we got to give him the business. Let's have no more talk about me losing my job. I've decided to build, and that's that.
Well, Riley is right, absolutely right.
Do me a favor, Mr. Blood Donor. Stay off my side. Now, here's the back door, Mom, for delivery.
None of the stores deliver anymore.
Say, Riley, tell me, who's going to do the building?
Oh, yes, Riley. You want someone who's very reliable.
I got a list of several builders, and I'll decide later on. Now in the kitchen.
Operator, give me Crestview 65095.
Can't you phone some other time?
Riley, be serene. Count your blessings. Hello, Jasper. That's the Turnbull. You very busy tonight? Oh, breaking in a new pipe, huh? Well, listen, I got some news for you. You're building a house for my nephew by marriage, Riley.
Uncle Baxter, who's on that phone?
Hold on, Jasper. I'm talking to Jasper Wrangle. He's the best builder in the city, my bosom friend.
No friend of yours is going to build my house.
Now, Riley, don't cut off your nose to spite me. Not that it isn't a splendid idea. This man's an expert.
I don't want to discuss it any further. It's all settled.
Fine. Hello, Jasper. It's all settled. Come over right away. I'll meet you downstairs. While the Rileys are waiting for the arrival of Uncle Baxter's friend, Mr. Wrangle, here is a message from the Office of War Information. Next winter will be one of the most critical periods of the war for millions of civilians unless they take steps now to prepare their homes for the cold weather. Here are 3 things that can be done now to help ward off sickness and epidemics next year. 1, insulate homes. 2, place orders for coal immediately. 3, check up on all heating equipment to ensure peak efficiency. This is a campaign born of wartime necessity. Because it is vital to winning the war, the government is helping to increase the flow of fuel to shortage areas. But there can be no assurance that conditions will be any less severe than last year unless everyone cooperates during the spring and summer. Well, it's an hour since Uncle Baxter has gone downstairs to meet his friend, the builder. Meanwhile, the Rileys are huddled around the blueprints of their dream home. Eloise, the daughter, having come home, has been told the big news.
And right here is the mailbox, see?
Hey, Pop, can I have a separate mailbox just for myself?
You cannot. If Superman can write you in care of our mailbox, let him phone. Well, what do you think of the layout, Ellie?
Oh, Daddy, I think it's just wonderful. At last I'm going to have a room all to myself.
No more daybed in the dining room. Oh, Riley, it's grand you're wanting to do all this for the children and me, but the one thing worries me.
Well, what's that, Dumpling?
The cost. Now, you say $6,000, but you know you're up to get big ideas.
Oh, no, not me now. 6,000 is tops. We can borrow it from the bank. We'll pay it off when we pay our rent. Only we'll pay it regular.
Pop, we'll raise rabbits, huh, Pop?
The rabbits will take care of that.
Oh, don't interrupt, Daddy, Junior. You ought to be in bed anyway.
Look who's telling me to go to bed. Oh, what are you, grown up or something?
Now, Junior, don't be so fresh. And Eloise, don't boss him around.
Quiet! You kids can't stop scrapping. I'll tear up these plans and call the whole thing off.
We're sorry, Daddy.
They got a couple of boys down at the plant who know the building game from A to B. They figured every foot of lumber, every hunk of plaster, every nail. The house comes to exactly $5,920, which leaves us $80 for any incidentals.
Like furniture.
Yeah. Now all we need is a name for the place. Let's see now, how do you like, the Seaview Grotto?
Daddy, Grotto's more for a restaurant.
Well, then how's the Riley Domicile? That's very poetic.
Oh, well, here comes Uncle Baxter across the street with a man.
Is he handcuffed to the man?
No, it must be the builder. Now, don't let him talk you into spending any more than we plan on.
Talk me into it. What do I look like, a boob? Don't You answer that, Junior. I'm not getting mixed up with any of Uncle Baxter's pals. I'm going to get rid of this guy right away.
All right. But don't be rude to the man.
Not me.
Folks, it is an honor and a privilege to present my dearest crony, Jasper Wrangle.
How do you do, Mr. Wrangle? Hello, Mr. Wrangle. Hello, Mr. Wrangle.
Goodbye, Mr. Wrangle.
I beg your pardon, sir. Did you say goodbye?
Yes. I am undesirable of taking up any more of your valuable time.
Oh, no, Mr. Riley, my time isn't valuable.
Well, then I certainly don't want any of it.
Baxter, I think I'll be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Jack.
Mr. Wrangle, my husband is just trying to say he doesn't want to take advantage of you.
He won't.
Now, dear, we might as well listen to Mr. Wrangle's ideas since he's gone to the trouble of coming over.
I'll listen, but with a closed mind.
Oh, fine. Now then, Mr. Riley, have a good cigar. And may I see the plans for your edifice?
Yeah, but it's not an edifice. It's just a house, that's all. It's cozy and nice looking. We're going to be very happy in it.
Nice looking. We'll take it from your uncle. When Wrangle builds a house, nobody can touch it.
Why? Will it fall down?
Isn't that little boy up rather late?
Now, Junior, dear, go to bed. You too, Eloise. Good night. Good night, dear.
Okay. If you get stuck on the building, Mr. Wrangle, I've got an erector set.
My own boy was getting like that till I made him stop listening to Red Skelton. Now then, tell me more about this little dream home. I'd love to know exactly what my potential client has in mind.
Say, this isn't a bad cigar.
Yeah? And I've got several hundred boxes of them at home.
Well, say, I may let you build this house after all, Mr. Wrangle.
Well, that's very flattering, sir, but I don't see how I can squeeze your house in. I'm awfully busy these days. I came over as a favor to Baxter.
Oh, really?
That's the truth, folks. Jasper's the only good builder in town that hasn't been drafted. I'm 4F. I got caught in a cement mixer. And besides, Jasper builds very fast.
Oh, that's important to us, Mr. Wrangle. We've got to move by Saturday.
Well, I can't build that fast.
Oh, look, Mr. Wrangle, we'll live in a hotel till you finish the house. You ain't going to let us down now, Mr. Wrangle. You can't, you know. You.
Well, I don't know. For my sake, Jasper. Well, all right, I'll do it.
Oh, gee, thanks. Here, sit down here. Now, here's the plans. How do you like them? Great. Perfect. Well, it didn't take you very long to study it. You must know your business.
Exactly. I wouldn't change one detail. Now then, what did you figure on spending?
$6,000. That's absolute tops.
$6,000 will be ample, I'm sure.
See, I told you, Mom. And we want the outside to be colonial.
Colonial?
Yeah, colonial.
You're going to look fine in a white wig. Now let's get downstairs again. Uh-huh. Say, I like this closet.
Closet? That's the living room.
But this living room is only 11 by 9. I see you in the living room 22 by 18.
We must be visiting.
We'll make the living room a bit larger.
Mr. Wrangle, I don't like to intrude, but if we add any space, doesn't that raise the cost?
No, we'll cut down somewhere else.
Maybe we can lower the ceiling.
That's it. And that'll give us enough margin to put in a swimming pool.
Well, the children would love a pool, but can you do that on $6,000?
We can try, my dear lady. This is an exceptional case. You're Baxter's family, and I don't expect to make 1 cent of profit on your house.
I get it. You just like to stick your hands in a wet cement.
Touche, Mr. Riley, touche. I see the plans call for 6 rooms.
Yeah. 3 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and a dining room.
Well, we'll add a rumpus room right here.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, Wrangle is right. Riley, you work very hard all day. You deserve some relaxation. Besides, the rumpus room can be used as a guest room, if you need it.
Something tells me we're going to need it.
Baxter, mark down a rumpus room leading off the gymnasium.
Gymnasium?
And there'll be a nice view from your gym, Mr. Riley. You'll be able to see your tennis court.
My tennis court?
Oh, Riley, it sounds wonderful.
Yes, sir. When Wrangle builds them, it thrills him. I can see you now, Mr. R. You wake in the morning, 3 sets of tennis on your court, a cool, refreshing swim in your pool, a workout in your gym, breakfast in your magnificent garden.
And then I bum a ride to the plant.
priority, we break ground. Mrs. Riley, you can well be proud of your husband. This is the smartest $13,000 he ever spent.
13,000?
Well, that is 13,000 for anyone else. But for Baxter's sake, I'll whittle it down to 12.5. Of course, you'll only have 2 rooms.
12.5? I told you I want a 6-room house for $6,000.
Sure, but you've got expensive tastes. You want swimming pools. You want tennis courts.
Who wants swimming pools and tennis courts? All I want is those plans back. I never sent for you in the first place.
No, keep calm, Riley.
Uncle Baxter, get this guy out of here and get him to take you with him.
Now, Riley, there's no use losing your head.
Now, folks, if it's a $6,000 house you want, I can easily do that.
You beat it. We'll live in the street before you build a house first. I'll get a house with 6 rooms. 3 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and a dining room. And no guest room. You hear that, Uncle Baxter? No guest room.
Come along, Jasper, and forgive my vehement nephew.
Oh, Riley, you ought to be ashamed yelling like that.
How do you like that phony builder? We listen to him, we'd be in hock all our life.
Riley, what are you doing at that window?
Hey, Chronicle, and another thing. This is the worst cigar I ever smoked.
Demands for passenger service on railroads and buses will reach new all-time peaks during the late spring, summer, and autumn. If people travel as usual, reserved accommodations may be sold out in advance to persons whose trips are not essential. In such cases, no accommodations are left for servicemen trying to get home on furlough, or for businessmen who have been unable to make plans in advance and are suddenly called to other cities on war matters. Reduction of unnecessary civilian travel is therefore essential if space is to be assured for members of the armed forces and war production engineers and executives. Let us do our part. Follow The Life of Riley next week at the same time. William Bendix as Riley appears by arrangement with Hal Roach Studios. The Life of Riley is written by Irvin Brecker and directed by Don Bernard. This is Carlton Goodell speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You worked too hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. Use only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
AFN Europe presents the radio comedy series My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Well, I see the inauguration came off all right.
Mm-hmm. George, what's a 7-letter word meaning dull-witted beasts of burden?
Husband.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that isn't right, George.
Liz, why don't you forget those crossword puzzles and read the rest of the paper? You'll learn something.
I learned plenty from these puzzles. I can hold my own in any conversation.
Sure, if they happen to be talking about an Indonesian sun god or a 3-toed sloth. But how about current events?
Just try me.
All right. Who's president of the United States?
In how many letters?
Okay. Where did President take his oath of office?
On a special platform built in front of the Capitol building.
Well, how did you happen to know that?
It showed through the hole when I cut out the crossword puzzle.
I should have known. Well, try this. Who administered the oath?
What?
I give up. Go back to your crossword puzzle.
Oh, wait a minute, George. Hold that paper up again.
What are you looking at?
Look. Paul Buchanan elected president at Jewelers Convention. Huh. I wonder if that's the Paul Buchanan who went to school with us.
Yeah, his father was in the jewelry business.
Yeah.
Gee, how did you happen to remember him?
Oh, I'll never forget Paul. Oh, we used to have dates together.
I don't like the way you say that.
Oh, Paul and I sure had a lot of fun. Gosh, he was romantic.
Romantic? What did he have that I didn't have?
4 years of playing tuba in the school band. You know, I might have married Paul if it hadn't been for that tuba business.
What are you talking about?
Well, one night we drove up to Inspiration Point. Oh, it was so beautiful. We got out to look at the moon, and he took me in his arms. He kissed me.
Yes?
Then someone turned on their car radio, the band music, and he carried me 3 blocks playing Stars and Stripes Forever.
Well, I don't know what you saw in it anyway.
So Paul became a jeweler, huh? Oh, well.
What do you mean, oh, well?
Well, I was just thinking. If I'd married him, I'll bet I'd have had an engagement ring.
Oh, Liz, you know I couldn't afford to buy you an engagement ring in those days. Anyway, what if you didn't have one? Everybody knew we were engaged.
Yeah, you made me wear a sweatshirt with your initials on it.
I did not. The initials stood for gym class. You thought it was a clever idea because, well, they were the same as mine. You did look cute in it.
Thanks. I was lovely. I was engaged. I was dressed like Maxie Rosenblum. We did have fun in those days, didn't we, George? George?
I suppose you wish you'd married Paul, so you could have had a big diamond engagement ring.
Oh, I do not. George, I'd rather be married to you than anyone else in the whole world.
Well.
Here, let me sit on your lap. Hold me tight, George. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go ahead. Pretend I'm a sack of potatoes and mash me.
Oh, you're cute. I'll bet Buchanan wouldn't have appreciated you the way I do.
I don't want to hear another word about Paul Buchanan. Now, give me a kiss.
Oh, but Liz, we've been talking about him, and kissing me isn't going to change.
Now, what were you saying about Paul?
Paul who?
This is like old times. Remember the way we used to smooch when we were in school?
Yeah. I used to throw my handkerchiefs away so my mother wouldn't see the lipstick.
Really? George, tell me why you married me.
Oh, it was cheaper than buying new handkerchiefs.
I like that.
Hey, where are you going?
To get our scrapbook. I kind of forget what you used to look like before we got married.
Well, hurry up. My lap is cold.
Okay, here I am. Look, here's our wedding picture. You know, you haven't changed much.
I haven't changed at all. I sure was handsome then.
What a ham. Oh, here it is, George, our marriage license.
Now, there's an historic document.
It marks a great event. On this day, Elizabeth Elliot was married to George Hooper.
What?
Look, they spelled your name wrong on the license. Instead of George H. Cooper, it says George C. Hooper.
That's funny. I never noticed that before.
George, you don't suppose this license is still legal, isn't it?
Oh, of course.
Yes, sure. It's silly to even think of it.
Look at this next picture, Liz.
Well, what if there is a George Hooper? You don't think there really is one, do you, George?
Well, maybe. What of it?
Well, for 10 years, I may have been living with the wrong man.
Oh, Liz, don't be silly. Look at this picture.
Oh, this is awful. For all I know, I'm married to a short, fat man with a toupee.
Liz.
Quick, hide in the closet. My husband may be home any minute.
Now, Liz, just calm down. You and I are married. A mistaken spelling can't alter that.
But, George, laws are so funny. I've heard of real strange things happening. You know someone down at City Hall. Call him up and ask him if we're really married.
They're not open now, and I wouldn't be that silly anyway.
Not even for my peace of mind?
No.
Well, then I'll go down myself in the morning.
All right, but tonight, let's look at these pictures. Come on, sit on my lap.
I'll sit beside you, if you don't mind, till I find out just where I stand.
Marriage License Bureau, Ridgely speaking.
Joe, this is George Cooper.
Oh, hiya, George. Long time no see.
Joe, I called to ask you about a marriage license.
Marriage license? You got married 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know it. But last night we found a mistake in the license. They spelled my name wrong.
It's no use, George. You can't worm out of it on a technicality.
Now, listen, my wife is coming down to see you, and I want to play a joke on her. Tell her we're not really married. I want to kid her along for a couple of days.
Oh, that's a cruel one. Okay, George, I'll do it.
Pardon me, is this the Marriage License Bureau?
Yes?
Well, I don't know how to say this, but I want to ask you about a marriage license. I feel awful silly.
Everybody does. Hey, where's the sucker? There's the groove.
Well, I'm already married. Here's my license. There's something wrong with it.
Oh, I see. Well, what seems to be the trouble, Mrs. Hooper?
Oh, that's just it. My name isn't Hooper. I don't even know George Hooper.
Well, if you didn't know him, you never should have married him.
I didn't. I'm married to George Cooper.
Cooper?
Yes.
Oh. Now, tell me something.
What?
Does Hooper know about this?
Look, this whole thing is a big mistake. There is no George Hooper. He's non-existent. He's a nothing. He's a nobody.
Whatever made you marry a bum like that?
Please try to understand. My husband's name is George Cooper. It's spelled Hooper on the license. Does that matter?
Does it matter? Well.
It does?
How long has this been going on?
10 years.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed.
You mean just because his name is spelled wrong, I'm not married to it?
That's what I mean, Miss Elliott.
Miss Elliott? Oh, dear. You mean I'm single again? How can a thing like this happen to me?
I don't know. You're just lucky, I guess.
Oh, this is dreadful. How can I face my friends? Tell me something.
What?
Is there a foreign legion for women?
That you, Liz?
Oh, George.
Hi, dear. Give me a kiss.
No. Don't touch me.
Huh? Why not?
I'm no longer yours to touch.
What?
George, I checked our marriage license.
Oh. What'd you find out?
You and I should be ashamed.
What do you mean?
The man at the license bureau put the padlock on our wedlock.
You don't mean a little thing like a misspelled name means our license isn't any good.
That's right.
Oh, this is terrible.
Well, there's only one thing we can do, George. We'll just have to get married again. Now, if we hurry, we can get down to the license bureau before it closes. Let's go. Come on, get your hat. George? Come on, what's the matter?
I was just thinking, maybe we shouldn't rush into this thing. Well, after all, Liz, marriage is a serious business. Maybe we don't know each other well enough.
We know each other well enough. Like for 10 years we've been...
Please, not so loud. Neighbors might hear you.
George Cooper, do you mean you have to think about whether you'll marry me or not?
Well, Liz, I like you a lot.
Well, thanks.
But you know how it is. Before I settle on one girl, I want to look the field over.
George, do you mean you wish you hadn't married me 10 years ago?
Oh, no. I just thought there's no use in making the same mistake twice.
You don't want to marry me? You don't love me?
Well, Liz, I like you a lot.
Oh, stop saying that. Can I see you a minute? Oh, can't it wait, Katie? I'm trying to get my husband to marry me. No, this is very important. All right. Excuse me, Mr. Cooper.
Certainly, Miss Elliott.
Oh. What is it, Katie? I wanted to tell you about this marriage business. It's a joke. A joke? What do you mean? Well, I overheard Mr. Cooper talking to the man at the license bureau. They're playing a joke on you. You're really still married. I am? Sure. Why, that... Katie, I wonder how he'd react if he thought I didn't speak to his friend at all. Let's just find out. What's funny?
The look on your face when you left the room. Oh, honey, I can't stand it any longer. It's all a joke.
It is? What a surprise.
Yeah, I fixed it up with Joe Ridgely at the License Bureau. You know, my friend. We used to play football together.
You played football with that little guy?
Little guy? Oh, Joe's 6'2".
Oh. Well, then the man I talked to wasn't Joe.
Huh?
Well, the man who waited on me was little and skinny and old and he wore glasses.
Well, but Liz, if you didn't talk to Joe, then the guy you talked to meant what he said, and that means that...
That's right, George. We're really not married.
Oh, well, what's the difference? It'll be sort of fun to be married all over again. Come on, we can get to the License Bureau before it closes. Come on, get your hat, Liz. Come on. What's the matter?
I was just thinking, maybe we shouldn't rush into this thing.
What are you saying?
Well, George, I like you a lot.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, you know how it is. Before I settle on one man, I just want to look the field over.
Liz!
Well, there's so many men I've always wanted to have dates with. I think I'll phone one of them right now.
Oh, Liz, you're not serious.
You see. Hotel Biltmore. I'd like to speak to Paul Buchanan, please.
Paul Buchanan?
He's there at the jeweler's convention. One moment, and I will bring his room. Thank you.
Now, let's talk this over a minute. Hello?
Hello. Is this Paul Buchanan?
Yes?
Well, this is an old girlfriend. Recognize my voice?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, this is the redhead you used to go steady with.
I'm sorry, but I still can't quite place you.
You remember, the queen of the rumble seat?
Liz!
I thought that was you.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Well, how are you, Liz?
Oh, thanks, Paul. I'd love to go out with you tonight.
But, Liz, I'm married. I've got 6 kids.
No, I'm still single.
We must have a bad connection. I said I am married.
Well, I'd like to see you again, too, Paul. I'll never forget that wavy blonde hair of yours.
Neither will I. I wish I still had it.
Keep falling down in your eyes, huh?
Oh, brother. Say, you sound very strange, Liz. Is there anything wrong?
Oh, Paul, you always did say the sweetest things.
What are you talking about? All I said was, is anything wrong?
Oh, Paul, what if the operator's listening?
Why are you acting so funny?
Well, honey, I still think a lot about you, too.
Yes. Well, Liz, it's been nice talking to you. Goodbye.
Oh, you. One moment, please. You've been disconnected. Shall I bring your party again? Oh, I'd love to, Paul. It'll be wonderful to go to a party again. I shall try to bring them. Whom were you calling, please? Oh, you darling. I'm sorry. We have no one listed at the hotel by the name of Oh, you darling. Well, that sounds divine, Paul. We had a Mr. Paul Devine, but he checked out yesterday. All right. 8:30 at the Flamingo Room at the Biltmore. I'm sorry, but the Biltmore does not allow flamingos in the rooms after 8 o'clock. Well, I'll see you tonight, then. Not if I see you first, sister. Goodbye.
Now, Liz, you're not going out with that guy.
Were you talking to me, Mr. Cooper? You seem to forget we're not married. Well, I have to go and get dressed. Where are you going tonight?
Don't worry about me.
Bravo, Mrs. Cooper. Katie, you heard it. Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. What happens now? Well, I'm going to get dressed and go out the front door. You slip out the back door and meet me at the corner. What are we going to do? Well, George thinks I have a date with Paul Buchanan at the Biltmore. But really, you and I are spending the evening with Humphrey Bogart at the Strand Movie Theater. That was a pretty good picture. Didn't you think so, Katie? I didn't like it. They had too much salt in their popcorn. Well, there's the Biltmore Hotel. Oh, yeah, that's where George thinks I am. Oh, see, there's a big crowd in front of the window. Oh, there must have been a wreck. Katie, when you see a crowd in front of a window these days, it isn't a wreck, it's television. Oh, well, maybe they're showing a wrestling match. Oh, wait a minute. It isn't television. It's some sort of a brawl. Well, let's see what's happening.
Okay, you ready? Okay, break it up. Now, face, what's going on around here? Officer, if you'll kindly let go my arm, I'll tell you.
Katie, it is wrestling. There's gorgeous George.
Oh, I know a
officer, is I was walking out of the hotel, and this man came up to me and he said, "Are you Paul Buchanan?" And when I said yes, he hit me.
Oh, I had no idea George was so jealous. Isn't it wonderful? Is that Paul Buchanan?
Yes, my, he has changed. A bald head, a pouch, and a black eye.
Everything happens suddenly. That's a dirty trick. 15 minutes more and I'm off duty.
Well, if I'd only known, I would have waited and hit him on your day off.
Oh, a wise guy. What's your name, pretty boy?
George Cooper.
George Cooper? I thought you looked familiar. Didn't we go to school together?
You bet we did, but that's no excuse for you to try to date my wife.
Why, I don't even know your wife.
You knew her as Liz Elliott.
Oh, the Queen of Rumblesea. Why, you...
All right, calm down, or I'll run you both.
Oh, Katie, isn't this exciting? Oh, it's better than the movie. I wish I'd saved some of my popcorn.
Listen to me, Cooper. I talked to Liz Elliott this afternoon, and she is not married to you.
She is, too.
That's the phoniest story I ever heard, Bub. You better come down to the station with me.
Oh, poor Mr. Cooper. Katie, he heard you.
There's my wife. Liz. She'll tell you that I'm not lying. Liz, tell him this guy made a date with you. Tell him we're married. Tell him you're my wife. Well, why don't you say something?
Hello, stranger.
Just like I thought.
Oh, Liz, cut the kidding. Tell him the truth.
Come on, I'm going to run you in. You'll get 30 days for this.
Oh, no, don't arrest him, officer.
Sorry, my mind's made up.
Even if I ask you real nice, hey?
Even if... Hey, you from Brooklyn, eh?
Yeah, Myrtle Avenue already.
Yeah, well, I'll be darned.
Ain't it a small world, though? Look, chum, I think I can clear up this whole thing for you.
Yeah, huh?
Paul, will you drop charges if George buys an engagement ring from you, huh?
Why, certainly, Liz, I'd do that.
Okay, George. Buy me an engagement ring and you can go free, hey?
Hello, stranger.
You, buy this poor little Brooklyn girl a ring.
Yeah, buy this poor little Brooklyn girl a ring.
Oh, this is a holdup.
Here you are, Liz. You can pick one out right now from my sample case.
All right. Oh, they're all so pretty.
So now, what would you like, George? One for 200, 300?
Do you have one for 100?
Do you have one for 500?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'll take it, hey.
No.
Isn't that beautiful?
Scintillating.
Now can we go home?
Oh, wait a minute. Officer, don't you think that before a man gives a girl an engagement ring, he ought to propose formally?
I sure do. You, propose.
Oh, Liz, not here. People are watching.
You, kneel. Is that okay, pal?
Both knees.
You, both knees. I know.
All right. I'm ready.
Liz, I love you. Will you marry me? Let's get out of here.
Officer, I don't think that was very romantic. I think you should have called me by a pet name, maybe.
I do, too. What do you have in mind, eh?
Oh, he knows which name I mean.
Oh, no.
You, Hader, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Will you marry me? Toodly woodlyums?
Oh, George, of course I will.
Ain't that romantic? When are you going to get married?
10 years ago.
10 years? Hey, that's impossible.
Who cares? I got back my favorite husband. George. Oh, George.
Liz, are you still awake?
Uh-huh. I'm all sort of tense and jittery. Oh, I know what would help me. Some nice, warm milk.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Why doesn't one of us get up and get me some nice, warm milk?
You're right. One of us certainly should get up and get it.
Apparently, the one who should get up is no gentleman.
That's right. He's a lady.
Ah, George.
Okay. Where are my slippers? Ouch, darn that chair. Liz, would you like some chocolate in the milk? Liz? How do you like that? Good night, Liz.
Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Scoville. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite Husband.
In the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Bea Benaderet, Joe Kern, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cupocomics.
You've heard him as Pedro.
Pardon me for talking in your face, senorita. 30 days hacienda, April, June, and sombrero. I think.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the fix-it shop, I'm the president, I'm the vice president, I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Say, do you have a broken chair in your house? A broken table in your house? Anything that's housebroken? Well, don't try to fix it yourself. Don't ruin it. Bring it to Mel Blanc. Let him do it. Right now in the Fix-It Shop, Mel's uncle is talking to our hero's general assistant, Zookie.
Zookie, come here, will you?
I can't. I'm too busy. Here I am.
What time is it, Zookie?
Well, according to me and my clock, it's I can't tell you.
Why can't you tell me?
Well, because by the time I tell you what time it is, it's some other time.
Come on, Zookie. Here come Mel and Betty. Let's get out of here.
Look, darling, don't you see the Fix-It Shop will never amount to a thing as long as you let your Uncle Rupert and Zookie live with you.
Well, gosh, honey, I have to let them stay here.
Well, why can't that uncle of yours go to work?
Well, he's still weak from his overseas shots.
Overseas shots?
Yeah, he got him in 1917. He spent 6 months in Pierre's Bar and Grill in Paris. 20 shots a night.
That I can almost believe.
Oh, that's right. The last time he saw Paris, he didn't see it so good.
Oh, Mel, why don't you try to be serious about business?
Well, I try.
And another thing, do you realize that we have been engaged now for 5 years?
Gosh, our wooden anniversary.
Don't you think we might begin toying with the idea of getting married?
Oh, now, honey, you know I've been working on our nest egg.
Well, we're both getting old, the egg and I.
Well, yeah, but...
Mel Blanc, now this is what I'm talking about. Now, look at this birthday card my father got from the Eternal Life Insurance Company this morning. Now, why don't you do something like that? Why don't you try to build goodwill?
Okay. I'll send a birthday card to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Oh, Mel, that's wonderful.
And another thing, I'm going to talk to Uncle Rupert and put him straight.
Oh, darling, it's so good to hear you talk like this.
I'll tell Uncle. He'll just have to buckle down and loaf somewhere else. I'm sorry, Uncle Rupert, but that's the way it's got to be.
Melvin, my boy, I'm hurt. Haven't Suki and I been everything to you?
Well, not exactly.
I haven't been everything to you?
No. That's why I want to get married. You can't even cook.
Well, anyway, my lad, let's not be hasty. I've got another idea. Why don't I go on living here and work for you?
Oh, but Uncle Rupert, I can't afford to pay you anything.
Oh, that's all right, nephew. After a while, you'll owe me so much money, I'll own the fix-it shop.
Well, yeah,
Then you can go to work for me until you earn enough money to get it back.
Say, both of us can make a darn good living like that for years. Now, wait.
Doesn't hit you, eh?
No. Uncle Rupert, you're not talking me out of this.
I see what you mean. Well, Melvin, if this means the parting of the ways, I shall simply have to ask Widow Longnecker to marry me.
Oh, but you said yourself marriage is a serious thing. Are you sure Mrs. Longnecker's your type?
Why, of course Clara's my type. She's rich, isn't she?
Yeah, but you should marry for love.
Well, I love money.
But she's so long and lanky.
Melvin, my lad, when a lady is that wealthy, she's not long and lanky. She's tall and stately.
Well, have it your way. Now, will you send Zuki for those birthday cards?
Indeed I will. Oh, Zuki, will you come here, please?
Well, I can't. I'm too busy. Here I am.
Nell wants you to go down to City Hall and get a list of people's birthdays.
Oh, people's... Yeah?
And stop off on your way back and pick up some birthday cards in the 5 and 10.
Yeah.
Have you got that straight now?
Yeah. Hey, I'm looking for the
Young man, huh? This is the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. We have records on everybody from the cradle to the grave. Records on men, records on women. Also Spike Jones playing the gypsy. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for the birthday, rockabye, yeah, I bet you was a beautiful baby.
Oh, yes, indeed I was. Why, my mother used to... Oh, so that's it. You're expecting a baby.
Oh, how could I have a baby? I'm not even married.
Well, you should have thought of that before. Marriage licenses are down the hall.
But I'm a confirmed bachelor. I don't believe in I'm footloose and fancy. Nobody wants me.
Now, make up your mind what you want. Our files are complete from the cradle to the grave. We have the cross index to ZY, countercross to AAL, and crisscross to YYZ, ending with the fiscal year MCM XLV. Now, what do you have?
Let me hear Spike Jones playing the gypsy.
I give up. Look, here's a list of everything we've got. You can take your pick.
Oh, thanks. Gosh. This printing is sure close to the paper.
Suzuki. It's about time you... Oh, it's you, Mrs. Longnecker. How are you today?
Oh, me. Another day, another dividend. Oh, the woes of wealth.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Longnecker?
Oh, it's so annoying. I was at the bank all day today.
You were?
Yes, the bank wants to borrow some money from me. But I'm not going to give it to them.
Why not?
They haven't paid the last loan I made them. If they don't pay me back soon, I'll just have to foreclose. I get more darn banks that way. Oh, money, money, money. Think of it, Melvin. I'm just swimming in wealth.
What a beautiful way to drown. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Longnecker.
Yes?
Were you born this month?
Was I what?
Were you born this month?
Oh, of course. I'm just out doing a little shopping for my mother who's still in the hospital.
Well, you see, I'm sending birthday cards from the Fix-It Shop to everybody in town who has a birthday this month.
Well, what on earth for?
Oh, it's a great business idea. Make a lot of money so Betty will be proud of me.
Money. Doesn't that fiancé of yours realize the terrible things money can do to a human being? Why, just look at me.
Yeah, maybe I ought to warn her. Do you think that
my dear Clara, this is indeed a pleasure.
Well, I didn't come here to give you pleasure. What do you want, Rupert?
I wish I could tell you how radiant you are, my dear. How like a tall, stately sapling... sapling in the breeze. Yes, I wish I could tell you, but I don't have the words.
Well, considering you did it without words, it was okay.
Please, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
Nincompoopity?
Oh, Melvin, I've quite forgotten what I came in for. I'm giving a reception tonight at the mansion, and I want you to come up and fix a loose floorboard on the front porch.
A loose floorboard?
Yes. Every time somebody walks into the house, the board comes up and slaps them in the face.
Gee, that's embarrassing.
It's even more embarrassing when they walk out.
Goodbye, Mrs. Longnecker. Well, Betty, all the birthday cards are mailed out.
Oh, Mel, I can't wait to see what happens.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if someday I have to use a velvet rope to handle the crowds in front of the Fix-It Shop.
Yes, honey.
Why, the Fix-It Shop will become a household word. You know, like Drano.
Yes, honey. Can I see one of the cards?
Oh, sure. Here.
Oh, they're pretty. Let's see, it says, best wishes on this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
Yeah, natal day. That means birthday. I looked it up.
Now, wait a minute. What's this?
What's what?
Behind this little flap on the card. Look what it says.
Oh, I didn't notice any flap.
It says, I hope the gift I'm sending you under separate cover will brighten this most joyous of all occasions, your very own natal day.
That means birthday.
Oh, Mel, what did you do?
I looked it up.
Don't you realize what this means?
Oh, yeah. Means I've got to get 98 birthday presents for all the people I sent cards to. Oh, if I don't, they'll never come near the Fix-It Shop.
And you were going to keep the crowds back, with a velvet rope, no less.
Well, I can still find use for the velvet rope.
For what, for instance?
Well, not everybody can afford to hang himself with a velvet rope.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Take it from me, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can put the end in friendship or even give the air to a love affair. And the worst of it is, you may not even suspect it, because unpleasing breath can catch up with you without your knowing it. So ask yourself, could you be the victim of unpleasing breath? Guard against it this way. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Zookie, come here, please.
Yeah, oh, okay. Don't take a chance with your every romance.
Oh, Mel, I wish I could think of some way to help you.
Gosh, Betty, what am I going to do for presents for those people? I've thought of everything.
Well, it's no use worrying about it now. I guess something like this could happen to anybody.
Yeah, but it always happens to me.
Oh, Mel.
Betty, you know you're the only girl in the world for me, don't you?
Am I?
You're the only girl who'll have me. And you're so pretty, too. You know, every morning I think of you while I'm shaving.
I'm glad.
Sure. I look in the mirror and I say to myself, gosh, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, well, you know what I mean. You're so sweet and I'm such a worthless, brainless, shiftless, stupid... Gee, aren't you going to interrupt me?
Oh, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right. The world always has an opening for someone like you. You just have to find it.
What do you mean, find an opening? Look at the hole I'm in now.
Melvin, my lad, your troubles are over.
What do you mean, Uncle Rupert?
In this big package, you see 100 beautiful boxes of candy. They'll make 100 most appropriate birthday presents for the people you sent the birthday cards to.
Hey, that's swell, but where did you get them?
It so happens I ran across a dear old friend today, one Harry Greenspiegel, who now owns the Ace Novelty Company.
Yeah?
Ah, good old Greenspiegel. Used to be a fellow vendor in a barbecue house in Hoboken.
Uncle Rupert, I never knew you sold things in a burlesque house.
Huh? Oh, purely educational. Photographic knowledge for gentlemen who never went to college. Postcards, to be exact.
Postcards?
Oui, oui. Ooh la la.
Uncle Rupert.
Oh, inspirational views of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh.
Well, let's get these boxes in the mail.
Say, I'll be doing better than the life insurance company. They only sent out birthday cards to customers.
The cheapskates.
Yeah. I'll be sending bonbons by Greenspiegel. De Paris. I guess this'll show people in this town this isn't a melon I have for a head.
That's right, Melvin. You've got brains in that melon.
Uncle Rupert, it was nice of you to get that candy for Mel.
You know me, Betty. Unselfish to a fault.
Yes. Well, anyway, I don't understand it. We mailed that candy out 2 days ago, and we haven't received one thank you note. Not even a phone call. Oh, look, here comes Mrs. Longnecker.
Ah, maybe this is my chance to win her hand. The one that signs the checks. I have just one box of candy left. I'll try it on her and see how she likes it.
Well, good luck to you. I'll leave you two alone.
Ah, Clara, my dear.
Hello, Rupert.
So glad you dropped in.
Now, Rupert, I'm in no mood for your nincompoopity.
But, Clara, I have a beautiful gift for you.
A gift for me? Oh, how nice, Rupert.
Yes, a box of French bonbons, direct from Paris, made by my very good friend, Monsieur Greenspiegel.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it.
Oh, it's quite all right. A gift for the fairest of the fair. They come to you untouched by human hands. Greenspiegel wrapped them himself.
Well, I must open them immediately and try one.
Try one of the peanut clusters.
Oh, but these are not peanut clusters. These are ordinary peanuts.
If I'd known you were coming, my dear, I'd have clustered them myself.
Yes. Well, no, I think I'll try one of these caramels.
Mmm! Delicious, aren't they, my dear?
Mm.
Stop jumping up and down, Clara. What the devil's the matter with her?
The
Uncle Rupert, what happened to Mrs. Longnecker?
Maybe she hasn't learned how to use her new upper plate.
Learn? What does she do, take lessons? Hey, what happened anyway?
Hold on. What's this inside the candy box?
What? Oh. Ace Novelty Company's #1 joker. Be the life of the party. Treat your friends to Sure Pucker alum candy.
Oh, no.
Oh, 50 mirthquakes to a box. Laugh yourself to death.
There's been some mistake, nephew.
Oh, some mistake is right. I can just see 98 people chasing me down the street, all of them yelling, "Kill Bill Black! Kill Bill Black!"
Now, take it easy, take it easy. What are you doing?
Can't you see? I'm laughing myself to death. Laughing! Gosh, I feel awful. Gosh, if only one of those people we sent the candy to would say something. If they'd only do something, why don't they?
It takes a little time. Ed?
A lawyer? Gee, I bet they could send me to the state penitentiary for doing this to people.
They can't send you to a state penitentiary, Melvin.
Of course they can.
Using the mails to defraud is a federal offense.
State penitentiary and federal prison. You know what I'll have pinned on me? A two-way stretch.
Now, don't be silly.
Hey, the mailman is coming. Oh, he's got loads of mail. Hey, you better leave by the back door, Mel.
Yes, nephew, run for the hills.
No, Uncle Rupert. I'm going to face the music.
Well. Quite a bit of mail for you today, Mr. Blank.
Wait. All those boxes. It's the candy we sent out.
And those are all the birthday cards. Here, let me see. Hey, they all read the same way. Listen. Return to sender. Addressee deceased.
That means dead. I looked it up.
Huh?
Say, Mel, I think I know what happened.
Well, I wish you'd tell me.
Don't you see? Zuki got the wrong list down at City Hall. Instead of birthdays, he got the names of people who passed away.
Oh. Then I'm safe. Nothing happened.
That's right, and you can thank Zuki for that.
Gosh, yeah. Gee, you saved my life, Zuki. I could kiss you.
Hey, you can't kiss me out there. Don't you dare to. Don't you. He did.
Well, we'll be back in the Fix-It shop in just a minute for a Zookyism. What's a Zookyism? Wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Take it from me, that little breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, can put the end in friendship or even give the heir to a love affair. And the worst of it is, you may not even suspect it, because unpleasing breath can catch up with you without your knowing it. So ask yourself, could you be the victim of unpleasing breath? Guard against it this way. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Zuki, we had quite an experience with those birthday cards. You know, Zuki, I like to feel that you learned something from it.
Yes, Zuki, everything has a moral. Just what did you learn?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've learned that anything with you must keep your nose to the grind. You gotta keep your nose to the grind. I've learned that. It sure pays to be ignorant.
Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Rhines.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Halo lets hair sparkle with natural brilliance. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather to quickly carry away loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4, one of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. ANACIN.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. You're about to hear a strange story. Names, dates, and places are, for obvious reasons, fictional. But many of these incidents are based on the actual experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic. I've heard people call them crackpots, harmless crackpots. They were speaking of the members of the Communist Party in this country. I was one of those communists for 9 years. I reported their conspiracy against the United States from within. Crackpots? Like spiders spinning webs. Harmless? Like tigers stalking their prey. Here's just part of the story. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from his confidential file is marked, A Riot Made to Order. Hello?
Matt Cvetic.
Speaking.
Anton Drexel.
Yes?
You sound surprised. You were told that I would contact you.
Well, that's right. It's just that here at work this time of day,
I'm at the Regent Hotel, room 406. I have matters to discuss with you.
When?
Right now.
That's how you received your orders in the Communist Party. Anytime, anywhere. And you obeyed to the letter, right now. I got up from my desk, and there were a dozen pair of eyes watching me. Communist eyes. Some I had put in this department of the United States Employment Service myself. But I knew there were others, watching, reporting. Had I shown any aggravation, any irritation, Drexel would have known about it immediately. I walked out with a smile, the perfect, obedient slave on the way to his master. Anton Drexel, small but muscular, intelligent, dark-featured. He had come from New York, a high party functionary. He didn't bother shaking hands. He came right to the point.
Comrade Sovetic.
Comrade Drexel.
You are satisfied that I am Drexel?
I'm satisfied.
You've never seen me before? You are too easily satisfied.
Comrade Adams told me you would contact me. You did. That's good enough for me. The party isn't in the habit of making mistakes like that.
Neither is the FBI.
What do you want me to do, comrade? Throw you on the floor? Search you? Check your fingerprints? Wait for word from Moscow? What do you want?
You have a temper, Comrade Sovetic.
I don't like talk about the FBI.
You agree that we must be as careful as they are?
Any party member knows that. What mistake did I make?
You made none. I didn't accuse you of any.
Sorry, I was wrong.
Sit down, Comrade Sovetic.
Thanks.
What I have to say is greatest importance.
Go ahead.
Our leaders feel it's time for us to have publicity. Sympathetic publicity in the capitalistic newspapers of this country. Is that clear?
Yes, comrade.
A large meeting of the party members will be held in the hall 2 nights from now. It will be attended by the rank and file. Comrade Adams has the responsibility of filling the hall.
I see.
At a signal, the meeting will be raided by the pickets outside. There will be a riot. Comrade Grotzinov and a sound truck will set off the riot.
A question, comrade.
Yes.
We've had many such meetings before, and none was ever picketed. Where will they come from this time?
The Cargus Manufacturing Company nearby. Our comrades in the plant have done their work well. They cry, "Stop the commie rats before they take over the country." Those stupid workers are filled with patriotism. They'll turn out by the hundreds. The riot cannot fail.
And after the riot, we blame the fascist police, the citizen Gestapo who interfered with our rights of free speech and free assembly.
Exactly. Our comrades become martyrs. Others will rally to our cause in sympathy.
Why do you tell me this, comrade? Everything is arranged. There's nothing for me.
Oh, on the contrary. Everything depends upon you. You are responsible for the boys of the Control Commission, Comrade Sovetic. They will mingle with the pickets, inciting them. At the signal, they will lead them into the hall. This riot cannot fail.
But our own comrades in the hall, unarmed. They might be killed.
Should anything so unfortunate occur, it will be to their glory to die serving the party. You are under orders, Comrade Sovetic.
I shall execute my orders, Comrade Drexel. Anything more?
You'll have help in your assignment. Comrade Franz will assist you.
I don't need any help for this. I've done it before by myself, and besides, I don't...
Do you object, Comrade?
I'm sorry, Comrade. The party knows best. Will that be all?
I shall be at that meeting. Good day, Comrade Sovetic.
That was all. Just arranged for several hundred human beings to have their skulls cracked, their teeth knocked out. It was like sending invitations for a banquet of death. I walked down the hotel corridor from Drexel's room to the elevator. I had to get to a phone, call my FBI contact.
Hello, Comrade Sovetic. Remember me?
He seemed to come out of the woodwork, like a termite. Otto Franz, my assistant. Had I protested too much at the meeting with Drexel? Then it hit me. Otto Franz had been arranged for before the meeting. Why? I didn't need any help on this job, and they knew it. But what else did they know? And what was Otto Franz? A tail or a hatchet man? Hello, Otto.
Comrade Otto to you, Svetic.
Where did you come from, comrade?
It doesn't matter. Let's go to work, huh?
Sure. What do we do first?
That's up to you. I just go along and do whatever you say. You can see her tonight when you go home.
Look, comrade, you can follow me wherever I go. Those are your orders. But you're not telling me where I can go. Those are my orders. Otto Franz, party liner, faithful hound. The crack of the whip was all he understood. Nothing would pry him from my side. He had his orders, and so had I. We took a cab, and I gave the driver an address.
Did you move to a new place, comrade?
I'm going to see my doctor first.
Something wrong?
My stomach's been upset lately.
Maybe you're nervous.
Maybe.
I got some powders I take for my stomach. Got them right with me. How about some?
I'm paying the doctor. I'll do what he says.
Just wanted to save you some money, that's all.
Thanks. He stayed with me like a headache, right into the doctor's waiting room. When the doctor was ready to see me, I knew he wanted to follow, but he didn't quite have the nerve. I told Doc I wanted to find out how my mother was, and he told me in 2 words. Not good. I asked if I could use his phone. He nodded and went into his laboratory. So far, I was getting all the breaks.
Miller speaking.
Randy Fletcher.
Go ahead, Matt.
They're staging a riot at Liberty Hall day after tomorrow. Several hundred party followers in the hall and that many pickets or more outside. On signal, the pickets raid the meeting.
Go ahead, Matt.
Go ahead. It's up to you fellows now. You've got to stop this thing.
We can't move in on anything like this, Matt. I'm afraid you'll have to carry the ball on this one.
Look, I've got a tail on me right now. Everything's been set. What do you expect me to do?
I'm sorry, Matt.
Yeah,
but this is your...
Yeah, I know. It's my baby. From the doctor's office, we went to my home. My mother's condition had me worried. Her heart had been weak for a long time. There was always the chance that she might die, still believing that I was a real communist. If my brother Tip was home, there would be real trouble, especially when he saw Otto. He hated me, but he hated my commie friends even worse. Tip wasn't there. I almost felt good. The little breaks were coming my way, but I needed a big one, real big. Otto showed a rare streak of decency.
Your mother upstairs, comrade?
In bed.
I'll wait here in the parlor. You go up and see her. But don't take too long. We got work to do, remember?
I remember, comrade.
Ma?
Now.
Oh, Matt, you all right?
Sure, Mom, I'm great. But what's this I hear about you?
Oh, with me is nothing. Just a little tired. You the one I worry about, Matt.
There's nothing to worry about. I'm doing fine. Just look at me.
Oh, you are in trouble, Matt. The government, Matt. Those men from Washington. The FBI.
Yes?
They're after you, I know.
Oh, Mom, you're all wrong. Won't you listen to me?
Oh, all the time I pray for you, my boy. That God should make you give up what you are doing against the government of America.
But, Mom, can't you see...
Promise me, Matt. So little I ever ask from you.
I can't, Mom. What? Are you all right?
It don't matter no more. How can I be all right when against the United States one of my boys is working?
Look, Mom, I gotta run along now. Next time, I want to see you up and around and baking a cake, you hear?
Still I pray for you, Matt. that God should take care of you. You are still my boy. And a mother can't forget.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Otto stayed with me the next 2 days. He never let me out of his sight. We took a hotel room because I told him my mother was too ill and I didn't want to bother her at home. Why was I given this insignificant job and a guard? Did they suspect I might sabotage their riot if I had a chance? In 2 days, I hadn't been able to think of a single plan. And then the phone rang. That's the phone, comrade.
It's for you.
You amaze me, Comrade Franz. You must be psychic.
Answer it.
Yes?
Comrade Savetic.
Speaking, Comrade Drexel.
The meeting is tonight.
I know.
You have done your work?
There was nothing to be done until this afternoon.
You will see to it?
Certainly.
Let me talk to Comrade Franz.
One moment. He wants to talk to you, comrade.
Hello? Yes. Yes. No, nothing like that. Yes.
Drexel knew where to call. I hadn't told him, and Otto was with me every moment. Were they watching both of us? Or had Otto somehow given me the slip? I shuddered. One mistake was all you ever made in a spot like this. Your first and last. He was watching me, still talking at the phone.
Yes, comrade. Right.
He sat there, staring at me, his face a complete blank. Other comrades had been pushed from hotel windows. The papers called it suicide, and the public believed the papers. I started toward the door. It's time to round up the boys for tonight, comrade. Comrade Drexel seemed a little worried that I'd not done it before this.
I know.
Well, are you coming, or do you stay here?
I got my orders, comrade. I go with you.
The goon squad I picked for this job was just like all the others, maybe a little more so. Muscle men, powerful guys, and deadly. We met them in the back room of a cheap restaurant, 24 of them, maybe a few more. Okay, comrades, let's have it quiet. You'll gather tonight at 8 o'clock in the street in front of Liberty Hall. Pickets from the Cargus Company will be on hand before you get there. Wear your regular street clothes so as to look just like the other pickets. Mix with them, but stay away from each other. And get this, no guns. I'm going to say that again. No guns. You can use brass knucks, lead pipe and a newspaper, or saps. You've got plenty to work with, but no guns. A comrade in a sound truck will be yelling for a peaceful picketing with no violence. It's your job to make the pickets forget him and raid the meeting and start the riot. Okay, that's all.
Nice work, comrade.
Thanks.
Comrade Drexel will be pleased.
Everything that night went according to schedule. It always does when the commies are behind it. They're thorough. They don't miss a trick. The plans are laid days ahead. You hope for a slip-up, but you never get your wish. When we got to Liberty Hall, the street out front was alive with pickets. They were angry, but not looking for trouble yet.
Everything goes well, Comrade Svetic.
Yeah, everything's great.
There are plenty here to cause serious trouble.
That was the idea, wasn't it?
Of course. You should be happy, comrade.
I'm happy.
Remember, boys, boys. This is a peaceful picketing. We want law and order. Let's have no violence. This is a protest against those commies inside. This is the United States, where we do everything by ballot. Keep it peaceful, boys. Keep walking around. Let's make it legal.
Comrade Gratzinov is doing his work well.
Yeah. Have you seen any of our goons scout around?
Several. There's one.
Talking to that picket. Yeah, I see him. Well, there's another one buttonholing a couple of guys. They're here and they're working.
It is good, Comrade Svetik.
Yeah. Let's go in the hall.
Why?
There's nothing more to do here. It's just a question of time. Maybe we can help in there.
As you say, Comrade.
Inside the hall, everything was proceeding according to schedule. There wasn't an empty chair in the place. It was like a sheep pen, with Comrade Adams, the ringleader, on the stage leading them to slaughter.
And there you have an example, comrades, of this freedom America boasts. Right outside these doors, a mob of pickets, the fascist police of the United States, are protesting our right of free assembly. That's why we are here tonight, to protest this wanton usurpation of our rights, to demand what our forefathers...
The party line, the same old hogwash. And they believed every word of it. Then I heard the crowd outside getting nastier. It was almost time for my goons to lead them in. I began to sweat. There must be something I could do. There must. And then a wild idea hit me. I turned to Otto. Comrade France, lock the front doors.
Are you crazy?
Do what I say.
But why?
You sap. If a mob walks in through an open door, they're liable to start talking things over. Make them break down a door and there's no talk, just violence.
That's a smart idea, Comrade. I'll do it.
Locking the doors was just a stall for time. I wanted to get at the automatic sprinkling system, backstage. I got there just in time to meet Drexel and Adams and the rest of the big shots on their way out the back door. They weren't risking their skins.
Congratulations, Comrade Svetik. You've done your work well. We shall meet in my hotel room as soon as this is over. Comrade Adams and I go.
Come along, Svetik. We've set the fuse, now let her blow.
I'll wait for Comrade France. He's out front.
Good. Make it so.
I was standing right next to a wall ladder. It led up into the rafters, and from there I could reach one of the valves of the sprinkling system and melt off the protective wax cap. I started up the ladder, and I saw Otto coming back. I jumped down. He hadn't seen me.
Your idea works, Comrade. Listen to them. They're like wild beasts outside.
Good work, Comrade. When those doors break, hundreds will be hurt. He turned and looked out at the hall. I gave him the heel of my hand at the base of his neck. He went down in a heap and stayed there. I shinned up the ladder and held my lighter under the valve. No one saw me. The commies inside were panicked. They didn't know what to do next. The pickets were stopped at the door, but it wouldn't be for long. I heard the door go. I heard the pickets crash through. I had to stop this somehow. Lives depended on it. I broke out into a sweat. Would that valve never melt? I held the flame closer. And then the valve melted. The water rushed through the pipes and it rained all over the hall. A hard, cooling, steady rain that could put out fires. A rain that could put out a riot. I came down the ladder. Otto was still on the floor. The commies had found the back exit. They were pouring out like drowned rats. The pickets were backing out the front door. They didn't want any part of that flood. The riot had come a cropper. Comrade Drexel was waiting for me in his hotel room, but I had to make one stop before that, a crummy little gym on Denton Street. I knew the owner, Mac, a hulking, punch-drunk ex-pug. He knew me slightly. He never asked questions. When you can't think anymore, there's nothing to ask about. Listen, Mac, I haven't got time to argue. It's a matter of life and death. I want you to go over my face, and go over it good.
With gloves, huh?
No gloves. Bare fists. I gotta look like I was really beat up.
Blood, too?
Yeah. Everything I'd get if 4 or 5 guys jumped me.
Well, it might hurt you.
I told you this is a matter of life or death. Now, go ahead.
Well, okay. Just as a favor. No hard feelings.
No hard feelings. When Mac began to blur, I knew I had enough. He helped me to the door, and I staggered into the night.
Come in. Soveti. There he is. He slugged me and turned on the water.
Silence. What happened, comrade?
Well, they slugged Franz first, and they jumped at me. I fought them until I passed out.
Who were they?
5 of them. I never saw them before.
Pickets?
Maybe. None of ours, though.
They turned on the water?
I don't know. I guess so. I was out cold.
I tell you, the only guy around me when I got slugged was Svetic. He turned on the water.
And then beat myself to a pulp? Is that it, Comrade?
Unfortunately, Comrade Svetic, suspicion points to you.
Okay, so I slugged Otto. I turned on the water, then I beat myself unconscious. If that's the way you want it, that's the way it is. You're acting as a control commission. Okay. I confess everything. Let's get this over with.
I've remarked before, Svetic, your violent temper.
Why not? I've done everything I could to make this job a success. And then I'm questioned like a dirty, double-crossing traitor. In the name of the party. What more do you want from me?
Take it easy, Svetic.
Sure, I'll take it easy.
You need a doctor's care, Comrade Svetic. I suggest that you go immediately. The story seems true. Your face is proof of that. But we shall investigate further.
Is that all, Comrade?
That is all. For now.
I left the hotel, and I felt good inside in spite of the pain. I had stopped a riot. They'd investigate further, but they wouldn't find anything. I was sure of that. I'd covered everything, and for a while I was safe. I was safe to continue the double life, safe to tread the dim line between darkness and light, safe to walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. These stories, many of them based upon actual events and happenings in the real-life experiences of Matt Savetic, are brought to you in order that you may be aware of the insidious working from within of the Communist Party. Our greatest danger lies in being unaware. Our greatest safety in a knowledge of what we are fighting against. For this reason, I urge you to listen again next week when we will dramatize another exciting adventure from the official records of Matt Savetic. Join us then, won't you?
Here's a mighty swell suggestion.
Kellogg's Pep!
Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters, like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons. Not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize. One of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, PEP, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The makers of Raleigh cigarettes present John Emery, star of the Broadway success Angel Street, as Philo Vance in S.S. Van Dyne's murder mystery, The Case of the Cellini Cup.
Good evening. I am Philo Vance, occupation criminologist. And tonight I'd like to tell you the adventure of the Cellini Cup. As I pieced this fantastic and incredible story together later, it started something like this. In the East 70s of New York City, deep in the gloomy shadow of the 3rd Avenue L, is a dingy little second-hand store called the Old World Curio Shop. It's about 10:30 at night. The front of the store is filled with the usual miscellaneous rubbish, but in the back there's a good workshop. There's a light on there. The man is hunched over a workbench repairing the enamel on, of all things, a cloisonne elephant. This man is Paul Getman, about 43, rather heavy-set, oily complexion, little pig eye, smug and self-satisfied, but a clever workman. An unpleasant man, but then he hasn't long to live, although he doesn't know that. There's a discreet knock on the door at the front of the shop. He gets up and walks through the store to the door.
Oh, it's you. What do you want? Well? Hey, put that gun down. Someone's liable to get hurt. Wait a minute. Take it easy. What are you going to do? No, you don't dare. You can't get away with it. That's murder. For God's sakes, don't do it. Well, why don't you say something? What are you waiting for? I know what you're waiting for. You're waiting for the elevator train. You're waiting for the elevator train to drown out the shot. Well, I got burglar alarms here, and I'm going to...
Philo Vance will be back in a moment. But first, you know when a friend of yours gets a new house, you naturally want to go and see it. Well, an old tried-and-true friend of yours, Raleigh Cigarettes, is living in a brand-new house, and you really ought to see it. Because Raleigh's new house protects you by protecting Raleigh's. How? This new house is an exclusive new package, which gives up to 400% more protection than the package on other leading brands. This means that Raleigh cigarettes come to you factory fresh. Never harsh and bitter, always rich in flavor and fresh. Smokers, you'll thank me for this if you follow my suggestion. Make your next pack Raleigh's, America's freshest cigarettes. And now, here is Philo Vance to tell you the story of the Cellini Cup.
Thank you, Mr. Shirley. Well, to explain how I got involved in this, John F.X. Markham, the district attorney, is an old friend of mine, and bright and early the morning after Getman was murdered, much too bright and much too early, Markham came over to my apartment and dragged me over to the Old World Curio Shop to view the mortal remains of Paul Getman. Sergeant Heath of the Homicide Squad met us at the door, a businesslike frown on his broad, pugnacious features, and gestured toward the body.
Well, here he is, shot through the heart. Doc Baker examined the body and pulled a .32 slug out of him. I would have bet my shirt it was a .45. Made a big hole going in.
So it did, Sergeant.
No signs of a struggle. Who found the body, Sergeant?
The patrolman on the beat. The burglar alarm went off and he came running. Looks like Getman set it off himself. There's a button right here on the counter, and we found Getman's thumbprint on it.
Look at this, Markham.
What's that, Vance?
This utterly atrocious tie Getman was wearing. Imagine the embarrassment of being caught dead wearing a purple horror like this.
I thought it was kind of snappy.
Sergeant, you distress me. I've never seen you out of your uniform, but I'll wager you're a panic.
Now, Vance, let's not get into a discussion about the well-dressed corpse should wear.
Calm yourself, Markham. What have we here? A little circular bit of charred cloth. Must be a clue, eh, Sergeant?
I already seen it. I figured whoever came in here to bump Getman off hid the gun under something. Maybe a handkerchief. And when he fired, this piece of cloth was blown off. Figured that out myself. Not bad, huh?
Sergeant, you've been going to night school. Suppose you tell us what you found out about the late Mr. Getman.
Okay, he was in his early 40s. He owned this shop. He did repair work on fancy art objects for the museum and art dealers, and he was pretty good at it, I guess. He had a little apartment at the Windsor Arms, and that's about all. Hey, looks like a customer at the door. That's his second today.
Markham, isn't that George Henry Howard? Yes, it is.
The art collector?
Yes, but there's more of the collector than the artist in him. Before the war, he traveled over Europe sweeping up statues, porcelains, tapestries, and so on like a vacuum cleaner. Between George Henry Howard and William Randolph Hearst, the museums on the continent were left looking a trifle seedy.
Let him in, Sergeant.
Okay.
Well. Mr. Vance, isn't it?
How are you, Mr. Howard?
Fine. Never better, thanks.
Mr. Markham, our district attorney and champion of justice.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Markham?
And Sergeant Heath.
How are you?
How do you do? Is Mr. Getman here?
Yes, but he's not speaking to anyone.
He was murdered last night, Mr. Howard.
Murdered? Really?
Oh, definitely.
Well, that's too bad from my standpoint as well as his. I wanted to buy a group of items in here. Will his death interfere with selling them?
Well, that would depend on whether there were any heirs and so on.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, there seems to be a few pieces of some value in this case. Let's see, there's the triptych, the cloisonne vase, a copy of the Cellini cup, this beautiful German horizontal clock with hunting scenes in relief, circa 1600, I'd say.
And quite right you are, Mr. Vance. By the way, Mr. Markham, I'd like to put a deposit of, say, $4,000 on the contents of this case just to ensure my getting it. I'd top any bid by $250. Could I do that?
Well, we'll have to take that up after the investigation is concluded.
All right, fine, Mr. Markham. Thank you very much. If I can be of any help.
Thank you.
Right, all right. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Goodbye, Mr. Howard.
Bye. $4,000 for that stuff? I could do better at the 5 and dime.
Yeah, worth about $2,000. Oh, Sergeant, you mentioned another customer.
Oh, yeah, before you got here. A man by the name of Hans Hendricks. An art dealer, he told me.
Oh, yes, the Hans Hendricks Galleries on 57th Street.
Anyway, he came to pick up an art object Getman was repairing for him. He had a receipt for it, so I let him in to make sure it was here. But I didn't let him take it.
Oh, I'll answer. Maybe my office.
Well, what do you think of this, Sergeant?
Oh, I got a theory. When there ain't no clues, I always say what the French say. Cherchez femme. Cherchez femme.
Cherchez femme, eh?
Yeah, in French, it means look for the dame.
Oh, thank you for the translation, Sergeant.
That's okay.
That was the office, Vance. Swacker tells me they got the license number of a car that was seen here last night. Well, now we've got something concrete to work on.
I have nothing very exciting to do this afternoon. Suppose I take this gentleman and scholar, the incredible Sergeant Heath, and the two of us will trace that license number to its lair.
It's like I tell you, Mr. Vance. You don't have to be no genius to solve murders. All you do is ask the right people the right questions.
Providing one can find the right people.
Well, we sure got a lot of information so far. The owner of the car rented it to a guy named Tony Carpini who lives in Queens.
Yes, and this Carpini had a date last night with a girl named Norma Allen who lives in Flushing.
Cherchez femme, huh?
She'll be in Mr. Markham's office tomorrow morning.
I'll pick up Carpini and we'll ask questions and solve the murder.
You make it sound delightfully simple.
Yeah, it's a cinch. I guess I know how to figure these things out instinctive.
Sergeant, you've been most instructive.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, now, let's get on to the Hans Hendricks Galleries. I'd like a few words with Mr. Hendricks.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance and Sergeant Heath.
Thanks.
Now then, I'm at your service.
Well, Mr. Hendricks, I'm looking for one of your messengers in connection with the Getman murder. A guy called Tony Carpini.
Ah, so. Unfortunately, he is no longer in my employ.
You mean you fired him?
Yes, this morning. So you are looking for Tony, eh? I'm glad I got rid of him.
If I'm not too inquisitive, Mr. Hendricks, why did you dismiss him?
I did not trust the man.
And, of course, you had excellent reasons for not trusting him?
He had quite a temper. Just lately, he was very surly. Not a man to trust with a gun.
A gun? Did he carry a gun?
My messengers often deliver valuable pieces. I believe I saw in the papers that the bullet was a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
You may be interested to know that Tony's gun was a .32. I have it here in my desk.
Well, right in your desk. Now, that's convenient, Mr. Hendricks.
He turned it in when I discharged him. Yeah, there you are, Sergeant.
Thanks. I'll just take this along.
Where did Tony keep the gun? After work, I mean.
In his locker with his uniform.
I presume he had a key to the delivery entrance?
And he could get in at night if he wanted to?
Easily.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. Hendricks. Oh, say, before I go, my wife wants an extra chair for the living room, and I noticed that one by the door as we came in.
The sergeant sat in it, bounced in it, slumped in it, and finally decided he and the chair were soulmates. It's that carved chair with a needlepoint upholstery.
Of course, I know the chair.
How much are you asking for it?
It is priced at $575, I believe.
Holy cow, I can get the same thing at Ludwig Bauman's for $31.75. Well, thanks again.
Not at all. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
All right. Now we're really getting somewhere. And without none of that fancy psychology of yours either, Mr. Vance. That guy Hendricks was pretty helpful.
Wasn't he, though? Almost too helpful. Well, what's the news this morning, Markham? You look like the cat that swallowed the canary and went proudly around hiccuping feathers.
Well, Vance, Sergeant Heath's out tracking down our man now. I told him to bring him in as soon as he located him.
And who is the man?
I never thought I'd hear Philo Vance ask that question. You usually know who the man is.
So nice of you to say so, old fellow.
You know, Vance, a gun scratches its individual signature on bullets that leave the barrel. So we compared the bullet that killed Getman with a bullet fired from the gun that messenger, Tony... here it is. Tony Carpini. The bullets match perfectly. Looks like he did it.
My dear Markham, it only proves that a bullet fired from his gun brought about Getman's untimely demise.
Vance, you're splitting hairs.
Splitting hairs is a hobby of mine, Markham, old boy. A hobby that I thought I shared with all members of the legal profession.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Send Miss Allen in.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that would be our femme fatale, the Cleopatra of Flushing. From Swacker's voice, I'd say she left him goggle-eyed. Ah.
Come in and sit down, Miss Allen.
Yes, thanks.
I'm Mr. Markham, and this is Mr. Vance, a sort of special assistant of mine.
A pleasure, Miss Allen.
Likewise.
We'd like to have you tell us what happened the night of the murder.
Well, I had a date with Tony, and we drove around a little, and then we parked, and he started talking about me going out with Mr. Getman. He got sore, and I told him that we would have to consider our acquaintanceship at an end because I had become engaged to Mr. Getman. Gee, I've only been engaged 8 days. I didn't even get a ring.
And what was Tony's reaction to the news of your engagement?
He was wild. He was mad. He threatened to kill me and Paul. That's Mr. Getman. So I asked him to be so kind as to take me home.
Yes, what time was it he brought you home?
About 7:45. Oh, he did it all right, Mr. Markham.
Well, thank you very much, Miss Allen. And now...
Just a moment, Markham. Miss Allen, how long have you been, dating Mr. Getman?
Oh, about 4 months, I guess. I met him when Tony had to deliver something to his shop to be repaired after hours, and he took me along. Paul fell in love with me at first sight. I'm considered very attractive by men.
Well, obviously. And you liked Mr. Getman very much, I presume.
Oh, indeed. Indeed, yes. I've always wished to travel, and he was going to take me to South America after the duration of the duration. Paul knew lots of important people, too, if you know what I mean.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, like Mr. Howard, the art collector. Paul took me to one of Mr. Howard's cocktail parties. Gee, it was swell. Nobody was there who wasn't somebody.
Vance, don't you
Just be patient a moment, Markham.
I even talked with Mr. Howard himself in person. Oh, he was swell. And he showed me some of his collection. You know, etchings and things. When I told him Tony worked for Mr. Hendricks and I knew all about art from what Tony had told me.
I see. And you and Mr. Howard got along very well together?
Oh, sure. I told him all about Tony and I and Paul, and he laughed and laughed. I was a big hit at that party. Gee, I guess I'll never get to travel after what Tony done.
Oh, I imagine another man will come along and be blinded by your charms, Miss Allen.
Yeah, I suppose so, but maybe he won't be no gentleman like Mr. Getman.
Hey, will you stop shoving me around?
Tony.
Here's Carpini, Mr. Markham. He was out on the town last night, but I grabbed him when he came back to his room. Had his bags packed and was all ready to skip town.
Tony, what did you do it for? What did you do it for? You spoiled everything.
I didn't kill him.
You did, too. You said you were going to.
Shut up, will you?
I hate you. I'll never give you another date.
Will you shut up? I tell you, I didn't kill him. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
You did, too. You're a murderer. That's what you are, a murderer. Oh, he hit me.
Cut it out, Carpini. Let go of me. It's her own fault. She started it.
Take him away, Sergeant.
Okay, Mr. Markham. I guess he's a man, all right. What'd I tell you, Mr. Vance? Church femme? Church femme? Come on, Carpini. Oh, nuts.
Here, use my handkerchief, Miss Allen.
Oh, gee, thanks. You're awfully nice to me.
Not I, Miss Allen. Some other gentleman.
Well, Vance, are you convinced now?
Not entirely, Markham. So I think I'll trot along and see if I can comb a little information from George Henry Howard.
Are you going now?
Yes, Miss Allen, but before I depart, I think you may be interested to know that Mr. Markham is a bachelor and a very eligible gentleman. Confidentially, he's fascinated by you.
No kidding. Why, Mr. Markham.
Vance, what's the idea?
Bye-bye, Markham.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. A very pleasant den you have here.
Yes, I like it.
I see the cases along the walls are filled with the ripe fruit of your continental travels. Some beautiful things.
You like them, eh? Well, when I saw something I wanted, I got it. Of course, these cases represent only a fraction of my entire collection. Now, these two curved swords are nice. Creases, they're called. I picked them up in the Malay States 10 years ago. Sharp as razors.
And an exquisite pair of old dueling pistols. I suppose they are dueling pistols, aren't they?
Oh, yes. I got them in France. Beautiful inlaid gold work on them. And you'll notice they're identical in weight, shape, trigger pull, everything. Had to be, to make the duel fair.
Amazing. And I suppose these little cloth patches are for cleaning the guns.
That's right. That's quite right.
Well, what have we here in this case? It looks like a copy of that Cellini cup in the Metropolitan Museum.
Yes, it's a good copy, too.
Yes, it is. You have a whole case of ivory figurines, I see.
Mm-hmm. I collected them for a while. Only a few of them have any real value.
By the by, Mr. Howard, I came to ask about Hans Hendricks. You've had dealings with him, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
You see, Getman's murder is pretty well pinned on one of Hendricks' messengers. It was his gun. Please don't repeat this, but it occurred to me that Hendricks also might have access to that gun.
Oh, I see.
Do you happen to know whether Hendricks and Getman got along all right together?
Well, as far as I know. Of course, Hans is a shrewd Dutchman, and he's an art dealer, too.
I gather your opinion of the integrity of art dealers is not too frightfully high.
You never can tell, Mr. Vance. You never can tell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Howard. You've been most helpful. Well, Tony, nice cell you have here.
Don't be funny.
Tony, I'd like to ask you a question or so.
Yeah? You trying to help me?
Yes.
What's your angle?
Well, Tony, I'm of the opinion that jail is an unhealthy place to be. If you answer a few questions, I may be able to help get you out.
Okay. What have I got to lose?
Did Mr. Hendricks know about your trouble with Miss Allen and Getman?
If he did, I didn't tell him. He might have found out from Getman, though.
That's right, too. Did Mr. Hendricks ever give you anything to deliver to Mr. Howard?
Yeah, a couple of times. And that Mr. Howard is a right guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, you see, I delivered a vase about a week ago, and there was a party going on. Mr. Howard was pretty tight, and he spilled 2 drinks he was holding all over me. Oh, Mr. Vance.
Just a moment, Sergeant. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, he took my clothes and gave me one of his silk bathrobes to wear and had my clothes dried while I sat in the room. Then he gave me $10. I thought that was okay.
Now, Sergeant?
I found out if Mr. Markham was in his office like he asked me to. He is all right.
Thanks very much, Sergeant. You're a noble custodian of the law. I'll go right up and see him. And thank you, Tony. Don't worry too much.
Vance, for heaven's sakes, what did you bring me here to the museum for?
Stop fretting, Markham. I wanted to lift you out of the hurly-burly of your mundane world, far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, and to transport you to the cool halls of this temple of art.
What sort of nonsense is that?
Once in a while, you've got to get away from jangling telephones, noisy courtrooms, and intellectuals such as the good Sergeant Heath. You've got to get away and enter this world of beauty and quiet and romance. Look at the Etruscan shield in this case, Markham.
Yeah, very nice.
What stories it could tell. How many heroes buckled it on and strode bravely into battle shouting some barbaric cry. Yet here it is today, still full of beauty. Ah, here's the Cellini cup. Remember, there was a copy of it in that case in Getman's shop. Benvenuto Cellini. Artist, writer, swordsman, adventurer, the gay lover of the Renaissance. And over here...
Now, Vance, you're not going to take me on a conducted tour of the Metropolitan Museum, are you? I've got work to do.
All right, Markham. I have a few things to do myself. But if you and Sergeant Heath will arrange under some pretext for Howard and Hendricks to be at the Old World Curio Shop 2 hours from now, I'll turn over the murder of Paul Getman to you at the conclusion of a short lecture.
While Philo Vance is preparing to expose the murderer of Paul Getman, may I take just a moment to speak about freshness and its importance in cigarettes? That's why Raleigh's are living in a brand new house. Raleigh's new house we speak about is a scientifically developed, highly protective inner lining that seals the Raleigh package. Protects Raleigh's more expensive, more golden tobaccos against flavor-stealing dryness. Preserves Raleigh's full, rich, satisfying flavor. This extra safeguard provides up to 400% more protection. Yes, Raleigh's goodness is sealed in because dryness is sealed out. And this extra protection ensures Raleigh's perfection. Next time, get America's fresher cigarette, Raleigh's. And now here's Philo Vance.
Well, Howard and Hendricks put in their appearance at the Old World Curio Shop on the dot of 8 with Markham and Sergeant Heath. Howard was his usual jovial self, but Hendricks was quiet. And it seemed to me a little suspicious. I had chairs arranged around a table, and seated Howard and Hendricks with their backs to the showcases. Markham tossed the conversational ball right into my lap.
Mr. Vance will explain this meeting to you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Well, you both have something you want to get out of this shop, and knowing how complicated the legal machinery that Mr. Markham so valiantly protects is, I persuaded him to settle the whole thing tonight and save both of you the inconvenience of waiting for Getman's fares to be settled. Mr. Hendricks, I believe there's something of yours here in the shop that Getman was repairing for you.
A large Cloisonne elephant.
And, Mr. Howard, you wanted to buy the contents of one of these showcases, didn't you?
That's right, Mr. Vance. Getman and I had already agreed on a price of $4,000.
Which seems more than fair to me. It's amazing, isn't it, how a small piece of lead can complicate the lives of a lot of people? Tony Carpini didn't simplify matters for either of you.
Then he's the one who did it, huh?
That's right, Mr. Howard. Church femme.
I didn't know I had a man like that working for me.
Funny, I always thought he was a nice boy.
Well, I don't agree with Sergeant Heath's cherche femme theory, as he calls it. I think the motive was robbery. There was one item in this case that Tony might have thought represented a fortune in itself. Just a minute. It was this item right here. Look, a copy of the Cellini cup. This is what lured a man to the depths of murder. But it never will again because I'm going to smash it to pieces on this table.
Don't do that. Don't, you fool. Stop. That's the real cup. That's the original. Stop it, you idiot. You're smashing one of the greatest treasures in the world.
Sergeant Heath, you may arrest Mr. Howard for the murder of Paul Getman. Markham, the Admirable Curry has just informed me that he will serve dinner in 3 minutes.
Vance, you irritating so-and-so. Sit down and tell me how you knew Howard murdered Getman. His confession clears Tony, but there's still a lot of things unanswered.
Well, there's no point in my being coy with you, Markham. Where shall I begin? Why did Howard kill Getman? His confession explains that, but suppose I put it in order. A. Howard was a wealthy art collector who wanted something he couldn't buy. The Cellini cup that was in the museum. B. Getman was a clever goldsmith who did repair work for the museum. He had access to the Cellini cup. C. Howard bribed Getman to make a copy of the cup and substitute it for the original. But D. Getman made 2 copies, substituted one for the original, which he kept, and sent the other copy to Howard, who, E, for exterminate, decided to kill him when he found he had been double-crossed, and did.
Yes, Vance, I know all that, and it isn't necessary to talk to me as though I were a child.
Yeah, I'm not at all sure about that, Markham.
Oh, go on. What about the bullet from Tony Carpini's gun, matching the one that killed Getman? Stop giving me the story in driblets.
Well, at that party Miss Allen went to, she mentioned to Howard that Tony had threatened to kill Getman, and Howard realized he had a perfect fall guy, shall we say. He ordered some item sent from Hendricks, and then Tony delivered it. Howard spilled the drinks on him. With the pretext of drying his clothes, Howard got hold of the gun, took it to the basement, fired several shots into something that wouldn't destroy the markings on the bullets, then cleaned the gun and replaced the empty shells.
Yes, but how did he shoot Getman with that bullet?
Oh, very simple. Howard owned a pair of muzzle-loading dueling pistols, and he loaded one of them with the bullet from the gun. Remember that charred piece of cloth that was near the body?
Yes.
That was used to tamp the powder down. And remember Sergeant Heath remarked about the hole the bullet made? That it was large, and he'd guessed the bullet was a .45? Well, the .32 bullet was a little small for the gun, and it wasn't going straight when it hit Getman.
Howard was an ingenious devil, wasn't he?
Come, Markham, don't give him all the applause. Save a little for me.
All right, you too are an ingenious devil. But what made you suspect Howard?
A number of things. First, my suspicions were aroused when he offered twice as much for the contents of that case containing the Cellini cup as they were worth. Then it seemed strange that a man of Howard's position would invite Getman and his lady-love to one of his parties. Of course, though, they were partners in crime.
Yes, that seemed odd to me, too.
It bothered me, and I dropped in to chat with Howard about it. Saw the dueling pistols and the little cloth patches, and also discovered to my surprise that he already had a copy of the Cellini cup. Why should he want another?
So you took another look at the one in Getman's shop, found it was the original, and dragged me over to the museum where you saw a copy in place of the original.
Excellent. An astounding piece of deduction, Markham. I exchanged the cups with the full cooperation of 2 dazed directors of the museum, then pulled the psychological rabbit out of my hat.
But why did you have me bring Hendricks over here to the shop, too?
Well, there was a possibility that Getman might have gone to Hendricks with the cup, hoping to sell it to him and get some money in addition to what Howard had already given him. Who knows? Perhaps he did. And Hendricks had access to Tony's gun. But I was sure that a man who was willing to risk his life and reputation for that cup couldn't sit quietly and see it smashed in front of his eyes.
Vance, you're an amazing person.
I'm also hungry. Come, Markham. I see Curry signaling that dinner is served. I hope the chicken tetrazzini is good. Catching a murderer has given me quite an appetite.
Raleigh cigarettes are protected in a way that no other cigarette is protected. Raleigh's live in a new house, a revolutionary new package that keeps them factory fresh. Raleigh's special package provides up to 400% greater protection than the package on all other leading brands against loss of freshness, loss of flavor. Why not smoke the cigarette you know is fresh? Raleigh's, America's freshest cigarette. Next week at the same time, the makers of Raleigh cigarettes will again present Philo Vance to tell you and your friends another exciting story. A story he calls The Mystery of the Singing Cat. The part of Philo Vance was played by John Emery. Tom Shirley speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Friends, you know what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra large liquid reserve, gave it more room for more water. Result, the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Weber's Bread present your all-star Western Theater.
Drifting along, singing a song under a western moon.
Yes, it's your all-star Western Theater, brought to you by the makers of Weber's Bread. Featuring Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, Colleen Summers, Weber's grand host, Monty Montana, and his special guest, Western Pictures hard-riding, straight-shooting, cowboy-singing star Tex Ritter, in the title role of our Western Theater production of Billy the Kid. My name is Cottonseed Clark, and here are the writers of Weber's Bread have planned a grand half hour of Western entertainment, which we all hope will be to your liking about this time of day. And now a word for Weber's Bread from Ed Chandler.
In the tradition of the Old West, hospitality plays a mighty important part. Yes, Western hospitality is world famous. Certainly a part of that Western hospitality is the fine meals served to all who come to visit, friend and stranger alike. And of all the good food served, good bread plays its important part. True Western hospitality is still with us, and so that you can be sure you're serving your guests one of the finest of all Western food products, see to it that you have plenty of good Weber's bread on hand at all times. Then you'll be prepared to serve your guests, expected or unexpected, sandwiches you can be sure are good. Weber's are proud of their position as bread leaders in the West.
Good Weber's Bread. And here is something that's mighty good for a heavy heart. The grandest of all heart song singers, Miss Colleen Summers, with Someone Won Your Heart, Little Darling. It was Will Rogers who once said, "I never met a man I didn't like." Well, we're going to take the words of that fine gesture of a great man and give it another meaning. Here is a man of the West that is liked by every person that ever met him. Friends and neighbors, one of the greatest cowboys of all time, Weber's all-star Western Theater host, Monty Montana.
Howdy, ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, and cottonseed. It makes me feel pretty good to have you say such nice things about me.
Well, Monty, all the folks who know you know that I'm dead right. And I also know that's why the folks at Weber's are proud to have you represent them. But I'm not trying to embarrass you before all of these folks, so suppose you just break down and tell everybody what the All-Star Western Theater has in store for them today.
3 things, Cottonseed. One is the story of the Old West, the life of that notorious bad man, Billy the Kid.
And number 2 is?
That great star of Western pictures and my mighty good friend, Tex Ritter. And here he is in person.
Hello, Monty, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Tex, I guess...
Just a minute, Monty. You're kind of rushing me, boy.
Yeah, how's that?
I said, howdy, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't give me time to say hello to the boys and girls.
For that, Tex, I owe you a real apology.
If it wasn't for the boys and girls, us Western folks wouldn't be in business.
You're right there, Tex. They've been mighty good to me, too.
Besides, they eat a lot of Weber's bread.
Would you mind saying that again?
You heard me. Now suppose we get into our story of Billy the Kid.
Mighty fine.
Now, just a minute, Monty. You're overlooking something. You said you had 3 things in store for the folks. So, what about number 3?
I was coming to that, and it's a surprise for you, Tex, as well as for the folks listening. A good friend of ours dropped in to give us a hand with our story of Billy the Kid. Another great favorite of the Western screen, Dennis Moore.
Hello, folks. Hiya, Tex.
Now, anything can happen.
Now, don't start on me, Tex, or I'll tell the folks how I whipped you in that last picture we made together.
Dennis, you and Tex kind of let up on each other now, and we'll get on with our story.
And before we tell this tale of a bad man, Monty, I'd like to ask all the boys and girls listening to give a lot of thought to something that we should all remember. But I think I'll save that until after our story's over. Perhaps it'll have more meaning then.
And here he is, folks. Tex Ritter as Billy the Kid, with his sidekick Dennis Moore as Pat Garrett. Cottonseed, supposing you take over the scene.
The story of Billy the Kid is that of a boy whose opportunities in early life were far removed from the career he followed, that of a ruthless killer. Although from poor parents, his youth was like that of any normal, law-abiding boy of the early 1870s. It was his closest friend and pal, Pat Garrett, who taught this future bad man of the West how to handle 6 guns with the deadly accuracy of the truest arrow, to ride like the wind and to defend himself against physical encounter. For hour upon hour, the kid would practice a quick draw of his guns. His aim became almost perfect. It might be said that the crime career of Billy the Kid just happened, for his first killing was coolly committed on the spur of the moment. Pat Garrett seemed to sense that Billy was destined to stray from the life he led as a youth. The kid was a little too boastful of his ability with the gun. It was a fall day in 1878 that his lifelong friend, Pat Garrett, suggested that the 2 of them ride into the county seat town of White Oaks, New Mexico, and apply to Sheriff Brady for jobs as deputy sheriffs to assist in keeping law and order in Lincoln County. For the lack of anything else to do, the kid submitted to Garrett's suggestion, and together they rode for White Oaks. As they reached Twin Forks Road, Garrett could see that something was troubling the kid.
What's on your mind, Billy? You haven't had much to say.
Nothing. I was just thinking.
You're not figuring on backing out of this deputy job, are you?
Well, it's like this, Pat. I got a little business over to Pete Maxwell's spread. You ride in to see the sheriff and tell him I'll drop by tomorrow.
What's over to Pete Maxwell's that you're so interested in, other than his daughter?
Oh, what's over to Maxwell's that's interesting, other than his daughter?
Look, Billy, I don't want to tell you what to do, but I wish you'd string along with me. The county needs good deputies, and...
Now, listen, Pat. To be honest about it, I don't want to be no deputy. That ain't my idea of making an easy living.
Making a living ain't supposed to be easy, Billy.
Well, don't make sense.
You mean making an honest living don't make sense?
This day and time, a man's life is as good as his draw. And I'm about the fastest in these parts.
That's why you'd make a mighty good peace officer, Billy.
Yeah? Then tell me why I should be working for the sheriff when I know more than he does. He should be working for me.
You've got the wrong idea, Billy. And if you keep on thinking that way, them guns of yours might get you in a whole pack of trouble someday.
I'll be the judge of how to handle my guns. Right now, I'm taking the left fork for Pete Maxwell's spread.
I wish you'd change your mind.
Sorry, Pat, but we don't think alike. I'll see you later.
That was Billy the Kid's first outright admission of a wayward leaning. Billy and Maxwell's daughter seemed to hit it off pretty well together. But during the next 2 or 3 weeks, he paid steady court to her. It was rather late one night when the kid left Maxwell's place and rode into White Oaks, apparently to pass the time of night at Peg Martin's palace. He dismounted and strolled through the batwing doors up to the bar. Not being a drinking man, he ordered his favorite, sarsaparilla. A rough, unshaven gunslick was standing to his left.
What was that you ordered, son?
Sarsaparilla.
Sarsaparilla. Yeah, you must be the teetotaling hombre they called Billy the Kid.
That's right.
I hear tell you're mighty handy with your shooting irons.
That's right.
I hear tell you're paying steady court to Pete Maxwell's daughter.
That's right.
And I hear tell she's teaching you how to crochet.
Yeah?
You know, that little Maxwell filly is a mighty pretty gal. I wonder how she'd feel if a real man was to call on her.
Partner, I don't know who you are or where you come from, but I got a feeling you ain't going back.
What do you mean by that, punk?
I mean you'd better start drawing, because I'm going to put a hole right through your heart.
Why, you little spoil.
I hear tell you ain't going to be heard from no more.
Say, young fella, I saw that. And I might also add that you handle yourself mighty smooth-like.
I can take care of myself.
Yeah. I'd like to have a little talk with you. My name's John Chisholm.
Oh, yeah. I heard of you.
How about riding over to my spread in the morning? I got a proposition that might interest a man like you.
Okay. I'll ride over.
John Chisholm and his partner, Alec McSwain, were determined to establish a monopoly of the stock grazing business and make themselves the cattle kings of the Pecos Valley. It was a dangerous business, and trouble between the ranchers was a daily occurrence. The smaller band also got together, men who had important cattle interests and were anxious to defend them. Both sides were prepared for what was destined to become a deadly conflict. Chisholm lost no time in hiring the kid that next morning. He liked the kid's daredevil ways, his cool manner, and his deadly marksmanship, all combined with what seemed to be an absolute delight in murder. Within a short period of time after his deal with Chisholm, the kid added 3 more notches to his gun, that of his own companion, Joe McCluskey, and 2 ranchers of the opposing forces, Billy Martin and Frank Baker. The news of the killing spread fast, reaching the ears of Sheriff Brady and his deputy, George Heineman. Now the kid was a hunted man. Early one Thursday morning, Sheriff Brady and Heineman rode for the home of the kid. Knowing of his record of cold-blooded killings, they fully recognized the fact that their chances of coming back alive were hardly even.
I don't like this, Brady.
You're not afraid, are you, George?
No, not exactly. You know, we've been on some mighty tough manhunts before, and so far we've always been on the winning side. But somehow or other, I got a feeling we won't come out of this one alive.
As the sheriff and Heineman approached the kid's spread, little did they realize that they were in the focus of a powerful set of binoculars in the hands of Billy the Kid.
What do you see, kid? Who are they? The law. 2 of them. On horseback. One of them's Brady.
Well, what you gonna do?
What am I gonna do? Either me or them 2 gunmen are gonna die.
The kid then stepped inside the barn from view and placed himself in readiness. 15 minutes had elapsed when Brady and Heineman rode up and approached the kid's henchman, who was leaning against the corral gate next to the barn.
Oh, boy. Howdy, stranger. I'm Sheriff Brady.
How are you, Sheriff? What's up?
We're looking for Billy the Kid. Do you know where he is?
No, I ain't seen him, Sheriff. What do you want him for?
You know what we want him for. Cold-blooded murder.
Here I am, Sheriff. Start drawing.
When the smoke cleared, Brady and Heineman lay dead. Billy the Kid's bold defiance of the law, the reign of terror and bloodshed spread far and wide. He formed a band of gunmen, and for 2 years following the killing of Brady and Heineman, terrorized the country. Always cool, always the dashing desperado. He seemed to bear a charmed existence. 100 bullets sped towards him, but not one reached its mark. He had now brought his known death toll to 11. It was early July, 1881, 2 years after the killing of Brady and Heineman, that a deputy United States Marshal arrived in White Oaks, sent by the government to capture Billy the Kid, dead or alive. This man was Pat Garrett. Yes, the same Pat Garrett that was the boyhood pal of Billy the Kid. Meanwhile, with posse searching far and wide for him, the Kid decided his best move was to hide where his pursuers would least expect to find him, in the home of his old friend, Pete Maxwell. Although this did not please Maxwell in the least, he agreed with his daughter Mary to allow the Kid a couple of days to figure his next move.
Billy, it's mighty risky us keeping you in hiding here.
They'd never think of looking for me here, Pete.
But, Daddy, we can't turn him out.
Oh, all right, Billy, but I'm doing this because of Mary, not with my better judgment.
I'll move on in a couple of days, but I've got to get some rest before I can ride.
The finger of fate was now at work, and the next night the new marshal, Pat Garrett, made a friendly call at the Maxwell Ranch to renew old acquaintances, not in the least suspecting that he was walking into the very hiding place of Billy the Kid, his boyhood pal.
Someone's at the door.
Quick, Billy. Into the back room. More than likely old Jim Matthews from the next spread.
Hello, Pete.
Why, Pat Garrett. What are you doing in these parts?
On official business for Uncle Sam. But I figured a little social visit would be in order tonight. How are you, Mary?
Oh, fine, Pat. I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, sit down, Pat. Sit down. Tell me about this official business you're on.
Well, Pete, the boss man sent me down to get Billy.
To get Billy?
That's right, Mary. Of course, I know that you was mighty fond of him once.
Pat, how could you do such a thing?
Billy was your best friend.
Was is right, Pete. But Billy turned out to be a heartless, cold-blooded killer. And I've got a job to do.
Then you'd better get to doing it, Pat.
Billy.
Now, look, boys. Let's not have no gunplay in here.
Pat, you can't.
Pete, you and Mary stand back and be quiet. Me and Pat's got some business to settle.
I reckon you know why I'm here, Billy.
Yeah, I heard. But don't draw on me, Pat.
You've made quite a name for yourself since I left this country.
That's right. So have you.
And I think I'm a little prouder of my name than you are of yours.
Now, look, boys. You're old friends. Let's settle this thing peaceable like.
That's up to Pat.
I was sent here to get you, Billy, and I aim to do it.
How you gonna do it?
Dead or alive. And you can make it mighty easy on everybody by coming along peaceable.
Pat, I hate to kill you. But if you so much as bat an eyelash at your gun, you're a dead man.
You're forgetting who taught you how to draw that quick.
And you're forgetting that I never miss my mark.
I'm not overlooking a thing.
You still thinking about drawing on me?
Right now, Billy, I'm thinking about that morning when you and me headed down to town to become deputy sheriffs. We came to a fork in the road. Remember?
Yeah. I took the left fork.
And I took the right fork. Let's ride in together this time, Billy. It'll be a lot easier that way.
I reckon you'd better draw, Pat. This is the crossroad again.
That's right. And I'm still taking the right road. Sorry, Billy, but I had to do it.
I I reckon you done me in, Pat.
This had to come someday.
Oh, I guess so, but I hate that it had to be you that did it.
You beat me to the draw and fired first. I've never known you to miss your man before.
Didn't see you, Pat.
Didn't see me?
Something crazy happened. Just as I reached for my gun, I saw a fork in the road. And I fired in the wrong place.
Well, Tex, we want to thank you for appearing on Weber's All-Star Theater. And to you, Dennis Moore, for dropping in to give your old friend a helping hand.
It was a real pleasure, Monty.
And now, Tex, that special thought to the boys and girls you mentioned just before our story.
Boys and girls, it's an old story, but one I hope you will all remember as you grow up. In all history, never has it been known that crime has a reward other than hardships and suffering to oneself and to other people. Remember the story of Billy the Kid.
Thank you, Tex Ritter. And now here once more is Cottonseed Clark.
Well, folks, I know you're all expecting a song from Tex Ritter, so we're going to hold him over long enough for just that. The title of his song seems to kind of fit the moral of our story today. But it so happens that it's the #1 hit song of the nation on phonograph record by Tex Ritter himself. And here...
For your yesterday, it will all come home to you. You'll pay for your sin time and time again. I won't even pity you. I was good to you, and you know it's true. I tried to please every way. You walked on my heart, broke it all apart. But someday you'll have to pay.
So long to you, Tex Ritter. Come back and visit with us again real soon.
It's been mighty nice, Cottonseed, Monty. So long, folks.
So long, Tex. And now here's another word from our friend Ed Chandler.
Friends, in the days of the Pony Express and the Wells Fargo stagecoach, the watchword of the day was dependability. Cross-country travelers could depend on the old stagecoach arriving at its destination. The United States Mail Service, in great measure, depended on the Pony Express. Yes, dependability was and is a fine characteristic of any service or product. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about the dependability of Weber's bread. When you serve Weber's good bread, you can always depend on its flavor, texture, and freshness. It's uniformly and scientifically baked of the finest ingredients to assure that dependability. To say it simply, Weber's bread is always good bread.
Yes, Weber's bread is always good bread. And here once more is America's great Western singing stars, Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, Al Sloy and Jimmy Dean, are heading down Santa Fe way.
Riding down to Santa Fe, just beyond the mountains and across the way. See that sun hang low in the west. Oh, the land I'm loving the best. Here we go, my old fellow. Gotta see a preacher about a gal. So let's burn the trail and yonder we'll go. Riding down to Santa Fe, hey, riding down to Santa Fe. Riding down to Santa Fe, gonna see the boss and I'll collect my pay. Need $100 or more to get that ring she's been waiting for. Don't be slow, my old fellow, she'll be there waiting at the door. So let's burn the trail and yonder we'll go. Riding down to Santa Fe, hey, riding down to Santa Fe.
The Riders of the Purple Sage. You know, folks, people in different parts of the country have different ideas about the cowboy, his life, and his habits. But folks who really know him can vouch for one thing. A cowboy has religion. Perhaps he doesn't show it outwardly, but you can bet your bottom dollar he keeps in mighty close touch with his boss in the sky. Religion comes natural with him. Riding range at night under a full moon flanked by millions of stars, well, a fella can't help but think. And then, sudden-like, he finds himself talking with somebody that understands him as no one else does.
I'm heading for the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. I'll saddle up my faithful pinto and bid the boys goodbye. I'll say so long to Mom and Dad and tell Sister not to cry, 'cause I'm heading for the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the sky. We're gonna ride, 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 ride down that dusty trail through the land of sweet enchantment, where hardships don't prevail. When my roundup days are over and I've said my last goodbye, I'll be up in the blue horizon, where the mountains meet the drifting along, singing a song under a western moon.
The bakers of Weber's Bread have presented your all-star Western Theater with Boy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, Colleen Summers, Weber's Western host Monty Montana, and his special guests Tex Ritter and Dennis Moore. Next week, Monty's guest will be Johnny Mac Brown, famous star of Western pictures and the story of Wild Bill Hickok. The Riders of the Purple Sage appeared through the courtesy of Republic Pictures. Until next week, then, this is Cottonseed Clark, reminding you to get Weber's Bread next time. You'll never have to be reminded again. Weber's Bread is good, and it's good for you. This is a V-Bear production.
Being a Lux girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
Now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Sir Laurence Olivier, your host in Theatre Royal.
This is Laurence Olivier. I'm speaking to you from the stage of the Theatre Royal Haymarket, in the heart of London's theatreland. This is one of London's oldest theatres, and it is appropriate that I should introduce the first of this new series of programs from here. I am at this time rehearsing a new play with my wife, Vivian Lee, and after a short tour, I shall be opening in London early next month. Because of this, although I shall be introducing the program each week, I am, for the first few of this new series, inviting some of my own good friends of the theater to join me and appear in subjects of their own choice. My first guest is a very old friend of mine. A good few years ago, I had the pleasure of appearing as his guest on his own program from New York, and that is why it gives me particular pleasure to return the compliment and to reintroduce you this week to Orson Welles. Orson has chosen a famous story by Alexander Pushkin, which you may know. It is a tale of excitement and suspense, which I think you'll like. Here he is, then, Orson Welles, in the role of Hermann in The Queen of Spades.
Three, seven, ace. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, queen. Queen. So, they say I'm mad today. They say I'm out of my mind. Here in their book of hospital, room number 17. Just as though I were out of my mind. Listen, my friends. Listen. I'm no more insane than you are. No more insane than I was. That evening at Noromov's. Noromov of the Horse Guards. The night of the card party.
And how did you make out, Ewan? Did you win?
No,
Did you
I
win?
lost, just as I always do. I always have been unlucky at cards. I play carefully. Never raise the stakes, keep my head, never let myself be put out. Yet I always lose.
And you've never been tempted into putting your winnings back onto a sequence? All on one card, double on the second, double again on the third?
Not me, I'm afraid.
You surprise me. I wish I'd got your temperament.
What about Herman here? He's never had a card in his hand in his life. Yet he sits here till 5 a.m. just watching us play.
Why not? Play fascinates me. Just to watch.
And you never want to join in and try your luck?
No. I'm in no position to throw away what I've got in the hope of winning more than I need.
Well, if you never start gambling, I suppose you never acquire a taste for it. But you know, there's one person I can't understand.
Oh, and who's that?
My grandmother, the Countess Anna Fedotovna. She never touches a card.
Your grandmother, the Countess?
Uh-huh.
But why should she want to gamble? She's over 8 years old.
True, but that only shows you've never heard the story.
No? And what is her story, then? Come on, Tomsky, you cannot leave us all in the air like that.
Well, it's very simple, really. The Countess knows an infallible system.
No,
she could win every time she played, true.
Nonsense, my dear Tomsky. There's no such thing as an infallible system. There's always a chance of losing. That's why I always refuse to play.
There is an infallible system, Herman, if you know it, and the Countess does know it. Now listen to this. About 60 years ago, she was in Paris, beautiful, rich, and she had a passion for cards. She had a run of bad luck. She lost every time she played. And she ended up, after one particularly bad evening, by owing the Duke of Orleans a very tidy sum. Now, you've heard of the Count Saint-Germain, haven't you?
Wasn't that the charlatan who said he was the wandering Jew and pretended to have found the elixir of life?
Well, he may have been a charlatan in some ways, but he had extraordinary powers, supernatural powers, apparently. And he was the one who taught the Countess her infallible system.
Nonsense, Tomsky. I tell you, there's no such thing.
Very well, then. How do you explain this? The Countess asked Saint-Germain to lend her the money. Instead, he told her the secret system. She went back to Versailles that very night, and on just 3 cards, doubling and redoubling the stakes, she won back the fortune she had lost.
But, my dear fellow, that was just a lucky coincidence.
No.
If she had played again, she'd have lost her fortune again.
Oh, no, not when she knew which 3 cards to play.
Nonsense.
You see, it had been one of the conditions, by the way, I didn't tell you, that after she'd played them just the once, she should never touch a card again in her life, and she never has done.
You mean to say you've a grandmother with a secret like that, which could make you millions, and you've never managed to wheedle it out of her?
No, nobody ever has, not even her own sons.
Well, I wish the Countess would take pity on me sometime. 3 infallible cards like that, and once would be enough.
Nonsense.
I should retire a wealthy man from that single game. Yes.
Oh, I had scoffed at the tale, pretended to disbelieve it, but in my heart, I knew it was true. There is such an infallible system. There are 3 cards that will always win. Every gambler knows that there are, knows that there must be. Once in a lifetime, someone discovers the secret, and then their fortune is made. And it was just those 3 infallible cards that I had always been trying to discover, watching game after game, never playing until I knew which the secret sequence really was. Well, now I know. All night long I had lain awake, thinking about the secret and the one old woman who knew it. Next morning I took a walk through the streets of the city. I stopped before an imposing mansion. Excuse me, sir. Whose house is that over there?
On the corner?
Yes.
The Countess Fedotovna's. A great lady, sir.
The Countess? The Countess Anna Fedotovna?
That's right, sir. The only one. She's an old lady now, sir. 87, they say.
And who is the young lady? The young one sitting at the window?
At the embroidery frame?
Yes.
Oh, that will be the Countess's young ward, Lizaveta Ivanovna.
Lizaveta Ivanovna. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So the Countess has a pretty young lady to look after her, has she? Well, maybe that will prove to be the answer. Yes, she was to be the answer, all right. Lizaveta Ivanovna. Day after day, I went back to the house, standing there in the street, gazing up at the figure in the window, wondering what went on between her and the Countess. Did she know the story of the old woman's secret? No, not until I finally told her. They talked about other things up there in the Countess's dressing room.
What are you gazing out of the window for, child? Is it so interesting down in the street?
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking.
Not thinking. You looked as though you were lost in thought. Maybe you find it far too dull, reading to me.
Oh, no, my lady. Shall I get the book that Prince Pavel sent you yesterday?
No, I don't feel in the mood for being read to. Oh, the novels they send me are a lot of ridiculous nonsense. Is the carriage ready?
Yes, my lady. It is waiting at the door till you require it.
Then I shall get dressed and we will drive to the park. Please be ready to start when I am dressed.
Yes, my lady. Natasha.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Do you know that man down there in the street? He's been standing there all the morning.
The officer, mademoiselle? No, I never saw him before.
What uniform is he wearing?
Well, I am not sure, mademoiselle, but... Yes, he is a captain in the engineers, I think.
It is very handsome. The uniform, I mean.
Yes, mademoiselle.
I knew that she had seen me, standing there each morning. I had seen her blush and pretend to turn away to her embroidery. But always her eyes stole back to me. And I knew that sooner or later I should succeed. And then one day, as she was helping the old Countess into her carriage,
Careful.
I slipped the note into her hand. I saw her start of surprise, her indecision, whether to throw it away or not. Then I saw her hide it in her glove as the carriage drove away.
Know then, my adored one, that you are more to me than life itself. Though I have only had the exquisite happiness of gazing at you from afar, I live for the day when I shall hear your voice, and when I shall have the courage to declare myself your devoted slave. Hermann. But what am I to do? Whatever would the Countess say if ever she were to find out? The man is far too bold. I shall have to return his letter.
Yes, she returned my letter, just as I knew she would, with a brief note of her own. "Sir," it said, "I am sure that your intentions are honorable and that you have no wish to offend me, but I cannot begin an acquaintance in such an imprudent manner. I return your letter and trust you will never give me cause to complain of your disrespect." No, I would give her no cause to complain of disrespect, but neither would I give her cause to complain of neglect, for I had reason to believe that my boldness was not entirely unwelcome.
"So, Herman, you know Lizaveta Ivanovna, do you?"
I know her by sight. I hear of her occasionally through a mutual friend.
And can you, by any chance, be the officer that she seems to be thinking about these days?
Of course not.
No?
No, we've never met. What made you think that?
It was rather amusing. I was asking the Countess's permission to present a friend of mine.
Oh?
A fellow officer, I called him. Actually, it was Naramov. Then when Lizaveta and I are alone together, up she comes and whispers, "Who is the officer you wish to present to the Countess? Is he a captain in the engineers?"
And Naramov's in the cavalry.
Of course he is. But who is the captain in the engineers that seems to be in Lizaveta Ivanovna's thoughts?
How should I know? At least you can be sure it isn't me. Oh, yes, I was in her thoughts. I had every cause to be, for never a day went past now without my sending her another note smuggled into her, sometimes one way, sometimes another.
Please, be good enough not to bring any more letters, and tell the person who sent you that he ought to be ashamed of himself.
But of course, mademoiselle, of course. Even though he is devoted to you.
Even though I was devoted to her. Day after day, I begged her, implored her to let me visit her. And it was not long before I was receiving her replies. Before she was telling me that she, too, was in love. Before she was ready to do everything I asked of her. And then, at last, the letter for which I had been waiting was thrown down to me from the Countess's window. Oh, what a letter that was.
This evening there is a ball at the German embassy. The Countess will be there. This is our only chance of meeting alone. As soon as the Countess and I have left for the ball, the servants will be going out and the porter will be in his lodge. Come to the house at 11:30. Walk straight in. If anybody happens to stop you in the hall, go straight upstairs. If you meet anyone in the anteroom, ask for the Countess. They will say she is out. Then you will have to leave. But probably you will be seen by no one. If so, turn to the left through the anteroom. You will reach the Countess's bedroom. There you will find 2 doors. The one on the right leads into a study which is never used. The one on the left leads to a corridor, at the end of which is a staircase. It leads to my room. I shall have returned by 2 o'clock.
No, there was nobody to challenge me. The porter was asleep in his lodge, and the servants were not about. By 11:30, I was safely inside the Countess's apartments. But it was not the left-hand door I opened, the one that led on to Ivanovna's room. No. It was the door into the empty study, next to the bedroom of the Countess. There I waited until 2 o'clock. And in my pocket, there was a pistol.
In a moment, we shall return to Orson Welles in Alexander Pushkin's transcribed story, The Queen of Spades. And now we return to Orson Welles, starring in Alexander Pushkin's famous story, The Queen of Spades.
I waited for nearly 3 hours. I waited in the deserted study, waited for the return of the Countess and the chance to force the secret from her. The secret of the 3 cards. 3 cards and the order in which to play them. 3 cards that could not lose. It was 2:30 before she returned. And I heard them enter the bedroom, just beyond the door where I was hiding.
Good night, my lady. Oh, so you are going to bed? Already, my dear.
If you will excuse me, I'm very tired.
Very tired, she says. A girl of her age. Aren't I tired as well?
I thought that Natasha would be attending your ladyship.
Oh, to be sure. Don't bother about me, my dear. Nobody cares for an old woman like me. Go to bed then if you are so tired. Why stand there arguing?
I'm sorry, my lady. Good night.
Good night. Girl. Natasha, unlace me.
Yes, your ladyship.
Oh, be quick about it. Mademoiselle is not the only one who is tired, huh? Oh.
I watched the old woman through a crack in the door. I watched the whole repulsive scene as wig, paint, patches, and every finery was stripped away, and the gaunt, unlovely features emerged that fashion and artistry had done so much to conceal. At last the maid retired.
Does your ladyship wish to retire, or shall I place the chair by the window?
The chair is well enough where it is. Take away the candles. I will have light enough from the icon lamp.
Good night, my lady.
Good night, good night. What a paltry affair it was tonight, the ball. It seems they have forgotten what social occasions ought to be, just as the modern world has forgotten how to deport itself. What days there used to be when Princess Daria Petrovna and I...
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed, madam. Don't be alarmed. I am not going to harm you. I have come to ask you a favor.
Who are you? What are you doing?
It does not matter who I am. But it is in your power to make me happy for life. And it will cost you nothing.
What do you want?
Madame, I know that you can name 3 cards. 3 cards that are to be played in sequence. 3 cards that cannot fail to make the fortune of anyone who knows them.
No, it was only a jest. I swear, only a stupid jest.
It is no jest to me, madam. I want you to name those cards for me.
I do not know any cards.
Why should you keep your secret? Who for? For your grandson, Stomsky? They're all rich enough already. They don't need to know your secret. Besides, they have no idea of the value of money. They would squander it away in a year. With me it will be different. I know the value of money. I live simply. I am not a gambler. I've never touched a pack of cards in my life. I will only touch 3 cards. Tell me which they are.
I do not know any cards.
Madame, if you have any feelings at all, by all you hold dear in life, tell me your secret. If you have ever known what it is to be in love, if you have ever known human suffering or sympathy or rapture, by all you have ever felt or longed for, I beg you, tell me.
I do not know any cards.
You old witch! I'll make you answer. See, I have a pistol.
Oh, no.
Tell me. Tell me, you hag. Tell me. Unless you tell me those 3 cards, I shall... But she's dead. She's dead. Dead! The secret is... No. No! No! It was only then that I remembered Lizaveta Ivanovna waiting for me in her room at the head of the little staircase down the corridor.
Herman, where have you been?
I've been in the Countess's bedroom. I've just left her. The old woman is dead.
No.
Yes.
What are you saying?
I am saying the Countess is dead. What's more, I'm afraid that I was the cause of her death.
Oh, no. Yes. Tell me, what terrible thing has happened?
She died of fright. It was an accident. She had a secret that I had to know. 3 cards. A secret that can make the fortune of anyone who knows it.
But, Herman...
That was all I wanted, just 3 cards. I let myself in just as you told me. I hid myself in the study next to her bedroom. I waited till she had got undressed and dismissed her maid. And then I came out and asked her.
So that was why you wanted me to let you into the house. And I thought... Oh, what have I done? What have I done?
The old fool. I begged her to tell me. I begged her on my bended knees, but she refused to be reasonable. And what would it have cost her? Nothing at all. But the old witch was obstinate. So I pulled out my pistol and threatened her with it.
You monster!
Don't worry, I didn't intend to kill her. The pistol wasn't even loaded. It was an accident, a pure accident. But she died. She died. The secret has died with her. Just 3 cards. 3 cards that would have made a fortune.
What a fool I've been. What an utter fool to believe all your lies, to believe that you really loved me, that you were even interested in me.
3 cards that were worth a fortune.
Yes, 3 cards. And I was the one that was going to help you find them. Oh, what a fool I've been. What a wicked fool. But for me, she would never have died. It was I who killed her. I, her own ward.
The old woman deserved to die.
She didn't. She was kind to me. I killed her.
Nobody killed her. The old woman died because she was an obstinate old fool. What is far more important, her secret died with her. 3 cards. Just 3 simple cards. Now, shall I get out of the house? There seems little point in my staying any longer.
I was going to show you down the secret staircase.
Then show me.
It leads down from the Countess's bedroom.
Well, come on, show me.
No, I'm afraid. Afraid of seeing her there.
Then give me the key. Tell me what it is. I'll make my own way out. The old Countess was dead, and her secret had died with her. Though I hated her for it, her death was on my hands. And the thought began to obsess me. She had died with hatred in her eyes. Hatred as well as fear. And who can say what hatred is liable to do? Even the hatred of the dead. Perhaps you will say that I am superstitious, for I have no faith. But suddenly I knew that I must pay my last respects to her and ask her forgiveness.
Poor lady. She died 2 nights ago. She'd been to a ball at the German embassy, and the excitement must have proved too much for her. She died in her bedroom, peacefully, in a chair beside her bed.
I am sorry.
Yes, I'm going to the funeral tomorrow at the convent of Our Lady.
What time is the funeral?
9 o'clock in the morning.
At the convent of Our Lady. I shall be there.
You are a good friend, Herman. Thank you.
The church was full of mourners, for the old woman had many friends, many acquaintances. Anyone who had lived as long as she had must have had many acquaintances, even if they were only waiting for her to die. The coffin stood on a catafalque under a velvet canopy. The body was laid within it, hands crossed upon the breast, wearing the lace cap and the satin gown. When her relatives had paid their last respects, I, too, approached the coffin. Forgive me, old woman. Forgive me. I meant you no harm. No. No! Say that I am mad, if you like. But the old woman's eyes were open, and they were mocking me. I heard her chuckle horribly, and I was afraid of her. I fought my way out of the church and hurried away to lose myself in the noise and bustle of the streets. All day I wandered about the town, trying to forget all that I had seen. I dined alone, and when I got back to my room, I locked the door behind me. At last, I fell asleep. When I woke up, suddenly, the moonlight was coming through my window. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I heard a distant clock chiming the hour.
Who is it? Who's there? Who is it?
The Countess. Countess Fedosnova.
I am here through no will of my own, young man. I am here because I have been told, compelled to grant your request. 3, 7, 8, will win for you if played in that order, but only on this condition that you play them once and never play again in your life.
Yes. Yes, Countess. Countess, I beg your forgiveness.
I forgive you my death, but if you gamble more than once, I shall return.
Yes, I accept the condition.
Good evening, Count. I wish you luck at the table. Why, Herman, you here? A Tchaikovsky's? Do you come here to watch the play as well?
I have come to play, Naramov.
To play? Oh, I thought you never did play.
I shall play this once. May I take a card, sir?
But of course.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your fall from grace, my dear fellow. I shall watch this. Oh, the best of luck to you.
Thank you. This is my card. This is my stake.
Pardon me, sir, but what is the stake? I cannot see quite what you've written.
47,000 rubles.
That's a very high stake, sir. A great deal higher than usual.
Well, you accept my card or not?
Naturally. I must only point out that here we play only for cash. Oh, for my part, your word is more than sufficient, but my part...
There is the cash.
Oh, thank you. If you are ready... The 9... And the 3...
The 3 it is. I win. I will play again and double my stake. And this is my card.
As you will, sir. At your pleasure. The knave and the 7.
The 7 is my card. I win again.
You are remarkably lucky, sir.
I will play once more while my luck holds. I stake everything. Everything on this card.
A queen and an ace.
An ace. The ace wins.
Pardon me, sir. That card is not the ace. It's the queen.
The queen?
Your queen has lost for you.
The queen? The queen of spades. But it wasn't the queen that I played. It was the queen of spades. The queen of spades.
It is the cursed old woman. The old woman. She has tricked me. Tricked me.
3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, queen.
This is Laurence Olivier again. First, I should like to thank Orson Welles for that fine performance in The Queen of Spades, and the other members of the cast who included Ellen Pollock as the Countess and Cécile Chevreux as Lizaveta. I'm looking forward to next month when I shall have the opportunity of appearing myself in the plays which we shall bring you each week. Until then, I will have the pleasure of introducing some more of my good friends of the theater, including in the weeks to come, Michael Redgrave, and next week, Ralph Richardson. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier introduced in today's transcribed program Orson Welles. Alexander Pushkin's story, The Queen of Spades.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you will be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours.
and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. Feeling the chill of these winter's evenings? Wait until you've been with us a little while. You'll freeze with fear. Get 3/5s. Get the taste. 3/5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3/5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3/5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3/5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3/5s. Get the taste. The caretaker and the ashen-faced, trembling young man make an odd pair as they stand by an open grave under the pale moon. In the grave itself is a coffin. The lid has been prized open, and inside the corpse of a middle-aged man. The caretaker warns, "Oh, I've heard about blokes like you. Read about grave floppers. But never thought I'd come across one. Here, I've sent for the cops, young man. Don't you try no rough stuff. I'm a match for you any day."
But you don't understand.
Hey?
I've tried to save his life, and now it's too late.
Don't you give me that. This fellow was given a decent Christian burial. You desecrated...
Desecrated, you say? Isn't it desecration to bury a man while he's still alive?
Hey, what you talking about? You don't think people go around being buried alive these days, do you? I don't know what to make of you. I watched you this afternoon. I thought you looked a bit peculiar. Wondering what you was doing at a pauper's burial.
You shouldn't have had a pauper's burial. You shouldn't have been buried at all. I could have saved you.
You better think up a good story. Something told me that you was up to no good. No, don't you try no rough stuff. I've already warned you. I watched you. The police are on their way. Breaking open a coffin like that. I knew you was up to something, but I never thought...
It's because I let him get buried alive, and I was ashamed. Let him get buried alive for a measly £50. Now he's dead.
Hey, you come out of a loony bin or something. Now that I've had a better look at you, you don't look like no grave robber.
I'm not. Listen.
What's he to you, this fellow we buried today, eh?
Nothing. Except I'm responsible for his death. I touched him. He's cold. Cold as
death. He's only been in the ground a few hours. They don't stay cold like that. Sometimes we get an exhumation order. We have to dig him up, see? You'll be surprised how warm they get.
He is dead, isn't he? I mean, I brought this piece of mirror with me. There's no breath. Look.
I don't have to look. He's been in the municipal ward for 2 days. He's given a pauper's burial. Now then, what's it all about, young man? I want to go home. He was dead all right when they buried him.
But not when the ambulance took him to the morgue. You see, I know.
You know? Oh, is he a relative of yours?
I never knew he existed until 2 days ago. I've been tramping the streets looking for work. I didn't want to go home. If you could call that one-room bedsitter Lil and I occupy a home. It was still ringing in my ears, the things she shouted at me as I left her.
I've come to the end of my tether. I've pawned everything. Look, even the wedding ring you slipped on my finger in the church. What did he say? And all thy worldly goods. Huh. That's a laugh. You were going to share all your worldly goods, were you? Well, if you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out on you, and I'll go and live with my sister. At least I'll get some warmth and 3 square meals a day.
Oh, don't say that, Lil. Was it my fault that I fell sick? That I'm not allowed to work in the factory anymore? I've tried, Lil, I really have. Everywhere I go, they look at me and say, no vacancies.
Not my fault either. I warn you, Joe Harris. I can't take much more of this.
I know, honey, I know. I'll get something today. Really, I will. I promise. It was a promise I couldn't keep. Pounding the pavement. Watching the dislike and fear in the eyes of the well-fed as they said, no, thank you. Fear that one day they might become like me. And then I saw him. I was cutting through Duke's Lane. Nothing on either side except a huge brick wall. He was a short, fat little man. Our steps were loud in the quiet thoroughfare. I wonder what he's stopping for. Does he think I'm a caution? That I'm a gangster or something? I suppose I look like something that crawled out of a piece of cheese. What a heartbeat! Governor, you all right? It can't be. He's gone out. Don't seem to be any breathing. I wonder who he is. Let's see. It must have something in his pocket. Holy. Blimey. All this money, but must be 50 quid here at least. Poor swine. What good is his money now? I better call a cop.
If you don't get some money or a job, I'm walking out on you, do you hear? I'm walking out.
There's nothing anybody can do for this poor swine. I'll find him soon enough. What does the guard do in a case like this? Beat it, you fool. Beat it with the first decent money you've had in months. Somebody will find him. Run! Lil.
Joe, you've got some money.
That's right, Lil. 2 £5 notes, 31 £1 notes, and the rest in 10 bob notes.
Oh.
It all adds up very nicely. 50 quid in all.
Oh, Joe, honey. Hi. How did you get this money? You didn't go and do anything silly, did you?
Such as what? Rob a bank? I wouldn't know how to start.
But how did you get it?
You'll never believe it. Remember I told you that when I was in the sanatorium, there was a fellow there with the same lung trouble named Ted Brown?
Yes.
Well, I lent him a quid.
You lent him a quid? Well,
I was still drawing my wages, wasn't I? We didn't know that the doctor wouldn't let me go back to the factory. Wasn't so bad then.
All right. But what about this Ted Brown?
Well, I'll meet him in the street, see? Says he'd been looking for me everywhere. Wanted to repay me the quid.
Go on.
Well, we goes into a pub to have a drink. There was a bookie there, and Ted said he had a hot tip for the double. It won, Neil. 50 smackers.
Oh, Joe. 50 smackers. Oh, I love you.
Lil went to get some groceries and a couple of bottles of beer. I sat on the bed and had a further look at the wallet. Having taken the money out, I thought it would be empty. There were 2 pockets, both with plastic windows. The first held a card which said, Harold Maxted, 26 Fairley Street, Hornsey. And then I looked at the second plastic window. There were strange words printed on a white card. It said, I'm not dead. I'm subject to a form of cataleptic illness which may appear to cause death. If I'm found, notify Dr. Alfred Miller, Hornsey, 6641. No, it can't be. Not dead. Cataleptic. What have I done? What have I done? They'll think he's... Oh, no. Telephone. I must telephone. But Lil, she'll wonder what I've gone. I've given her all my money.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for this. Here, those bottles from me, will you? Joe? What is it?
What time is it, darling?
I don't know. The pub was just opening, just after 6, I should say. Why?
Give me 10 bob. Do you get any change? I need some silver. I have to telephone. I won't be long, love.
What is it?
Well, I've just got to telephone someone.
You're not going gambling, are you? You haven't got the bug. You're not betting on tomorrow's races or anything like that, are you, Joe? There are all those bills to be paid.
I know, love, I know. No, I'm not gambling, but I need it, please. I'll be back in a little while. It's just that... Please, Lil.
All right. Here you are. Joe?
It's all right, love. Would I be too late with the phone call? Would they bury this poor guy Maxted, not knowing he was a cataleptic, thinking he was dead? This be the number of the doctor's consulting room or his private house. Can I speak to Dr. Miller, please?
Dr. Miller's gone abroad. He's been away for the last 6 weeks.
Abroad? Oh, no. Have you taken over his practice, sir?
No, I'm not a medical man. But if you're in need of a doctor, there must be plenty.
Oh, no, isn't that... You don't know which hospital Dr. Miller was at?
I'm afraid I can't help you. I must go. My wife's shouting. The dinner's on the table.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And then another thought seared my brain. A hole in the ground. A long wooden box and a man being buried. Being buried alive. And a shovel. Heaping earth on the wooden boards. There must be a Maxted in the telephone directory. There was 14 Maxteds. Everyone alive and bad-tempered.
No, I have little relatives who suffer from the cataleptic illness. There are plenty of other Maxteds in the book. Try them.
I have. You're Mr. Zachariah Maxted. You're the last on the list.
Well, I can't help you.
What now? Do I go along to the police and say, look, I stole a man's wallet. Somebody might be shoving him in 6 foot of earth. What do I do? I decided to sleep on it. Sleep. That's a laugh. Oh, that's buried alive. Love you, Lou. Love you. Please. Pinching wife.
They're putting me in a wooden box. And it's your fault, Joe Harris. I'm struggling for breath. They're going to bury me deep, but not deep enough, Joe. Get me out of this or I'll make you suffer here on earth and in the beyond.
Get 3 5s. Get the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
Joe Harris had better do something about it pretty soon. Otherwise, the poor, unfortunate cataleptic gentleman will be stiff with cold. But let us see what he does do.
Do? I didn't know what to do. It was less than 6 hours since I saw that chap Paul. Maybe he's still there. Maybe if I go back to Duke's Lane, he'll still be lying there.
Joe?
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to wake you up.
It's the middle of the night. Where are you going?
I won't be long.
No, Joe, you're not going anywhere. I thought you'd been acting strange. Oh, Joe, I know I've nagged you and threatened you, but it was only because you were getting so down, so beaten. I love you, Joe. I don't want you to be doing anything that will put you in prison.
It isn't that at all.
Well, what is it?
All right, Lou, I'll tell you. And then you'll see why I have to go. And so I told her. Told her the whole story of how I robbed a man I thought was dead. A corpse that had no use for the 50 quid in his wallet. So you see, I've got to find him. Or find out where they've taken him. Don't think he's dead, Lou.
Joe, somebody will have found him by now. He's probably lying in bed fast asleep. People who have these sort of fits soon recover.
No, they don't. After I'd phoned all the Maxters I could, I went into the Hornsby Library and I looked it up. Unless they get assistance, they can stay that way for days. By then, they'll bury him. And you know what that makes me? A murderer. I'm letting a man die for 50 quid.
Oh, no, Joe. Why don't you phone the police station? Why don't you phone the Hornsby police station? Tell them that... Oh, no, Joe, no, you can't do that. They'll call you a thief and put you away. Look, I'm getting dressed. I'm coming with you. Where did you say it was? Duke's Lane. Joe, let's pray he's still there.
Well, that might be worse. He might have died for lack of attention. Let's pray someone saw him and took him to hospital and they realized he wasn't dead.
He's a copper.
It's a bit nippy this time of the morning, isn't it? Going off night work, are you? What?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, there was a little commotion in Duke's Lane a few hours ago, so my friend Phyllis told me. Something happened in Duke's Lane.
Oh, yes. Just before I came on duty. The postman saw a bloke lying in the lane here, dropped dead.
Dead?
They sure he's dead?
So the police surgeon said. Why? Know anything about it?
No, we don't know anything about it. It was just that... Well, we wondered if it was anybody we knew, that's all.
Oh. Well, I believe they've identified him all right. If you nip round to the station, they may be able to tell you.
Oh, I don't think it's anybody we know. Oh, come on, lad. Too cold to stand here chatting. Let's go off to bed.
You two married? You should have been in bed ages ago. Or rather, good morning.
Let's go to the police station then.
No, Joe, no. You'll have to explain about the wallet. Besides, this policeman doesn't really know. Please come home.
But, Lil...
It's no good, Joe. We're going home. Come on. Some more coffee, Joe?
No, thanks. Lil, it's no good. We've got to go to the police. We're committing murder. It's 2 days now. I didn't sleep a wink all night last night. Kept having nightmares. Hearing Maxted's voice pounding in my brain. Pounding my brain. Telling me to save him before it's too late.
You're the only one that can save me, Alice. They're burying me this afternoon. They're putting me in a coffin and they're going to cover me with earth. If you allow this to happen to me, you're a murderer, Joe Alice. A murderer, do you hear? You'll be punished. Punished.
He kept saying I'd be punished.
But you said yourself it's only a nightmare. All right, don't you go. I will. I'll say that I know... What was his name?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
I'll say I know him and he's a cataleptic. That's it. I'll go there right away. Excuse me?
Oh, hello. Aren't you the young lady I saw down Duke's Lane the other night?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. You know we were talking about someone who dropped dead that afternoon. Well, were you able to identify him?
Yes, we were able to identify him all right. Why?
He's a cataleptic. He's not really dead, you know.
Oh, don't be funny. Got the card here. They're burying him this afternoon. He's in the Hornsey mortuary. Cardiac failure. This is the release for the body for him to be buried, signed by the police surgeon, Dr. Herbert Spencer. He may have been a cataleptic, I don't know about that, but he died of heart failure, being buried in a pauper's grave at Hornsey Cemetery, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Did die of Heart failure, indeed. Not dead.
Oh, well, maybe I'm being a bit silly. Thank you, Constable. Good night. Surely, Dad, the death certificate was signed by the police surgeon.
Oh, what did that copper know about cataleptics? Had the doctor known he was a cataleptic? I'm going to stop the burial.
You can't, Joe, you can't. Won't you tell the police about that wallet? Where are you going, Joe?
I don't know. Get drunk. I don't know anything anymore. Even my glass of beer went sour in my mouth. I bought it with blood money. The blood of Harold Maxted. I left the pub and walked. So they were burying him in a pauper's grave, were they? I didn't ask my feet to move towards the cemetery. It seemed as though they didn't belong to me. They were burying him as I got there. A minister, a grave digger, and an old man. Obviously the caretaker, plus a police sergeant. I wanted to shout, Don't put him in that grave. He's not a corpse, he's alive. Couldn't. Those 3 stripes on a copper sleeve seemed to represent a number of years I might get for stealing and for withholding information. I ran from the cemetery as though I were running from the vengeance of Maxted himself. They buried him, Miller. I saw them do it. A cheap wooden coffin. Or maybe it's a good thing the coffin was a cheap one. Maybe the death watch beetle got it in. Maybe there are holes in it. Maybe the poor swine will be able to breathe. 50 measly nicker. 50 rotten pounds, and I've turned myself into a murderer. But you, Lila, they'll nab you too. They'll say you were part of the conspiracy. What have I done to you? What have I done to us?
Nothing, Joe. All right, so you pinched his wallet when we were both starving. No one can have you up for murder.
Well, it's beside the point now, isn't it, Lil? He's down there struggling for breath, isn't he? He won't be struggling for long. I don't know anything about cataleptics, but you can't be nailed inside a coffin underneath 6 foot of earth for long. Look out the window, Lil. It's got dark already.
It's winter, Joe.
I know the grave, Lil. I'm going back.
But Joe...
You're not going to stop me, Lil. I'm going back and I'm going to get him out of that grave. Please, Lil, I've got to.
I'll come with you.
Oh, no, I couldn't bear that. I've got to do this on my own.
Suppose he's too heavy for you. You're not strong, Joe.
It's a pauper's grave, Lil. They didn't take much trouble with him.
But why a pauper? There's all that money in his wallet.
That makes it worse, doesn't it? Maybe they couldn't raise his relatives. What with his doctor gone away and everything. Here, Lil, get me that hammer out of the drawer. It's got that thing at the end for taking nails out, and that piece of mirror.
All right. Here. I hope you're right. But you know what you're doing.
It's the only way, Lil. The only way. So here I am, and it's too late. He's dead, all right.
Blimey, young man, I wouldn't be in your shoes, not for nothing. Just a minute. What did you say this bloke's name is?
Maxted. Harold Maxted.
Oh, no, it's not.
What?
This bloke's name is Sidney Fraser. Are you sure it's the same bloke?
Positive. No, it's the same bloke. His accusing face follows me around, sleeping and waking.
Oh, you young man, come and have a look with me. We don't give them much of a tombstone, these paupers. There you are. Sidney Fraser. Born February the 6th, 1920. Died December 4th, 1967.
Well, I've told you everything. They've given him the wrong name.
You better tell that to the police constable. Oh, I'm sorry about this, young man. I warned you. I thought it was too old to tackle you on my own. When you started opening that grave, I ran to the cemetery office and phoned the police.
Oh, well, it's almost a relief in a way.
Hello? What's going on here? Oh, it's you again. Your missus was in the police station this morning with some nonsense about... digging up a grave, are you? There's something fishy going on. When I told my sergeant that your wife came in and said we were burying someone who's a cataleptic and not dead, he nearly strangled me. So I should have taken full particulars. So I ought to charge you both with causing a public nuisance. This fella, Sidney Fraser, has had our trouble for years. Huh? Sometimes an ordinary hospital had the pleasure of his company. More often than not, it was a prison hospital. Our police sergeant warned him that he hadn't got long to live. And your wife comes in with a cock-and-bull story about burying him alive. As if we didn't know him. Sidney Fraser. In his day, he was the finest pickpocket in Hornsey.
Pickpocket?
Why, only the other day we had a complaint from Mr. Maxted that someone had stolen his wallet. Bloke jostled him at a bus stop and then started running. From his description, we knew it was Sid.
He picked Max's pocket. He wasn't a cataleptic. He was a pickpocket.
Yeah. You better pull yourself together. What are you doing here, and why is this grave open?
Oh, Constable, our young friend here got a bit mixed up. I opened the grave to show him he was mistaken.
Then why did you ring the police saying there was a suspicious character lurking in the cemetery?
Well, seems I was mistaken, that's all, Constable. In fact, we were both mistaken. Weren't we, young man? Hey. Pickpocket. Cataleptic.
Somebody should have told Joe Harris that lifting wallets from cataleptic gentlemen is a most grave offense. In fact, it is likely to incur a most stiff penalty.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 fives. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 fives Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
If that's the game you're missing because of a mean cold, here's something you should know.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold.
Millions more take bromoquinine.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold.
Bromoquinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could take aspirin or other single-action cold remedies all day and not get bromoquinine's more complete relief, even for virus colds. Bromoquinine works to relieve stuffy nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache. More complete relief, because bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines, health fortified with vitamin C. Remember,
every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold.
Millions more take bromoquinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablets.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Dark fantasy.
the man who came back.
Now, break it up.
This way or fade in here.
All right, miss. Casey.
Yes, Captain?
Now, you stay right there in that doorway and don't let nobody in or out.
Right, Captain. All right, now. All right, you heard him.
Oh, but we had nothing to do with this.
Okay, sister. If you didn't, you ain't got nothing to be scared of. Hey, you. Where do you think you're going?
I thought I might get a little air, if you don't mind.
Well, I do mind. Now, back in the house with you. What's the big idea of you wearing that mask?
As you might have observed, my friend, this is a masquerade party.
Oh, is it now? Well, according to Emily Post, it's masks off at midnight. And we got this call to come out here just as the clock in Washington Circle was striking the hour.
The call was placed by a most hysterical woman. And there is nothing you can do for the man in there, I assure you.
Stop changing the subject. What I want to know is, why ain't you unmasked like the others?
I prefer, sir, to wear my mask.
Take it off, Don Juan. I want to look at your mug.
It might be better, my friend, if you didn't see my mug.
Now, look here, Zorro.
Perhaps while we are waiting, I might tell you a story.
Yeah? What is this? Bedtime at Grandma's? The only story I'm interested in is what happened here tonight.
Exactly.
Eh?
I said exactly. Perhaps I can tell you the story.
All right, then, my fine, mysterious friend. Give.
Well, you see, it's quite a long story. It really all began at least 3 years ago. I remember that evening quite well. I let myself into Granger's apartment. It was a golden key I used. A bright golden key. And there was no one there when I arrived. So I closed the door and waited. Well, Grange, imagine seeing me here.
Huh? Blake. Oh, I say, you startled me.
Did I now? I dare say, had I been someone else, you wouldn't have been at all startled.
Incidentally, old man, how did you get in here?
I suppose it would be quite facetious of me to say that I came in the same way you did. Oh, I say, a new piano. Do you mind?
No, not at all. Go right ahead. Help yourself. Have a drink?
No, thanks. You'd better have one, though.
Oh, yeah. I say, Blake, what's that you're playing?
You've heard it before, Grange.
Have I? I don't recall.
You have a short memory.
I usually remember pretty well.
Well, when you choose to, you do, yes.
What do you mean by that?
My wife has played that tune for you every night this week, and last, and the week before that. You see, I happen to know.
Oh. I see.
Well, I'm glad you haven't the audacity to deny it.
No. No, I don't deny it. Your wife has been here. Often. As often as she possibly could. But I assure you she came of her own desire.
And as a result of your oily persuasion.
I might agree, Blake, that she is easily persuaded. And, of course, my curiosity prompts me to ask how you finally learned the truth.
I accidentally found the key to your apartment here. It was in Sylvia's purse. A golden key. With your initials engraved on one side, hers on the other.
Why, I thought that a rather handsome touch. Don't you agree?
I've brought the key back to you.
How gallant of you, old fellow.
I'm serious. Sylvia will never come here again.
Are you positive of that?
Quite. For I shall ask her not to.
You seem to believe she'll obey you.
She will. And I ask you now, Grange, as a gentleman, kindly refrain from inviting her here again.
In other words, hands off. Is that it?
I'm glad I make myself quite plain.
Why, you fool. You dull, stupid fool. What right have you to demand anything of Sylvia? Do you think for a moment, night after night, twiddling her thumbs while you're away from home?
I admit I've been busy this past year, but another 6 months...
You've no one to blame for Sylvia's being here but yourself. Here she's found what you've denied her, Blake. And I doubt very much if she'll give it up.
Why, you swine, if you think for a moment... Oh. I forgot you carried a gun. But if you'd care to put it away...
Skip the heroics, Blake. You know, I think I've suddenly thought of a solution to all this.
The only solution is for you to leave Sylvia alone.
Oh, no. No, you're quite mistaken. This is the solution. Here in my hand. Indeed, I rather like the idea. Besides, with you out of the way, Sylvia need have no more qualms.
Why, you low yellow rat.
That's it, Blake. Come closer. Threaten me. Make me do it. Make me do it, Blake.
If you think killing me is the way out, Grange, you're very badly mistaken.
It's the only way out.
If you kill me, Grange, I'll come back and avenge myself.
One shot, and that'd be all. I can prove self-defense. Sylvia will help. She'll swear you came here and tried to kill me.
I'll come back, Grange.
Just one shot directly between the eyes.
I'll haunt you, Grange, because by God in heaven, I'll come back.
It's a perfect scheme, yes, I like
I'll
it.
pierce the veil, Grange, because I'll come back if I have to fight all the demons of hell to do it.
Prepare, Blake. This is a chance of a lifetime. It's the way out. Yes, it's the way out. Blake!
Get your extra paper. Wealthy playwright slain in millionaire's apartment. Read all about it. Here you are, Mr. Keith Grange playing self-defense in slaying of Philip Blake. Here it is, folks. Get your extra paper. Read the headline news about the killing. It's all here in your extra paper.
It is the judgment of this court that the defendant, Keith Grange, did shoot and kill the deceased, Philip Blake, on the night of April 16th, and that in so doing, he acted in a line of self-defense. The court therefore decrees that Keith Grange shall not be held to account for this unfortunate incident.
Well, my dear?
I suppose there's nothing to worry about now.
Not the slightest thing. I told you from the very beginning, Sylvia, that I acted rightly in doing what I did.
Oh, I still can't resign myself to it.
But you must. It's all over. Philip is dead. Now we can be together as much as we please.
Keith, suppose you and I should have a misunderstanding. Suppose I should become angry sometime. So angry I might tell the truth to the authorities.
That, my dear, would be most unfortunate. But it's a possibility, and by no means should we overlook possibilities. So allow me to remind you, Sylvia, my dear girl, that your hiding the true facts of the matter of the coroner's investigation automatically makes you an accomplice.
Oh, I see. But why are we talking like this, darling? We'll both feel better after we've had a little rest.
Oh, of course we will, dear.
Kiss me goodnight, darling. I'm going home.
I'll take you.
Oh, no. No, I'd rather go alone tonight if you don't mind.
As you wish, my dear. Good night.
Good night, darling.
Sweet.
Will you call me in the morning?
Yes, of course I will.
Good night, then.
Good night, darling. Pleasant dreams. That's strange. Very strange. Just a moment ago, there were only Sylvia and I here. Now she's gone. Yet I feel that I'm not alone.
You're not alone, Grange.
What? What was that? I thought I heard a voice.
It was my voice.
Who are you? Where are you?
I told you I'd come back.
No. No, it's just my imagination.
Is it your imagination, Grange?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I warned you. I warned you. Remember?
Come out. Come out in the open. Come out, I say. Do you hear me? Come out.
Your gun is useless against me now, Grange.
What do you want? Tell me, what do you want?
Oh, not now. The time isn't right now. But I'll be back. Watch for me and wait. Watch and wait. For I'll come back, Grange. I'll come back.
No. No, I'm sure of it. It was no one. No one at all. I just imagined it, that's all. Yes, just my imagination. Sylvia, dear, you look so tired. Here, perhaps this will wake you up. Present for you.
A present?
Yes, something I picked up today. I thought you'd like it.
How sweet of you, darling. I think I can guess just by looking at the box. It's a ring.
Oh, aren't you clever? Go ahead, open it.
All right, darling, but don't hurry me. Oh.
Miss Sylvia, that isn't the ring I bought for you.
Keith, look at this ring.
The initials. P.B.
Keith, this is his ring.
Sylvia, what are you saying?
It's his ring. I gave it to him.
But Sylvia...
Keith, I swear to you, Philip Blake was buried with that ring on his finger.
Cab, mister?
Yes, please.
Do you mind coming around to the other side, please, mister? That door's busted, and you can't get it open.
Oh, very well.
Sorry to ask that of you, but they ain't had time to get the other door fixed. Where to, friend?
Huntington Arms Hotel, please.
Right.
Excellent.
Huh?
That's where I'm going.
Oh, you startled me. I didn't know there was anyone in this cab. It's so dark tonight.
Yes, isn't it?
I say, I don't seem to feel anyone in the seat here beside me.
Strange. You certainly bumped me hard enough when you crawled in here.
Bumped you? I beg your pardon, sir, but I...
Never mind, Grange. Never mind.
You know me?
I'm surprised that you don't know me.
Why, yes. Your voice sounds familiar. Good Lord. Philip Blake.
Do you mind riding with me?
Blake, you're supposed to be dead. You're supposed to be buried.
I am dead, Grange. I am buried.
Cabby, stop this cab.
Right, sir.
Now, let me out of here. Let me out.
What's the matter, Governor? Hey, you hadn't ought to jump out of a moving car like that.
What in the name of heaven is in the back of that cab?
Why, nothing, Governor. Here, see? I'll turn on the light. There. See?
But there was somebody in there with me.
Oh, now, mister, they couldn't have been. Look for yourself. The seat's empty there. And you just jumped out on this side of the cab. The other door won't open. No, brother, there wasn't nobody in that seat with you. Must have been your imagination.
Hello? Hello, darling? Dear, this is Sylvia. I just wanted to remind you about the masquerade ball at Keith's new home tonight. You'll be there? Fine. Now remember, masks and costumes for everybody. All right, dear. Bye. Now be sure to come in costume, won't you, Dorothy? Yes. And heavily masked, my dear. Yes, at Keith's new place. Oh, darling, wait till you see the place. It's really a mansion. Honestly, it's huge. Mr. Grange, I believe.
Sylvia, darling. So you penetrated my disguise.
Silly. I heard you order it from the costumers yesterday. Darling, the music will start soon. Is the first dance ours?
Sylvia, my dear, every dance is ours tonight. Are you happy I bought this place?
Oh, it's lovely. It's absolutely lovely, Keith. Darling, what's the matter?
That man in black. I've been watching him all evening. He's been watching me.
Do you know who he is?
No. He just stands and stares at me. Everywhere I go, he's always just a short distance away.
Look, Keith. He's going into your study.
Well, he hasn't any business in there.
That's strange. I locked that door this evening so the guest wouldn't go into your study and disturb things.
Well, he just walked right in. And, dear, I'll go see who he is and what he wants. You may go with the guests, and I'll join you later.
Very well, dear. But don't be long. I'll be waiting for you.
All right, Sylvia. Yeah. It's odd. This door is locked. Dark. Piano. Oh, confound it. Where's the light switch? There. No, it can't be. That piano. Someone's playing and... Yet there's no one seated there. The keys. Moving. Up and down. Playing the music. But there are no hands on them. That melody. It's the melody he played the night I killed him. He's playing it now. And yet he's not there.
I'm here, Grange. I'm here.
Play.
Look closer, Grange. Here I am. You see?
Yes. I see you now.
I brought you a little gift for your masquerade party.
What?
You'll find it lying on your desk. Turn around and see for yourself. That's right. There. You see?
A gun.
It's the one you killed me with. Don't you recognize it?
Where did you get that gun?
I found it, Grange, And I've brought it back to you. I put one shell in its chamber. Just one, Grange. But that is enough.
What are you trying to... Gone. He's gone. Lord, am I mad? Was I dreaming? No. No, the gun is here. It is my gun. One cartridge, he said. Only one. One cartridge. Yes. Yes, it's the only way left. He knew it was the only way. Now he's left me to take it. All right, Blake. You can have your revenge. You can have it. And you are right. It is the only way.
So he shot himself, eh?
The evidence in there will indicate that he did, yes.
Say, that's quite a yarn you spun, Zorro.
It is nothing but the truth.
Come on now, come on, my friend. Let's take off your mask and have a look at you.
One moment. Keith Grange shot Philip Blake squarely between the eyes.
Yeah? So what?
That doesn't make a very pretty sight.
Well, I don't see what that's got to do with... here comes the captain. He'll take that mask off you. Captain Sullivan, come here a minute, will you?
Yes, Casey, what is it?
Well, there's a mug here that won't take off his mask. He's been spinning me the most fantastic yarn I ever heard in all my... where'd he go?
Huh? Where'd who go? Say, did you let somebody get out of this house, Casey?
No, Sir Cap. No, I didn't. But he was standing here just a minute ago. He wouldn't take off his mask. He told me the darndest story about a murdered man coming back from the grave.
Casey, have you been near the punch bowl? Well, there's no one here now. Wait a minute. What's this stain here on the floor?
Blood. A little pool of it. There on the floor. Right in the exact spot where the man in black was standing.
Fantasy.
The Man Who Came Back, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was Keith Grange. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Herta Sylvia. Fred Wayne took the part of Casey. Muir Height was Captain Sullivan. Murillo Schofield, the cab driver. And Eugene Francis was the Man Who Came Back. Ladies and gentlemen, every Friday night at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you Dark Fantasy, Tales of the Weird, Adventures of the Supernatural, created for you by Scott Bishop. Listen 1 week from tonight for the breathtaking story of the tombs of ancient China, the soul of Shanhai Wan.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.